Gemma, all good? Just get that door. Or we can leave it open. We can leave it open, it'll be fine. Just to warn you all, I do 4 pages of speaking. I do 4 pages of speaking right at the top. It's not just half a page. Oh, thank you. So kind. Just brace yourselves. Yeah? Just when you think the first page, just when I've turned the first page over, there's another 3. It's in big type. Yeah, I've heard about your big type as well. From this angle, it looks like there are 5,000 people in the stadium, the way I just took that photo. Go for it. Right, good morning to you all. Good morning those of you who are joining us online via YouTube. Good morning to all 50 or so of you that are here today at Solent University. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to our Championing the Solent's Creative Industries event. It's being delivered in partnership with Southampton 2025 UK City of Culture bid and also the Solent Local Enterprise Partnership. My name is Ajay Chabra and I'm your host for today. I'm proud to be part of today's conversation as someone who has developed their career within the creative industries. Now, I often say this, on paper, I shouldn't really be doing what I'm doing, but just cast your minds back to 60 odd years ago. A ship was sailing into Southampton with 3 generations of women from my family on board. My grandmother, my mother, and my 2 sisters. And they'd left the island of Fiji 10,000 miles away. And they had come to Southampton and to the United Kingdom to make this island their home, from one island to another. And so for me, that's the foundation of creativity. Family, community, conversations, people. It all happened in this tiny front room. 3, then that became 4 generations. So it's a pleasure to be with you here today. Solent LEP is a city partner of Southampton's bid to become UK City of Culture and are actively supporting the bid. But also, the work that has been done to date not only champions the region's creative industries, but also strategically supports existing and new creative businesses to unlock their full potential. Through the partnership with Southampton 2025 UK City of Culture bid, the Solent LEP have strategically identified that by winning the bid, it would act as an essential contribution to the post-pandemic recovery of our region. We are committed to supporting a thriving cultural sector and the opportunities it brings to our important coastal communities. And that's really important, to think about Southampton as a coastal community. It will also help shape the future prosperity of our wider tourism and visitor economy and help to develop and support the skills and talent base of our residents and businesses in the region, in providing a diverse range of career opportunities for our young people. Ultimately, bringing together the creative businesses, communities across the wider region to begin a vital conversation about the importance of the sector to both the regional and national economy. Now, for those of you who are not aware, which I don't think is many, Southampton is currently bidding to become the UK City of Culture 2025. Yeah, I can hear you all online. The team successfully submitted, the brilliant team, should I say, successfully submitted the final written brief on behalf of the city on the 2nd of February this year, and are currently awaiting to hear whether they've made it through to the next shortlist round. I won't tell you any more at this stage, as you'll hear from our brilliant Claire Whitaker, our bid director, shortly. Now, once again, welcome to those of you online. I'd really encourage you to engage and participate. If you have any questions, we have a team, a small team of us who will take your questions, field your questions, and ensure that they are in the room throughout the day. We've got this small audience here at Solent University, and Solent University is just one of the many great examples of the Solent region's many organisations that support the development of the creative industries. For those of you here today, a small piece of housekeeping. There are no scheduled fire alarms for the day. If you do hear the fire alarm, then please make your way out of the building, and we'll have members of our team just outside on site. And also, to make sure the event runs as smoothly as possible, please ensure that your phones are switched off. Please do tweet. Please do send out messages on your social media channels about what we're doing today. Throughout the day, you'll have the opportunity to ask as many questions that you may have, whether that's to our keynote speakers, to our panel members, or as parts of the workshops. Please do make sure you send these questions through, and we'll field these questions accordingly. So, without further ado, I'd like to introduce the first of our wonderful 3 keynote speakers today, Anne-Marie Mountfield. Anne-Marie is the Chief Executive of the Solent Local Enterprise Partnership, having held this position since 2012. The Solent LEP is a partnership between businesses, education, and local authorities, working together in determining economic priorities in the region to secure a more prosperous and sustainable future for the Solent area. Anne-Marie is also the chair of Maritime UK Solent and a board member on the National Council of Maritime UK. Anne-Marie.
Thank you, Ajay, and absolutely delighted to be here today. And as a local girl that's sort of lived in the area literally all my life, apart from a few years at university in Plymouth, I was just reflecting on Ajay's story, and I have a very similar story, really. My mum and dad came over from Ireland about 65 years ago to England, very quickly found their way to the coast and to this amazing city of Southampton, and their first sort of joint endeavour together was to run a pub in Southampton. So it's a constant journey, and I do sort of identify a lot with what Ajay just said. So thank you very much, as I say, for coming today. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the importance of the creative and cultural industry to our economy, both now and in the future. But before I sort of start, I also wanted to say how delighted the Solent LEP is to be working in partnership with the City of Culture bid team and the City of Southampton. I think it's such a fantastic moment for the region. And ever since Claire picked up the phone and said, Anne-Marie, it'd be really good if we could work with you, I've just felt so uplifted, so sort of inspired, and I think it's come at such a brilliant time after what's been a very, very tough period for people personally, in their businesses and in their lives. So absolute honour really to be working with Claire and the team. And I think it's fantastic to be here today to continue what is a really vital conversation about what is a fabulous sector. And I hope today really does act as a springboard for the businesses within our sort of creative and cultural industry to continue the conversation, to develop the conversation, and to develop the networks, the friendships, and the relationships as we look to really sort of kick on with this fantastic sector. So I've got a few slides, more probably to help me than you, so that I keep on track. So hopefully the team will bring up the first slide, and I can talk to you a little bit about why the creative industry is so important to us. In about 2 months' time, we're going to launch our new strategy, the Solent 2050 strategy, and as you would expect, we want it to be a very positive statement about the direction of travel for this area. And we've got a really strong vision for where we'd like to be in 2050, and it is very much about seeing our communities flourish, our businesses flourish, the economy flourishing and individuals flourishing. So we're hoping really that when we do launch in May, that what people take from it is ambition. Ambition not just at a business or professional level, but at a personal level, to push boundaries, to sort of look forward, particularly in light of the few years we've had. And if I go to the next slide, please, colleagues, very much this is about looking at place. And for us, the Solent is such a special place, and the city of Southampton holds such a special place within the Solent economy. Lots of places will say they're special, but I think the story of the Solent, its distinctiveness, shaped by its natural assets, its geographies, the two cities, some of those assets within it, including our universities, does make us what we are really. And it's fabulous that today's event is here at Solent University, one of our sort of 3 world-class universities. I think though what sort of separates us and really defines us is our cultural assets and also our distinctiveness. I think this is a place that has personality and is a pioneering region. People are willing to try things, willing to do things differently, willing to test things. And I think we have a history of innovating. You know, as I stand here today and reflect on things like the role that the internet has played through the pandemic, that is something that was conceived and developed in this city. When we look at some of the great innovators, the great innovations, things like the Spitfire, the hovercraft, some of the technology that sends people into space in this region. And again, when we look at some of the musical collaborations, some of the art, some of the gaming industry, very much the germs of those ideas are here in this region. Our key priorities for Solent 2050 will be set out in the next slide, and I don't intend to go through all of them, but what you'll see there is a flavour of the sort of priorities that we're looking to focus on. Clearly, as a coastal region, maritime features very heavily, but for the first time, and perhaps long overdue, we want to bring into sharp relief the importance of the creative and cultural sector, the visitor economy, and we're very much seeing that as a key priority. And certainly the City of Culture bid is so important to that. It is a catalyst in many senses that's allowed us to perhaps extend our own conversations within the LEP network and to look at the role that creative and cultural can play moving forward. And I know many people say, well, just how important is it, Anne-Marie? And I will talk a little bit about that in a few minutes. But I think some of the other priorities on that slide hopefully link very much to our decision to showcase visitor economy, creative and cultural. And it does actually contribute to the development of talent. Our young people, our existing residents, currently looking at pathways, currently looking at the future. This sector is such a stimulus for people, and it provides alternative pathways to perhaps the more sort of routine pathways that people traditionally look at. And I've seen very, very clearly in the pandemic, people using that adverse situation to think differently. I'm going to start my own business. I'm going to start looking online. I'm actually going to do something like performing arts. I'm going to change my career. And I think it is, in many senses, a unique facet of the sector that it does generate different thinking and gives people a bit of courage to perhaps step out and do something very differently. Or on the other hand, we are looking again in Solent 2050 at the role of health and well-being. culture's played such a phenomenal role in that over the last 18 to 24 months, with people seeking inspiration and solace from things like music, art, from their immediate area. So I think it's a very timely moment for us in the LEP to be launching our strategy in the next couple of months alongside the City of Culture bid. It's almost like a sort of a natural synergy, and we certainly see this sector growing and blossoming and being very much at the forefront of some of the things we'd like to see going forward in the next period to 2050. So if I look at a few numbers, as any good economist would, on the next slide, when we look at value and the value of the creative industries, I think sometimes the sector really does underestimate its importance. We probably all do that naturally as people as well, but some of these figures are quite mind-blowing. In 2019, the value of the creative industry, we're talking about nearly £116 billion to the national economy. It's not insignificant, it's actually very significant. We look at the fact that, exports are a big chunk of this, and I know people look at things like the film industry as a good example of that, but sport is so much in our culture. That's huge as an industry. Gaming as an industry is huge. So I think whether you look at it in absolute terms as a contributor to the economy, or you look at it as a sector that does promote the face of the United Kingdom, it contributes a huge amount, I think, to the conversation, but also to the economy. So we see this as an area that is a high growth potential area, and certainly as we move forward now with many of us starting to experience again some of the things that we missed during the pandemic, like going to the theatre, like looking at or experiencing music concerts, or as I do with my son, going to the football, and we're feeling very positive about that at the moment. All of these things define who we are and also define our businesses, and even the guys in the event management team. The event management sector is very, very strong actually in the Solent, and the number of conversations we have with people that said, we just want to see things return to, not normality, but to a place where we can have events again, where we can see things, where we can go to conferences, etc., etc. And I think today is a great day in relation to seeing so many of you come out and not just support the sector, but support the industries that make the sector what it is. So from the LEP perspective, if I look at the next slide and bring things down more to a sort of local area, why is the partnership we have with the City of Culture bid so important, and why is it critical that we sort of work off this momentum and build on it? I think for the Solent, we have such a diverse range of creative and cultural industries and businesses, and we can see all of them, whether it's this sort of performing arts, broadcasting, as I said, sport, art, digital. In the 5 years sort of preceding, it created 10,000 jobs. Some of those are individuals, as I say, creating their own sort of businesses and enterprise. Some of them are companies that have started to grow and flourish, and we believe the City of Culture opportunity could see that absolutely accelerate beyond what we've seen before. I think, as I say, in terms of the role that creative has played and can play, it definitely has played a key role in the recovery of the economy from the pandemic. A lot of us now really do appreciate local. We've taken the opportunity to sort of immerse ourselves in our local areas more, and I've kind of fallen in love again with the area that I live and work in, and maybe sort of a more sort of alert to some of the experiences that maybe passed me by a little bit, the heritage of the area, as I say, experiencing some of the arts, and I think the facilities and art collections in the city are a fantastic example of that. And so for me, I think the role that the industry can play in taking things forward is amazing. And we do a lot of work with schools, and seeing some of our young people using platforms that are definitely way beyond my capability, the digital platforms, to think and create differently. And we've got some amazing young entrepreneurs literally running global businesses from their bedrooms. This is what creativity and culture can do. It can really lift aspiration and deliver opportunity. So for us, I think the visitor economy, the creative and cultural economy, does allow the industries to come together in a network, and it's certainly something the LEP will want to focus on. And some of the team are here today. We've got James at the back there. He didn't know I was going to do this, but if you could just wave a hand, James. Please do speak to James. He's our head for business engagement, and we really do want to build those creative networks so that we can continue to support beyond today those businesses that have got aspiration to build on what they're doing. I think the role that the industry can play for young people in increasing their sort of opportunity base. Obviously, skills and qualifications are important, but I sometimes think we all need a slightly different platform on which to sort of better ourselves or extend ourselves. So some of the work we're doing with schools at the moment will feature very much in that, and we hope to bring alive some of the opportunities that all of you can offer to our young people in the city and the wider region. And finally, I wanted to sort of just reflect on the importance of the sector linked to the City of Culture bid. So I hope there's a few pictures coming up. I can't see it, so I'm relying heavily on them. They're all going, yes, they are, Anne-Marie. This is just a real sort of taste of the sort of things that are, around in our region. So within about a sort of 25-mile radius, you can see everything: the heritage assets, the visitor economy assets, performing arts, the natural assets that all contribute and shape the creative and cultural industry, and the sporting assets. I thought I'd put cricket up to sort of as an ode to the summer and seeing perhaps some of us get out to see some of the amazing sport that is at the Rose Bowl as well. So it really is a rich tapestry of experiences that are available in the region. And I think, and I would say this, wouldn't I, that it would be mad if we weren't chosen in Southampton as the City of Culture. When you look at that picture, we are the City of Culture. Whether externally that's seen as the case, I firmly believe we are. And in closing, I just wanted to give a few sort of, if you like, thoughts to leave in terms of the bid itself. So the bid, I think, has brought us all together post-pandemic to start looking forward, and I think that is certainly something that is helpful for all of us. I do genuinely and passionately believe it will help shape the future prosperity of the region for everybody, because I do think it's such an inclusive sector. I do think it will help to develop and support the skills of our young people and the sort of wider resident population. A microphone can bring out the musician in me, but I am going to restrain myself today. It's one of my hidden skills, allegedly. I think it should and can bring our creative businesses together. So do speak to James today. We're really, really keen to provide that sort of wraparound network of support. But perhaps most importantly, it is a celebration. It's a celebration of who we are, who we want to be, and it's a celebration of why we should be the City of Culture in 2025. So for me, I think this is about committing to a prosperous future for the city and our coastal communities. And I'm delighted to be here today, and I'm delighted to be working with Claire and the team. And thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. A few things just to take away from your really powerful words that really set the context of the work you and your colleagues do. You talked about wrapping around a network of support, and it just made me think about this analogy of these three generations of my family, of women, stepping off a ship just down the road from here in a white cotton sari, and my mother saying that somebody wrapped a blanket around me. Now just take that visual analogy for a moment in the context of the world in which we live today, where people are moving from one place to another. And if a city is worth its weight in gold, it wraps a blanket around the people that make their way to that city or to that place. So thank you for that. And I'd love to talk to you about your Irish parents in the pub. That sounds like over a drink or two, that'd be great. You talked about willingness. You talked about, and it's occasions like this where, again, another sort of seafaring analogy where foundation stories rise to the surface, and it's these occasions, it's these moments where you hear about somebody else's life. Again, the city of culture, if it's not about the people of the city, who is it about? You talked about distinctiveness of the region. You talked about our cultural assets. And you talked about a willingness to do things differently. And if there is anything, there is something really powerful in the willingness to want to make something happen. So thank you so much. Now, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce you to our second keynote speaker, Caroline Norbury, MBE. Caroline is the founding chief executive of Creative UK and is dedicated to championing the creative industries. Creative UK invests in and supports creative ideas, talent and businesses, harnessing the power of the creative sector to build a fairer, more prosperous world around us. Creative UK uses its extensive membership and networks in the creative industries to advocate for change, building the right environment for the future of the sector. We are thrilled to have Caroline with us here today. Caroline.
I think we're going to see a film first.
Network for the UK's creative industries, harnessing the power of creativity and speaking with one united voice.
Connection is the cornerstone of creative success. Greatest of ideas cannot prosper in a vacuum. We are an industry of creators. We are an industry of creators, makers, innovators, inventors and storytellers. And together we are stronger.
We believe that creativity sits at the heart of the UK's culture, economy and education system. We believe in investing in people and their ideas.
We're looking for businesses who have the talent, who have the ambition to grow, but are looking for that next stage of money. We are looking for businesses who want to scale, and we are here to help them. We are here to support the sector.
We believe in joining forces to coalesce our collective capabilities. We believe in cultivating a world where creativity is fundamentally nurtured.
Our work with local authorities, film offices and national partners is so important in accessing those locations, facilitating the filming and really providing that film-friendly welcome.
I think the UK really competes wonderfully well with Hollywood right now. I think that in addition to, as it were, the visuals that this great land can provide, in addition to the structure that people like Creative England and other organisations are helping to understand and promote.
We believe in the future we are building together, a stronger, fairer and more prosperous future for us all.
At Creative UK, we dedicate ourselves to understanding what the creative industries need and when they need it. When aspiring creatives want to take a risk or take a leap of faith, we're the network that's around them to support. We appreciate creativity is by no means a linear process, so we cultivate safe spaces to be able to test ideas, to be able to explore innovation.
We believe that the creative industries have the power to change lives. We connect and empower, we champion and support.
We believe that championing the creative industries has the power to bolster individual lives and whole economies. Our fearless and influential policy and advocacy work identifies the issues that matter most to affect change on a bigger scale.
We unlock opportunities and transform horizons. We are Creative UK, and this is our future-centric philosophy.
Thank you, Ajay, for your introduction, and thank you very much to Anne-Marie and to Claire for inviting me here today. And hello and good morning, everybody.
So, as I think you know, I've been invited today to provide an overview of why the creative industries are such an important part of our economy, and how we can help our towns and our cities and our rural areas rebuild and regenerate as we recover from the awfulness, frankly, of the last couple of years and the impact that COVID in particular has had on us. But before I do that, I wanted to start by really recognising and reflecting on the terrible tragedy that is taking place in another part of Europe today, and the huge trauma that is being inflicted on the Ukrainian population and also on many, many lives of ordinary Russians who are all seeing their livelihoods and their freedoms disappear in a matter of days, and the very essence of their life put under threat. And as I was preparing, very late last night actually, and this morning, I was sort of thinking about this, and I was thinking, it sort of makes you think about the usefulness of what you're doing and the relevance of it. And I thought, well, the things I'm going to talk about, do they really matter when you see all this terrible stuff happening? But my family we're having lots of family stories today, aren't we? My family are from the Middle East. And over the last 70 years, as a family, we've been completely dispersed from our homelands because of various wars. Both of my grandmothers lost not only their homes and their possessions, but their communities, their friends, and many of the cultures and the rituals that had bound them together for generations was basically sort of blown apart. They did a really good job of trying to keep a lot of that, but my family is now all over the world. And so that made me think that actually what I'm going to talk about today really does matter, actually, because culture and the creative industries that are fashioned from it, they're fashioned from our artistic heritage and they're fashioned from our cultural experiences. They define who we are and they define how we live. They reflect our collective values and they define us as a nation and as communities. That's what people in Ukraine are fighting for today, the right to reflect who they are, to represent their own values and their own cultural traditions. Brecht famously said that art is not a mirror that reflects reality, but a hammer to shape it. And I wholeheartedly agree with that. So whilst I'm largely going to focus on why it makes sense to support the creative industries as an economic driver of better prosperity, I want us to reflect on something more important. Our culture and our creativity is what defines us. Regardless of money, it is integral to our collective DNA. It is what delineates one place from another, and that's why it's important. So, cheerier stuff now. In the not so olden days, and by that I mean sort of like 20 years ago, which is what my children talk about when they talk about the olden days. Anyway, when we talked about industry, it denoted one thing really, which was stuff. So physical stuff that people had manufactured or they'd dug up or they'd wrangled together using some sort of machinery that made usually a lot of noise. It was made in a building by a workforce that would clock in and clock out at the beginning and at the end of the day. Industry produced hard, tangible things like cars and ships, computers and household appliances. It also looked after physical infrastructure like roads and rail and power stations. Industry wasn't someone sat in a cafe on a laptop designing and testing a video game. It wasn't a fashion designer collaborating with a chemist on a new high-tech self-cleaning fabric, nor was it a TV series about our monarchy, and it certainly wasn't anything connected to a virtual world called the metaverse. Happily, in 2022, industry means something entirely different and quite a bit quieter and less labour-intensive as well. Well, maybe not labour-intensive, but definitely a lot quieter and lots less not as smelly. Anyway, because our raw materials are no longer coal or steel or iron, they are ideas. Intellectual property is what really drives our economy these days. You probably wouldn't know this from reading the business sections of our national press, But investment into intellectual property, described as investment in intangibles, overtook investment into tangibles, so that's physical assets such as buildings, machinery, plant, etc. So it overtook it after the recession in 2008. And because we've been quantifying the economic impact of our creative businesses for the last 20 years, we have got proper, coherent, hard, longitudinal data on the value that that creative sector generates. So I'm glad it's becoming less and less of a secret. And obviously part of my job, my mission, if you like, is to keep people alive to that potential, that realising creative ideas has not only saved our economy, but it really, really affects our daily lives. So I'm delighted, therefore, to have been invited today to speak to you and champion the UK's creative industries. I'm going to talk about their wider role in society and hopefully persuade you that they can play an even more significant role, driving both our national and regional post-pandemic recovery. And I'm so delighted because Southampton is obviously, and the Solent area is obviously taking the creative industries very seriously. And it's heartening to be invited to speak at an event which recognises that the creative industries are such a significant player in the region's future growth plans, as Anne-Marie's slides outlined earlier. And it's also clear really through your partnerships as you bid for the UK City of Culture that you already understand the role that culture and the creative industries can play as the builders and conveners of strong civic bonds and community partnerships. The UK's creative industries have global reach, not just local or national, but global reach. And they are one of the very few things that the UK absolutely, utterly, completely and without argument excels at. Our TV formats, for example, are exported worldwide, and nearly every major US studio or platform is investing in UK screen and studio infrastructure. British writers from J.K. Rowling to J.R. Tolkien and Ian Fleming still dominate movie franchises, and British songwriters and performers are global in their reach. We continue to produce some of the most seminal designers in the world, from Johnny Ive at Apple to Thomas Heatherwick and, of course, James Dyson. All of them are graduates of UK art schools. Now, comparisons are instructive, and whilst I hate to start by pitting one sector off another, obviously I'm going to anyway. You will recall about this time last year, maybe a little bit longer, we had some disputes about the demise of the UK's fishing industry. Remember that? You will recall it was one of those moments of principle. Do you know what the value of the fishing industry is to the UK economy? It's £831 million. £831 million. The creative sector, in contrast to fishing, but also many other traditional industries, forgive the colloquialism, delivers shed loads for our economy. Anne-Marie's already pointed it out. Our last official figures put it at a whopping 116 billion in GVA. So that's 831 in principle versus 116 billion. Our creative industries are world leading, whether it's our game sector, which generates nearly 5.5 billion for the UK economy, or our advertising and marketing businesses, or our publishing houses, which have had one of the most successful years ever. Our music industry, which ranks only second to the US in its global reach and has spawned some of the largest and biggest, most successful recording artists in the world. Or our fabulous fashion sector, which sets the bar when it comes to the visionary and the unique. And of course, our superb cultural venues and heritage sites that attract millions of visitors each year into our towns and cities, and which you have plenty of in this fabulous region. And all this from a country the quarter the size of France. The sector has grown continually over the last 10 or 15 years, and prior to the pandemic was increasing at 4 times the rate of the UK economy as a whole, and creating jobs at 3 times the UK average, employing more than 2 million people. Our own research, commissioned last year from Oxford Economics, shows that the impact of the creative industries is actually even greater than the officially recorded statistics from the ONS. We found that an additional 62 billion was supported through the sector's supply chains, and therefore more than 1 in 10 UK jobs are reliant on the creative industries. In the South East alone, the creative businesses contributed over 19 billion in GVA. That's just in 2019. And for every £1 they generated, an additional 40 pence was supported elsewhere in the region's wider economy. That's an economic footprint of nearly 27 billion for this region. And that's before we take into account other industries that benefit from the proximity to creativity and culture, such as hospitality and tourism. And with the right investment, we project that the creative sector can create 300,000 new jobs and an extra 28 billion for the UK economy by 2025. If the UK truly wants to level up, to regenerate towns, cities and rural areas, then our culture and creativity must be at the core of all of those plans, for they are the catalysts for revitalising our regions, drawing people and investment into our local places. The government's own Levelling Up white paper, which I'm sure Anne-Marie knows very well, even makes this point. It repeatedly references the importance of culturally vibrant places to drive growth and prosperity in our society, and it singles out the creative crucible that was Medici Florence. It's right to draw parallels, I think, between the Italian Renaissance and the moment we find ourselves in today, because we also have an abundance of disruptors, innovators and artists, all ready to define the next decade and shape a future that is better for us all. But just as the 14th century Italy had the Medici banking dynasty, so too do we need vital investment to make these noble and, frankly, necessary ideas a reality. This is especially crucial following COVID-19, which has severely impacted parts of the creative industries over the last couple of years. Our data suggests, more than suggests, it tells us, that the pandemic wiped 12 billion from the value of the creative industry sector. And by the end of 2021, over 112,000 creative jobs had been lost. Businesses that were particularly reliant on audiences and footfall were unsurprisingly hit the hardest. And freelancers, the lifeblood of our creative workforce, were disproportionately affected to an overwhelming degree, accounting for nearly 85% of jobs lost. It's also important to say, though, that many businesses in the creative industries thrived during the pandemic. They more than survived, they've thrived. And undoubtedly, government interventions such as the Cultural Recovery Fund and other income support schemes went a huge way in staving off even worse losses for the creative sector. But the pandemic gave a stark reminder to me of how unsustainable lots of our practices are, and uncovered an underlying fragility within the creative ecosystem that have to be addressed, and which I think, as you plan for the next phase of the bid, to think about how you, as a region, address some of those fragilities. But it also showed, as I've mentioned, I suppose, an incredible resilience across the sector. In using ingenuity and adaptability, creative businesses and individuals found a plethora of new ways to ensure their talents continued to flourish. In the most challenging of circumstances, the capacity of creatives to delight, entertain and rejuvenate us all was a lifeline to many, from Italians singing on balconies to school children putting rainbows on windows. The incredible innovation shown in continuing to deliver the goods during the pandemic has, I think, kick-started something of a revolution for the way the creative industries operate. The limits previously placed on how we engage with audiences have perhaps unexpectedly freed creatives from convention and opened them up to new ways to tell stories and reach and connect with audiences, often but not exclusively through digital platforms. By carrying this fresh thinking forward and not simply relaxing into the comfort of the familiar, then I believe the next 5 years are going to be a wonderfully exciting period for creativity in this country. We are already seeing parts of the creative industries bounce back after COVID. The BFI, British Film Institute, recently revealed that 5.64 billion was spent on film and high-end TV production in the UK during 2021. That's over $1 billion more than their highest ever reported figure of 2019. And the good news is that the percentage of money being spent outside of London is only increasing. Over 500 million was spent on film and high-end TV production here in the South East between 2017 and 2019. That created over 6,000 jobs for the region and an economic impact of nearly £1 billion. And that, I must point out, excludes the contribution of studio complexes like Pinewood and Shepperton in Buckinghamshire and Surrey. And so this impact is happening on your own doorstep in the Solent area. Filming in England, part of Creative UK, and you heard Hayley talking a little bit there earlier, provides support for productions looking to film throughout England outside of London. We've been working closely with your colleagues in the New Forest and the Isle of Wight for over 4 years now, and have experienced firsthand how sought after locations in this region are. Be it iconic scenes from No Time to Die, which was filmed aboard a Portsmouth-based Royal Navy warship, a disused power station in the New Forest appearing in Star Wars, a Brockenhurst hotel providing a regal background for The Crown, or BritBox's first ever original drama, which was filmed entirely on the Isle of Wight. The Solent area is in demand, and with production booming across the UK, that demand is only likely to grow. But the opportunity for creativity to shine shouldn't be restricted to the creative industries alone. Through collaboration across businesses and industries, the power of creativity offers a huge amount. The Creative Industries Clusters Programme, which is an academic research and development programme, has brought together world-class research talent with companies and organisations from across the whole country, and has leveraged an additional 201 million in investment into key parts of the UK. And in the Future Skills League table, which was published by Kingston University late in 2021, some of the UK's most prominent business leaders identified the importance of creative skills to the future workforces of companies in every sector, from financial services to manufacturing and logistics, and I'm sure even fishing. Creative individuals are entrepreneurial and agile, and they are innovators, continually pushing the boundaries of their respective fields. In fact, 55% of creative businesses undertake research and development, meaning that innovation in the creative sector outstrips that in the wider economy. It is that innovation and creativity that is needed to find sustainable solutions to safeguard our planet and to tackle any number of the societal issues we face. Simply put, creative skills and abilities are essential to the UK social and economic recovery. In fact, the government's own shortage occupation list includes a significant proportion of creative role. And that's why, and it's fitting that we're here as I say this, but that's why we need creative education to be at the forefront of mainstream provision. At the moment, unfortunately, it's the Cinderella subject, undervalued and underfunded, meaning fewer and fewer young people are given the opportunity to develop these much needed skills. Creativity is within all of us, no matter our background or our education. It's an innate curiosity, a willingness, or even a desire to do things differently, to entertain, to move, to challenge, and to express ourselves in new or unexpected ways. But whilst talent is everywhere, we know that opportunity isn't. And that's a big problem, because the power of the creative sector to make a difference in all parts of this country is immense. And the creative industries can play a huge role in unleashing that opportunity, that prosperity, that pride in places throughout the country. But if access to a meaningful creative education is the preserve of a privileged minority, then we risk exacerbating an already critical skill shortage in this country. To sustain and grow a diverse talent pipeline, we must guarantee access to creative education for all. And in turn, this will boost entrepreneurialism and future-proof local industries and jobs with the high-level skills that we need to support UK growth and innovation. A commitment to a strong creative education from primary through to graduate level has to be central to any region's development ambitions for several reasons. Firstly, as I've noted already, creative skills are needed and demanded by employers more and more across all sectors. Secondly, because as we are served increasingly by technology, It's creatives who will provide the necessary human interfaces, helping us to work out not only what these new devices and experiences will be, but how they navigate our cityscapes and contribute to broader civic outcomes like better public health and well-being, public transport and net zero. Graduates in the creative industries aren't just working in their painting and dance studios, they're studying robotics, inclusive design and new fabric technologies. They are enablers of many other industries. In fact, industries that we don't even know the existence of yet. Our mission at Creative UK is to unlock the potential of creativity to shape the UK's social and economic future. And we truly do believe that by harnessing the power of the creative sector, we can build a better, fairer, more prosperous world. And we know that in order to realise this vision, the creative industries need to work in partnership, not only across the creative sector, but with other industries and with government and local and national players in every corner of the UK and beyond. Partnerships like those assembled today that are absolutely vital to ensuring environments in which creativity can flourish. If we are going to level up, then empowering local partnerships to make that happen is essential. Backing local people to understand the decisions that they need to take for their own success, to invest in their own futures, and to be true to their own strengths and their own identities. Several years ago, I worked with Nesta to look at the geography of creativity across the UK, and we found 47 different creative clusters. These were and they still are real hotspots of creative activity whose success was of crucial importance to their local economies. And they weren't just found in huge metropolitan centres. But big or small, there are certainly shared characteristics between them all. They establish strong links between business and enterprise, education and local government, empowering local leaders to shape impactful initiatives aligned with regional strengths. They draw on local knowledge and expertise, engaging with and connecting existing creative communities. And they ensure that creative talent is not only retained locally, but that opportunities for it to flourish are available for future generations as well. Ultimately, they all recognise the intrinsic link between vibrant creativity and a thriving local economy. And that's why it's so encouraging to see the support here today for Southampton's bid to be the 2025 City of Culture, because, as I've already outlined, the creative industries are a growth area of limitless possibilities. Creative innovators really do have the capacity to tackle society's greatest problems and influence significant change. The sector makes money and creates jobs. It's high-paying, future-proof jobs at that, not low-paid, manual, menial, nothing wrong with manual work, but there's not low-paid. They're not here today, gone tomorrow jobs. They're jobs for the future. But more than that, going back to what I said right at the beginning, creativity makes people feel better. It binds communities together and it gives them a sense of place. As pandemic restrictions have lifted, it's local culture that has drawn people back together and into their towns and city centres. Last night, I was really privileged to be invited to a reception that was held at number 11 Downing Street to celebrate International Women's Day. You might know the person who lives there because he's a Southampton boy, I'm told, Mr. Sunak, or Rishi, the Chancellor. Actually, I didn't think he was that dishy in real life. But anyway, let's edit that bit out, Caroline. Very nice man. Anyway, my ears pricked up last summer when Rishi said, there are only a few things that we are world class at. For us in the UK, the creative industries, arts, culture, it's something we are genuinely world class at. Well, hurrah to that. Absolutely agree, Rishi. We've been through an extremely disruptive few years and we are about to witness even more disruption. But throughout history, periods of intense challenge, upheaval and unrest have been followed by great cultural and technological advancements. That's not to say there won't be difficulties, there always are, but there are also opportunities and blankets. To quote Rishi again, we're experts at this, embrace that, encourage it, and believe that the decisions that you make today can unlock a better creative future for everyone tomorrow. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Caroline, thank you so much. That was so rich and with such depth. Thank you so much. And yes, Dishi Rishi, what a guy. You talked about the Italian Renaissance. You talked about banking. History reminds us, and you talked about the abundance of innovation and artists in that period, that 14th century period. And I just wanted to reflect very briefly to say history reminds us. If not now, when? If not then, now. It's an interesting moment in our collective history. You talked about creative industries being entrepreneurial and agile. You talked about being fashioned by our culture. You talked about so much more. I'm just picking out some of the key phrases that have sort of been vibrating in my head. And you talked about, regardless of money, it's art and culture and creativity that makes us. Analogy that I often use is that ideas are our currency. They always have been, and they always will be. You talked about the privilege and access that minorities have. You talked about sustaining and growing a diverse creative pipeline, broadening recruitment, being open, factoring in what we don't know about our own creativity. A really, really rich and detailed discussion. Thank you so much. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, it brings us to our third keynote speaker of this morning. With all the talk of exciting opportunities, I'd like to introduce you to Claire Whitaker, OBE. Claire was appointed to lead Southampton's bid to become UK City of Culture 2025, working with Southampton's communities, cultural organisations, businesses, and academic partners locally and in the wider Solent region. Claire is committed to supporting to the development of creative industries and is passionate about enabling diverse audiences to experience music, arts, and culture. Her extensive experience has helped Claire made her work an important part of the UK's cultural sector. Ladies and gentlemen, Claire Whitaker.
Thank you so much, Ajay. I'm going to try and do this speech without my glasses because I'm trying to get back to some sort of normal. And before COVID, I didn't wear glasses, so let's give it a go and see how we get on. First of all, thank you so much to Anne-Marie and Caroline for really inspiring speeches. And I think, I hope that all of our audiences, both online and in the room, are now in no doubt about the importance of the creative industries. Also, Caroline, I'd like to thank you for putting it into the global context. I think it's really important that we remember the backdrop to today's events and realise that what we are doing is so important in terms of people's soul, their expression and their definition of who we are. So that was a really brilliant reminder. And I think it was interesting for me because when both Anne-Marie and Caroline were speaking, there were so many things in our bid that your speeches resonated with. Now, obviously, our bid is still secret. It's a competition. But many of the things that you touched on came up very strongly in our consultation. And that's the backdrop, really, of our discussions today. And before I start properly, I'd also like to thank the teams in Southampton 2025 and the Solent LEP for helping put this event together. They've worked really, really hard, and you know, we're still at that point where you never quite know if you can pull an event off. I know we're allowed to in theory, but you know, things happen unexpectedly, and yet we've managed to, I think, with just one change to our speakers this afternoon, get together and discuss this really important topic, something which is at the backdrop of our UK City of Culture bid. I think probably most of you in this room know me, but maybe people online don't. And I am bid director who's leading our bid to be UK City of Culture in 2025. In terms of my own background, I've spent 30 years in roles across the creative industries, running an events and music organisation for much of that time, And over the years, I've been involved in many of our national moments, including the Manchester Commonwealth Games, London 2012 Olympics, and Hull and Coventry's UK City of Culture programmes. As well as working in the UK, I've got extensive experience of working internationally across Europe, West and Southern Africa, the Caribbean and North America. And that has been really, really helpful in terms of our ambition, because our ambition is obviously reflecting our local and our regional, but has to make an impact nationally and internationally. And we have many, many international connections here that we've built on in our bid. I'm also passionate about artists and creative people and organisations achieving their full potential. And I have, over the time I was at Sirius, helped and devised and developed talent development programmes that have nurtured Grammy Award-winning and Mercury Music Prize nominees. And again, that talent pipeline has come through very strongly this morning and is a very important part of our bid. So I was delighted when our city partner, the LEP, Solent LEP, suggested that we might collaborate on this event. We'd been talking for a while, and they've been extremely supportive. Anne-Marie, thank you personally for all the support that you've given us. But it's obvious that both the Solent LEP and Southampton 2025 have a really clear commitment to actively supporting and championing the Solent region's creative industries. And there is enormous potential for the region's creative sector to grow and become an even greater driver of the economy across the Solent region and beyond. An example of this is that 4 priority places in the Arts Council's Levelling Up agenda are based in the region and are priorities for additional investment. And this goes alongside London cultural organisations being encouraged to extend their national reach and consider relocation. And as part of the Southampton 2025 bid, we have reached out to the creative sector and said that we would like to be a good partner, and if you would like to have those conversations with us about how can we can be a part of your national plans, then we are very open to do that. We've already had a good response to that, and it's part of our drive really, as part of the bid, to be seen as a really good, strong partner that delivers. So our bid to become UK City of Culture 2025 has been a real driving force for collaboration, not only across the city, but also across the wider region. We have partnerships with 10 of our neighbouring councils, including Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, Eastleigh, Fareham, Gosport, Portsmouth, Hampshire, New Forest, Test Valley, Isle of Wight and Winchester. And that's really, really important because as part of our bid, we want to create a regional tourism offer and to spotlight some of our region's cultural jewels and strategic priorities. The process of bidding has galvanised our city and our region, and it is a really powerful mechanism to address our need for change and to realise our enormous potential. Supporting the growth of the creative industries and bringing the region together, developing our regional tourism offer and driving greater investment, development and opportunities across the creative industries, these would all be important outcomes of winning the City of Culture title. As part of our bid, one of the key objectives is to develop greater opportunities through building capacity, ensuring support is available for creative businesses to thrive, and by working in collaboration with organisations such as the Solent LEP, and lastly, attracting and retaining the talent that has come through our higher and further education institutions. And it's great to be at Solent here today, at Solent University, and it's been fantastic as part of the bid to work with both Southampton University and Solent, who have been very, very involved in helping us understand the data, help us understand our extensive consultation programme, and to really analyse how we can maximise our potential. On Wednesday, the 2nd of February, as Ajay mentioned, the Southampton Trust, which is the delivery vehicle for our bid, delivered our final written bid to the Department of Culture, Media and Sport. It was a monumental task. It reminded me, the closest thing I've been is to when I was involved with the Olympic bid for London. And I wasn't nearly at the centre as I was of this bid. And it was so important because we'd done so much work. And there was so much to tell that we wanted to make sure we got across to the judges. And it also, we hope, outlined why Southampton deserves to win, how winning would benefit not just us, but also the wider region, as well as outlining our longer-term legacy. It demonstrated how Southampton would maximise the opportunity through collaboration across the city, the region, and how through our programme of events and activities we would address our needs as identified through our extensive consultation, all done through the pandemic. We were really impressed by how the city came together to make sure that we were telling the right stories, to make sure that our bid was informed by what the people of Southampton and the wider region really want. And that theory of change that was developed from that consultation is really forming the backbone of our bid. So our bid is currently being evaluated by an expert panel of judges, and we will find out whether we've made it through to the next stage on the 21st of March, and that's when the list goes from 8 to 4. If we're shortlisted, then we'll be preparing to host the expert panel in Southampton. And the visit gives the judges the opportunity to explore the city, meet our communities and really get a sense of why we deserve to be UK City of Culture in 2025 and how this significant prize will address our economic and social needs. Following on from the visit, the team will then make a formal presentation to the expert panel outlining our commitment, our capacity to deliver and showing that by trusting a city such as Southampton to become UK City of Culture 2025, we can deliver a year to remember and a long-term legacy. It will not only put Southampton on the map, but also the wider region. And we know that if we're successful, our City of Culture will have a local, regional, national and international impact. We then wait, if we've got any nails left, we will then wait to hear whether we've been successful in being crowned the winners at the end of May. So a plea for all of those here today. If you aren't following our social media channels, then please do so. Remember, the judges are watching us. You can find us across Facebook, Twitter and Instagram and LinkedIn at Southampton 2025. And don't forget to use the hashtag #MakeItSo and hashtag SO25 when tagging us. But I've got a very exciting announcement now because we're launching today our new 2025 film. This has been put together with Gemma Nichols leading it, and I have to just say a thank you to Gemma personally because you've been leading the film, you've been juggling all the events that we've got coming up, and you always start the morning with a smile on your face, so I'd just like to say a personal thank you to Gemma. But now it's time to see our new film, and I hope that you feel it reflects the Southampton that we all know and love.
Southampton, city made fragment by river and wall of yesterday's brick, mishmash side by side, eager to thrive, not sit. A nation's front door, anchor of merchant, stranger to friend.
High tide, carry roots, Solent scent.
Western horizon, seen from masts. Wetland bird, vast sky.
Kick flips on concrete, catching air, flying high.
Heels strut on stage, all walks, march, pride.
Bells of St. Mary's croon in chime. Over chit-chat in corner shops and shadows of high-rise. Iron Bird spits fire from jazz-streaked walks, streets talk of saints with red, white stripes marching. Pavements sing, spin, ball, bowling. Calls in parks in Southampton. Flower and tree-lined common, park runs.
Shark strike, open playing field, city for everyone.
Plectrum verse of Derby Road, bow of races.
Sounds of South Asian summers, throughout times and spaces.
Scribbles and sights and verses made vocal.
Global scent savoured of dishes made local.
Art beneath arches, in shops now galleries filled of creativity. Dances on stage, dances on street, sway of arm, pivot of feet.
Records revolving, percussion patterns from DJ holding crowd.
Join as armed, broadcasting.
Worlds come together, we're talking, so listen. Let culture scale walls, let it be for all. Let Southampton grow. Let's make it so.
It's so great because I know so many of you in the room, you've all been so involved in the bid, and I know what's coming up in the film, and I know who to look at and who it will resonate with. And I just saw the smiles move around the room as there was recognition of the things that they really love about Southampton. So we're very proud of that. I really feel it reflects the consultation and the flavour of this wonderful city. I was really proud. I was speaking at an International Women's Day event last night, and I was introduced as somebody who is now an honorary Setonian, and I can't think of anything better after 2 years of living and breathing the city and these wonderful people. It's a real honour to be your bid director. Keep everything crossed and enjoy the rest of the day.
Amazing. Thank you, Claire. Thank you so much. And thank you for sharing that amazing film. We all look forward to Southampton, the feature film. Yeah? The investment and the funding will all follow. What a fantastic poetic journey. Thank you. The ebb and flow of the tide. That's part of Southampton's story, right? What comes in, what goes, and what comes back again. Let culture scale the walls. How powerful is that? Let's make it so. Love that. Love that. So beautiful. Once again, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our speakers. Anne-Marie, thank you so much. Caroline, thank you so much. Claire, thank you. Today really is about opening an active conversation about the creative industries and how we as a region can work together to showcase our strengths and foster opportunities to drive the creative economy. Now, before we go to our next panel discussion, which is in the programme, we're going to take a pause on the live feed. We're going to rearrange the room, and we'll be back in just a second. So thank you for all of those who are watching online, and please take a short break before we rearrange the room. Thank you. back to all of those of you who are online. We envy you endlessly. You've probably made yourself a nice cup of tea, gone to the loo, sent a few texts, all of what we've been doing in the last 5 minutes or so, haven't we, ladies and gentlemen? So welcome back. This is the second part of the morning session. I'd like to thank Claire and our speakers who were here earlier. I'm going to invite our next session. I'll just get my notes together, ladies and gentlemen. This is our panel discussion. And we would really like to encourage those of you who are in the room and for those of you who are online to engage with any questions you might have. We have a colleague who will be ensuring that those questions that you're presenting to us online make their way to the front to Fraser and to the panel, and also to encourage those of you who are in the room today. Without further ado, let me pass you over to Professor Fraser Sturt.
Thank you. Well, my job's been made a lot easier by the keynote speeches we've just had, which have really set out a compelling case for the role of the creative industries nationally, but also across the region. And I think what's critical in terms of the bid that we've been putting together for City of Culture is how that also speaks to the needs that we have in the region. So this isn't just a possible vector for improvement and economic gain, but it is that Brecht's hammer that Caroline mentioned to reimagine the world that we live in and forge it in a different form. And that is the exciting thing that creativity and innovation offers to us, and why it needs such support and drive in the area. So part of what we've been doing within the bid is looking to get to know our creative industries better. So generating a wealth of data, much of it top down to start with, which speaks to what is its economic contribution, where do we have our strengths, where are they physically located, and what are the opportunities that go with this. And within those Nesta reports that Caroline referred to, we see Southampton emerge as one of those areas of creative strength, but also the fact that it is the strength that bleeds out across the coastal region. And so it's an area that has a footprint that goes across the Solent, and that introduces some real opportunities for us and some challenges as well. And as much as I love data and maps, and I've sort of held back from putting some up on here on the screen, but they are both wonderful and imperfect, in that they're very compelling and people believe them when you show graphs and you show maps. But they create a reality that doesn't always reflect what's happening on the ground. And that's really significant if we want to make change and make plans which are going to have an impact on a region. So as part of the work we've been doing, as part of our joint cultural needs assessment, we've been matching that top-down view, so what do we see from tax returns and business locations and addresses, to what people are speaking about in terms of their experiences of working within these sectors. As Caroline noted, we have people that fall through gaps which are fundamental to these industries, the freelancers that we don't see in some of those returns, that we know aren't in those data, but are fundamental to driving that creativity and innovation which can transform our economy. So this isn't a straightforward process. This is, as everyone's been saying, a conversation about what our experiences are and how we leverage those opportunities. And I think really importantly, as Caroline said, how we just imagine a different space that we could occupy as a city and as a region, and how we can make that contribution. And that's what's so incredibly exciting about this. Because we do have challenges within the region, but we also have opportunities. We have challenges around talent retention and upskilling and keeping people in the region and not losing them to other areas. We've got challenges around connecting and creating communities, improving well-being. But we've also got challenges around how do we actually make the most of the shared infrastructure that we've got. We have world-class universities, we have incredible industries. As Caroline said, we're at the cutting edge of technology and innovation. And one of the really interesting things we've had in our consultation and discussion with businesses is exactly along those lines, is they don't see this edge between creativity and industry, which we see reported in other areas. There is a need for people to innovate and enable in that way. So we've got a range of information, but it's how we move from data to knowledge to action that is so inspiring. And that is what City of Culture is doing for us. So it is Brecht's hammer that we're trying to construct or forge between us today to understand what our challenges are, how we can use that to forge a different reality. So that's enough from me, and maybe that was 10 minutes, who knows, it was quite enjoyable. But I'm going to pass on to, people don't normally let me speak like that, but I'll pass on to Sharon to give her view and experience.
Okay, so hello, my name is Sharon Lloyd, and I'm an academic at Solent University. And I think the thing that's so interesting about this bid is that actually I'm not from Southampton, I'm from London. But the thing that is very clear for me is that I am a beneficiary of cultural and creative access. I'm evidence of it. So I've made it from being a student, you know, from the working class, Jamaican background, in the south of London, all the way to here in Southampton. And the thing that I can see as I look across this wonderful landscape within education, as you just pointed out, we've got 2 major universities here, is this is a city still of significant inequalities, and it still has areas of pronounced deprivation. Around 18% of Southampton's under 18s live in inner city neighbourhoods, and that falls within the 10% of the most deprived nationally. So how do we counter that? When we know that we've got 2 major universities here, how do we make that impact within that 10%, or at the very, ideally, within the 18%? The thing that I'm finding right now quite hard to counter is that we've recently had the Auger report, and within that, quite clearly, what they're doing is literally pulling the rug from beneath us. It's not, I find it really, I'm getting really passionate about this. It's directly impacting people like myself. So on the back of that, what we're having is lack of access to student loans. We're having lack of access to actually entering education for that underprivileged group. And so what we're really doing is having a reintroduction of a class system. That class system is going to affect everybody. How can we not want to engage with that within this bid? So my thing here is about talent and potential. It's not just aspirational, as we were talking about the other day. This is about the social benefit. It's about having a sense of well-being and place that we can actually engender within this bid. And it's what I like to refer to very often when I'm teaching, and I've got my teaching mode on, my teaching head on, as lifelong learning. Why aren't we engaging with that? This is about having lots of opportunities to have a joined up approach right across the region. And so what we really need to be doing is thinking about not just how we invest in the creative industries, but actually how we can invest in our students, invest in our young. And I think that one of the things with my other head on, when I think about my other areas of research, it's about that pleasure principle. I talked about that on Monday. The pleasure principle is about loving our city. The pleasure principle is about loving what we do within the creative industries. It's about being passionate, and it's about engendering our young to love what they do. So we are very aware that within the generations that are coming up, they're very much tied into technology. We're very good at technology within this region. Why aren't we really embedding that within what we do? So I think that as we go forward within the creative industries, we need to love what we do, we need to reach out to our young, and we need to actually pull on all of the people that are involved in this bid to actually support that. So that's my big speech.
Brilliant. So we're going to move along, and we'll hear from Dan around some of his experiences in the city and thinking about the region, and then go to Pippa. So Dan.
Thanks, Fraser. Hi, hello. Yeah, my name's Daniel Crow. I'm the director of A Space Arts. We're an artist development organisation based in Southampton, been running for about 20 years now. And just to pick up on something that Sharon has said, I couldn't have come to university. I came from Southend-on-Sea. I'm an honorary Sutonian. In the 90s, I couldn't have afforded to do that without a grant. My parents could not have sent me to university, and I wouldn't be sat here today, quite frankly. So I think that's a really important point you've raised we must address. Fantastic to hear from the top about the kind of the big picture. I guess I'm going to talk more from the bottom, from the streets of Southampton and the lived experiences I've seen artists have in the city over the last 20 years. And I just think it's important just to clarify where I'm kind of sitting in the creative industries. It's this huge spectrum, and it includes so many big companies. Actually, I'm talking about artists. I'm talking about visual artists, poets, musicians, filmmakers that, you know, are either leaving university or maybe because of the pandemic are transitioned and they are early career and they are starting. And for me, they are crucial. They are lifeblood. They are part of that DNA that we've been talking about. So when I talk about creative industries, I'm going to talk about artists. The streets of Southampton are full of opportunity. I've always felt they have been. And we benefited from that as an organisation when we began back in 2000. And there's some common things I think that all of those artists at the start of their career need, which is, you know, some basic things. It's access to affordable space. It's access to finance. That can be micro. We started on a £1,000 grant from Hampshire County Council. And they just need space and time to be nurtured. And I'll come on to some differences, I think, later on. But what Southampton has been good at doing is kind of making itself open. I think if you have an idea in Southampton as an artist, you can find somewhere to put it on. I think we found that in 2000 when we started. We worked tremendously hard, but we found cheap space and we found access to some funding. And that's what we needed to get us going. I'm going to talk about creative communities. Actually, the name of our charity is A Space Growing Creative Communities, and I think that's absolutely central to any city, any region that has creative aspirations. And for me, I think the creative communities that we see in Southampton, I'm going to talk about an Old Northern Road, which is just a stone's throw from here, a group of artists that have been gathering now over the last this will be the 5th year, and the impact they can have on a place. And the impact a creative community can have on the vibrancy of a place and how that can help really change it. I think cultural reanimation is a phrase that I've invented at all, but I've certainly used when I've talked to funders about some of our projects. What are you going to do? We're going to culturally reanimate an area. How are you going to do that? We're going to support artists. We'll let them have the ideas. You won't ever second guess what an artist is going to come up with. Don't try. Just support them to have their own ideas. Give them that space. And I think when a creative community does grow in an area, the impacts can be economic. We were talking about people that could be sole traders, micro traders. They're not going to be big employers, but they will pay the rents on the properties that they inhabit. There is the secondary economy. They love a pub and a shop. You know, there's all that infrastructure around them that the city can benefit from. Bear with me. But it's about vibrancy of place, you know, and I think that's such an important, and I don't know how we quantify this in the big picture. It's not a pound sign. How do you put a value on the vibrancy of a place rising? And there's so many examples throughout history. You look at the East End of London in the 60s, 70s, you know, run-down area. The artists moved in. The vibrancy rose. The property prices rose. Gentrification came along. The artists move out. They'll find that next home. They'll find that new place to make vibrant again. And I think there's pockets of Southampton, and Old Northern Road's my example, where it's beginning, and I think with some love and some investment and some nurturing, we could really see a really vibrant part of the city come to life there. There's some differences. You know, if you're a start-up tech industry, which someone mentioned earlier on, you need to be in your cafe on your laptop. You do, you know, that works nowadays. You might want serviced office space. You might want to grow your business much quicker. So I think there's a challenge when we talk about the creative industries and we talk about supporting the creative industries to understand the type of industry we're talking about. So the artists that I'm talking about, they still need those things. They don't need serviced office, they just need a studio space. But what they really do need is audience. They need people to see their work. A business wants to sell, an artist ideally would like to sell as well, but they want exposure, they want to be able to develop their reputation. They'll probably develop a portfolio career to support themselves whilst they actually develop their passion and what they want to do. I think there's also a lot of challenges there as well. I think from what I've seen in my years in Southampton, there's been little pockets of industry that have turned into business and turned into business quite quickly. And actually the artists, it's the duration, it's that kind of process and that time that they need to be nurtured that feels to me is a big difference between a start-up company that's going to be big and ambitious and make lots and lots of money, and an artist that's going to change the vibrancy of a place and that's going to ask questions about society around it. And it's the duration and the care and the package you need to put around that, which I think is different from fast growth industries. So for me, I think visual artists and visual arts is actually a real strength of our region. We have fantastic gallery provision, but we've got the most amazing universities that produce the most amazing talent. We're blessed in that way. And this notion that's been mentioned 3 or 4 times already about retention, that's so important to a city, and I think to this city in particular. And it's something we've been able to do in Northern Road. It begins to give those artists that love, that care, that space, and it's turning into a community. It just takes time. So whilst the economic outputs might immediately be modest, I think there's a much bigger picture there. And I think the impact that a creative community can have on a place shouldn't really be underestimated. I don't know how we can define its value. I'd love to have that conversation. But I think it's super important. And I think Southampton is so well placed to not be the next Bristol or Brighton because they've done it. We want to be Southampton. And I think that's super important. We can look at those people as aspirational models, but we need to do it in our own way and make it our own city and do it with our own voice. The film, Claire, Gem, that's amazing. Yeah. And to see it fronted by Isha, you know, one of our local heroes, is absolutely brilliant. So congratulations on that. So that's my message really. It's support the artists on the streets, because they're the ones that will make a place vibrant, and they're the ones that will change our city.
In many ways, I think lots of the things you just said there, Dan, really provide a nice segue into what Pippa does and is about. In many ways, it's like we thought this through. But I think the concepts of vibrancy you touched on there are really important, and something we can come back to, because I think there is value, tangible and intangible, in that we have seen in lots of different regions, and we know that's one of the things that we need to address in terms of what that gives to people. But I'll pass over to Pippa and we can come back.
Thank you, Fraser. So I'm Pippa Bostock. I'm a director of Portsmouth Creates, which is a community interest company based in Portsmouth that supports creativity and culture across the whole of our city and the surrounding region. But I'm also, with another hat, the business director of the Centre for Creative and Immersive XR at the University of Portsmouth, which is supported by Solent LEP. So 2 hats that link into what I'm going to be talking about today. So the first, talking about Portsmouth Creates and building very much on what Dan has said there, is it is about supporting those artists. This bid will have, if it's successful, will have a huge impact on the whole supporting region. And the region's here to help and wants to work with you and support this bid. I mean, we're currently collaborating with Coventry on a piece that's going to be there at the end of March. So the benefits for the whole region will be huge. I think it's so important that, you know, other surrounding areas will be able to help and get involved in this. Portsmouth Creates exists to enable artists to have that voice, to enable them to engage and to understand the ways in which they can do things across the city and work together. We've done everything from light festivals through to we've done market. We took over buildings, a bit guerrilla style actually. We took over an abandoned Debenhams building and turned it into a creative market in the middle of deepest, darkest lockdown, when people were just starting to get back out a little bit. And that generated 1.2 million of economic impact for the city over 3 weekends. But more than that, and more important to me, was actually the mental well-being it created. I had artists crying because they could pay their rent for the first time in 6 months because they'd been able to sell their goods. They had a marketplace. So when we talk about the power and the importance of this, you know, for those freelancers, this is everything. Mm-hmm. And you know, this bid is so important because it will enable so much more of that, and it will enable us to grow and to work together. And that's why I'm so passionate about supporting this and working with everyone to make it the best it can be for the whole region. But we've got the talent pipeline, which is, you know, a huge part of what we're all here for today. You know, the growth in the creative industries that Caroline and all of our wonderful speakers today have spoken about, it's only possible if we enable the talent pipeline and enable us to keep creating those wonderful graduates and other freelancers and artists coming onto the market that have those skills, that can keep filling those roles. I mean, those of you who work in the industry will know that real-time games engine developers, for example, they are rarer than hen's teeth. They're so rare at the moment because everybody needs them, because they're being used in more and more sectors. And as we've said today, creative industries, they can work with every business, with every sector. There's so many ways they can benefit them. But if we want to keep producing those, we need to enable them to access those skills, access those facilities. That's why I'm so personally grateful to Anne-Marie and to Solent LEP for working with us on the Centre for Creative and Immersive XR, because that enables us to open the doors to businesses across the region. We launched formally on May the 4th, and we have 12 different areas of immersive technology, from volumetric capture through to motion capture, photogrammetry, and lots of other things I won't go into today. But the point is, this facility is there for the region. It's there for everybody to use. It's there for everybody to engage with. And I think as we go forward, I think there's so many different ways in which we can plug back into the bid, hopefully, and work with yourselves and work together. We're so much stronger if we work together, and I think it's really important to sort of recognise that.
So I think there are a range of things that have come out from what everyone has been saying here, from value, both of the creative industries and being valued and people understanding that value, which is not always easy in a sort of an industrial complex at times, as we've heard from Caroline before. I think this concept of vibrancy as well, we see how critical that is in terms of talent retention, but also creating an ecosystem that people can work within. So there's a lot of talk about agglomeration. The benefits have had to be had of bringing people together, but you've got to have people wanting to be in that space and together. And as Dan said, and Pippa, creating the opportunities for that to happen, so enabling being really critical. It doesn't just happen on its own, it can be helped. And with that, this idea of time, space, visibility, and as Sharon said, opportunity to make sure that is there for as wide a pool as possible. In terms of diversity of thought and ideas is really critical if we're going to talk about creativity. So a contraction of that opportunity becomes a real threat to what is a powerhouse for the country. So we have a range of themes which we, I think, could happily talk about, and we have in previous discussions around this, and pick up, but we're also open to questions from the floor and from online as well. Yeah, we'll take the at the front. Hello.
Okay, thank you. Louise from Artswork. We're a charity that empowers children and young people through creativity. So, of course, I've been really pleased this morning to hear so many of the speakers talking about young people and the importance of bringing them in, giving them access to that creative education, giving them those opportunities. But of course, it's not just about what we can give to the young people, it's also what they bring to our potential for development. So, you know, we do lots of work around employability, and first of all, just want to say we're open to partnership conversations with anybody as we plan going forwards, and I think that joined up approach is really critical. But I wanted to ask the panel if you could talk a little bit more about what role you see young people playing. What do you see them bringing to the development of our creative and cultural sector going forwards?
It's a very good question. I've been asked to repeat it. So this is the role of young people in our creative sectors and how we involve them. Is that a fair summary, Louise?
Yeah.
Brilliant. I think we could also... Dan, you've got your
I've got a really simple new ideas. You know, I think we need, every generation needs that input, doesn't they, where the youth in that generation wants to go. Louise, what do we mean by young people?
Well, for me, actually, it's everything from primary right the way through to your mid to late 20s now. I mean, we're seeing that the young people we see that need support actually need that support and opportunity right the way through, but also have such brilliant ideas and things to contribute.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd go up to 30 personally, but
Thank
all
you.
the way through.
Yeah, I think it possibly plays to Caroline's point about intangibles. you know, and the ideas, the intellectual property, you know, we need that, every generation needs to come forward, don't they, and speak about what they want to see in their city.
And the other thing I think is the fact that with many young people, they need that safe space to make mistakes, because that's how you learn, and that's how you grow and develop, and you leap onto the next new idea. And I think that what we're very good at, and I see this across both universities, is ideation. We're so good at it. And that's why it's frustrating, you know, when we see all that talent leave the region and it goes off into other areas. I walk around and I speak to students from both universities, as I said before, and I am amazed at what they're doing and the connections that they're making. And until we start to finance many more of those spaces where they can explore and make mistakes and grow, you know, I think actually we're going to be really bereft. That's why this bid's so important, because we can see it, we all feel it, we literally feel it, that actually this is an amazing opportunity to push forward and have a major impact, not just across the region, actually, but across the whole country. So I think that the bid's going to be quite significant for all of us.
If I can add and sort of follow on from that, I think also the creative industries have this opportunity to catch some of those people that are perhaps more disenfranchised with traditional education, and I think that's really important. We've done a lot of work with groups that are at risk of getting into county lines and all sorts of things, showing them that, taking them behind the scenes of computer games, showing them how you make them, showing them the things, connecting with the things that they're passionate about and that they want to do, and you can see the transformation. There's so much data supporting it, so I just think that's another element when we talk about what it means to young people that's really important to us and the work we've been doing.
And actually, do you know what? We're going to have to be catching up with them. They're so fast with their ideations. We literally have to hold on to them quite carefully because they spill out of all their ideas so quickly. It's really exciting, and we need to be able to capture all of that.
Yeah. So I think there's something for the feeling is that, of course, they're essential because they are the future of it, to be that bland about it, but it has to have that opportunity, I think, that's spread across the board and enabling that confidence for them to engage with it. If I was to...
What I was going to say is, is I think it's really important to try to protect play.
Yeah.
So there's, you know, the most, I think it's probably still the most viewed TED talk is Ken Robinson's talk. I'm sure lots of you have seen it, and he talks about how, you know, children are basically have creativity beaten out of them, and that's what school does to you largely, or formal education. And I'm personally, you know, mother of two very grown-up children now. That's absolutely been my experience. And so I think we need to find a way of protecting play, of protecting creativity. I mean, I talked a lot about measuring because actually, you know, a lot of my job is basically money and politics. And so I have to keep making the case over and over again for investment based on things that we know in terms of how you capture value. And you know, that's the currency that one has to use to make the case for investment. However, you know, the truth is nobody really knows how you get from how an idea goes from something that, you know, you're in the shower or whatever, although I don't really think they happen that often in the shower, but anyway, but you know, nobody really knows whether something is a cert, and that's the beauty of it all. Who would have thought, this is my board, one of my board members is Ian Livingston, who set up Games Workshop, which is basically a game, I'm sure you all know, wizards and dragons and all of that sort of stuff. Set it up in the 1970s, had a conversation with the bank manager. This is what I want to do. Did he get any money? No, obviously. Well, I think they sold something like 2 billion a couple of years ago, and he went on, you know, after Games Workshop, after he sold Games Workshop, he was behind Tomb Raider and the very sort of first big mass video games, and now he runs he's just raised another 300 million for his venture fund that invests in games. But he started out, as well as his Wizards games, he started out writing interactive novels. Yeah, the Fighting Fantasy series. Okay? So again, who knew where that would come from? Who knew where that would go? So nobody knows. You can measure everything. But actually what you need to do is create the space for play, and you need to create this space for experiment. And as leaders, you really need to get behind uncertainty and be resolute about being able and being willing to fail spectacularly, because occasionally you will have amazing success. So it's about confidence, I think.
Brilliant. I'm going to take a question from online.
Thank you. This is from Jane Bryan. Just following on from what Dan was saying, and exploring more about how we could actively develop with the LEFO creativity region, and also look at it from the perspective of lifelong learning, perhaps engaging with schools to foster a creative enterprise. So really your thoughts on that?
We are a creative region. How can we become more creative? Well, let's win this bid. And let's keep investing in, I was just going to backtrack, like your point about play, I completely agree, and we do need to be confident with it. We need to pay people to play as well. Artists have to pay their rent, they've got to eat, we've got to be paying people properly. And even if they do fail in their first attempt, maybe they'll...
And that's okay.
And that's okay, exactly. I'm not best placed to answer the second part of that question about schools, so I'll defer that to a panel member. I just think I think Southampton's on a great trajectory. I just think we need to keep going. That's the thing, and this, and the bid could really kind of, turbocharge that. And I think it's about continuing to, it's this weird thing coming out of COVID, isn't it? That actually there's somehow we're better networked, with different networks somehow. The amount of Zoom calls you can have with people in it that you wouldn't have got. That, for me, I'm coming out of that period feeling more connected to people in the industry in the city than I was before. And I thought I was quite well connected before. Sorry, Fraser.
No, that's good. And I think the point about the schools is a very good one, about where we situate creativity within the curriculum, and the confidence to see that in different areas, not just in where people think it's going to be. But I'm in motion that we need to move to another question. So if you don't feel it's addressed...
Can I just say something about schools?
Yeah.
I think one of the real challenges is that creative education now is seen as enrichment.
Yeah.
Okay, so particularly in state schools. You look at any independent school prospectus and it is full of pictures pictures of kids playing instruments, performing, painting. But in mainstream state education, it's enrichment, because there's just no money, there's no time. So again, as more and more power does get devolved and more money does get devolved locally, actually again, local leaders need to make a stand about actually making creativity a big thing within education, because it's not something that should be enrichment, it should be for everybody.
It's not an add-on, but the other side of it is actually encouraging more and more spaces, because it's not going to happen overnight. We know that in terms of education within primary and secondary. So what we can do is actually create all those amazing spaces, so that they're not necessarily at the moment, although I'd like it to happen, dependent on the education system to provide that. We've got this amazing community. Why aren't we engendering that within our own community?
I think that's a really, really good point. And I think it also goes to the heart of what's in the bid in terms of how you inculcate that and sit that. So, we'll move on to our next question.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Lee Peck of Lee Peck Media. We're supporting the bid with local and regional PR. I came to Southampton many years ago. I was offered a job in TV, either Maidstone or Southampton. I'd never, coming from the north, heard of Maidstone, but I'd heard of Southampton through the Saints. The point being, I had an image of this brilliant city, and I joined the brigade of honorary Sotonians. So that's what drove me here. My question, I think, to the panel, I picked up Dan's points that Brighton and Bristol have reputations of creative hubs. I think we're throwing Bournemouth there as well. How do we become Southampton as a creative hub, as a unique creative hub? And if the bid's successful, and frankly, even if, heaven forbid, it isn't, should we, and are we going to, put a cohesive strategy together so that we put Southampton on the map, like Silicon Valley in Southampton for techno kids. Can we do that? Can we commit to that? Is Anne-Marie still in the room? You know, so that, you know, we drive this forward, so that we have this impact nationally, so that we have this talent here to invest in this deprivation and drive this brilliant city forward. So there is a question in there somewhere. Okay.
I think if I was going to summarize the question is how do we do this? How do we make ourselves visible and on the map in a way that maybe some of us or some people think that we aren't at the moment? So are there reflections on that from the panel?
I think our cultural vibrancy as a city has been rising, and for a number of years it feels like it's very much going in the right direction. We're not there yet, but we are moving towards it. I think just to build on the point I was saying earlier on, I think, you know, and this plays into retention as well. I talk to so many kind of artists that finish their degrees, visual arts degrees. What are you doing next? Well, we're going to look Brighton, Bristol, London. Why are you going to do that? Well, because they don't really know. They'll then just talk about this kind of cultural, you know, atmosphere that's around a place, and it feels like a place that they can go and find opportunity. So I think there's something that we need to kind of conjure, you know, around that, I think.
I mean, I know a little bit about Bristol in particular because I've worked there for the nearly last 20 years, and I would say that if you look at very successful creative clusters, one of the things that they have is really, really difficult RC leaders. Very, you know, it's really simple. You know, you need to have individuals who make trouble for people and keep the creative agenda first and foremost, and because they do that, they build a head of steam, and they build relationships, they build people behind them, and sometimes they're not the easiest people to get on with, you know, but they're really, really passionate about where they're you know, about their city or their region or whatever, and that sort of brings a coherence to it. And the other thing that you know, those places that you've mentioned have is they do have particular cultural organisations that form the backbone of you know, behind that leadership. So you look at Brighton, you've got the festival, you look at Bristol, you've got the Old Vic, you've got Watershed, you've got Arnold Feeney, all three of those organisations have literally gone up and down and up and down over the last sort of 20 years or so on. So they haven't had an easy ride, but you've got things to pin it on. So I do think that combination of investing in assets, but also, you know, leadership. If you look at lots of other places that don't have lots of infrastructure, what they do have when they're successful, you look at someone like Baltimore, for example, in the States, it is that leadership, it is that desire to be conscious about what you're doing in the cultural space.
I'm just going to do a quick fire from online questions for you. So can you just talk a bit more about the ways in which we can work together as in a more joined up way across the region to ensure Portsmouth, Isle of Wight and Winchester also benefit? It's just quick fire answers because I've got loads of questions online.
I think talking to each other is where it starts, and collaboration and more events like the fantastic event today. I think we need to talk more, we need to understand what the possibilities are, and then we can all help each other because we are stronger that way.
That's amazing. Okay, and from George Newman here, is there a way we can create set cluster meetings across the region?
Yes. Yes. I think that's what we're all saying is yes.
Okay, and I'm just going to post the same going great.
Thank you. I'm Julie Jones-Evans from the Isle of Wight, the Cabinet Member for Regeneration, so thank you for inviting me today. So my question is about placemaking, because that's what I kind of do. And Dan, you said about the journey from the artists move in to the press place, and gentrification has to happen. But does it have to happen? Can we reimagine a different ending where they can actually stay and build their communities even further without being displaced?
I would love to see that ending happen. Maybe it's one of the novels that your trustee wrote. I think, there's a tipping point, isn't there, when those property prices become, you know, so desirable that fat white men can make lots of money out of it. Sorry, I just said that, but it's probably true, isn't it? Property developers will come in and they will suck the economy out of it. How do we stop that happening? I'm not 100% sure. I think you've just got to defend those artists, haven't you? You know, you've just got to defend the value of what they've done to that place, the effort and the sweat and everything they would have put into that. I think that's probably where it needs leadership. It probably needs people like yourself to kind of ring fence that and support them, and not let the property developers in.
It's having inclusion and accessibility at the heart of everything we do as we go forward. That will help, I think, to protect that and to support that as it goes forward.
And can I just say that part of that inclusion is that cultural diversity, because I want to see much more of an impact from a lot of the wonderful cultural and ethnic diversity that we have across this region. Let's see it. I mean, it's a bit like that creative impact. There's lots of creativity, but very often it's hidden. And the job now is to make sure that we evidence it across everything that we do. But alongside all of that is that cultural reference point. I want to see our Southeast Asian communities, I want to see our Asian communities, I want to see our Jamaican, African communities. I want to see them. They are here. So let's really celebrate that also.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're going to do one more question.
So I was going to follow on from that question. I'm Shalina, I run a local restaurant and I'm also chair of Southampton 2025 Trust. Talking about diversity and inclusion, we do talk about it a lot. It's embedded and it's almost like the gold thread when we think about the creative industries. However, how can we actually do it? Because traditionally, a lot of the time, when we talk about creativity, certain communities, it's more of a side hustle. It would never be considered part of the professional. You don't come to this country to become an artist, for example, and it's ingrained in generations. Third, fourth generations of traditional communities and newer communities have come here knowing that they're here for a different life, which means a better life. So how do we find that talent? How do we harness it? How do we pay them? And actually, how do we change the industry so that it becomes aspiring and inspirational for them to actually create careers that is a safe space for them? Lots of questions.
Oh, I know, there was loads. I was sort of calculating them in my head. I mean, I think my first sort of knee-jerk reaction would be about providing platforms. That would be the first one. But actually, it starts with education. It has to. And I'm very aware that within education and our diverse communities, that they're not encouraged to go into the creative arts. But then I'm also very aware that it's not being supported very much as we'd like, being political here, within schools. And so I think building on that, it's got to be quite an active approach. And actually going into those communities and supporting the creative arts that actually are existing within them and giving them a larger platform. It has to happen.
I think also putting some resource into careers education for parents. That feels to me like that's going to be the deciding factor. It's changing the minds around parents and having a conversation with somebody to say, actually, you can make a really good living as a lawyer, for example, in film or television or theatre or whatever. Your child is much more likely to have a longer career as a games designer than they are as a panel beater. It's coming up with some of those facts and figures around what the world of work looks like now.
It's much more flexible.
Yeah, but I think it is very much around, kids know all this. It's their parents that we probably need to persuade first and foremost. So it's about giving opportunity and platform absolutely to creativity and to creative people, but it's also perhaps about being a bit strategic around the messaging to parents, and actually, sort of demystifying. That's what I spend my whole life doing, demystifying what the creative industries are, because yes, absolutely, it is artists, it is graffiti artists and dancers and so on, but actually behind the scenes of so many industries there are people with creative skills.
Brilliant. We're just looking into the room to see whether that is it for our time and questions. We could genuinely, I think, talk for a very long time about this because it's both important and interesting and inspiring. So I'd just like to thank the panel and everyone for watching and for their questions. And this is deliberately part of an ongoing conversation, because it's only through doing this that will actually shape a strategy that delivers on what some of those questions were asked for. So how do we do this, and how do we do this for everyone? So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fraser. Thank you very much to our panel, and that takes us into our short lunch break. Just before we do that, I just wanted to say that what a fascinating and powerful conversation by 5 pretty incredible people, who inhabit very unique territory, nationally, regionally, and locally. So a few takeaways, I think. There was a number of fantastic questions from the floor and from online. How do we become a Southampton creative hub? The diversity of thoughts and ideas. Every generation wants to come forward. Online, there were some equally rich thoughts and ideas. Lifelong collaboration exists across the ages and not just with certain groups. Oh my God, it's not just the youth who are tech savvy. The CYP voice. The CYP voice is very much at the heart of this bid. The panel, a willingness to fail spectacularly. Love that. Create the space for play. Inclusivity and accessibility at the heart of every decision that we make. Evidence of the hidden creativities in our community. I want to see them, not my words. Sharon from our panel. Lovely, lovely, really powerful words. So this wraps up the morning session of the event. We're going to break for lunch now. Those of you who are watching online, there'll be some videos and some films for you to engage with. So please continue to keep that link live. We'll now break, and we'll see you back within an hour for more afternoon workshops. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
I'm Claire Whitaker, and I'm Bid Director for Southampton's bid to be UK City of Culture in 2025. As part of our bid, we've done a lot of consultation and a lot of research, and we found out a lot more about the creative industries, not just in the city, but also across the region. We can see that we've got some absolute jewels in the crown, but we can also see there is really room to grow and develop our creative industries. And what we're really interested in is creating a context where artists, creative industries, the creators of the future can really look at Southampton and think it's a place to settle, a place to stay, a place to live and establish their practice. But we also want to connect up the region a lot more. We have regional partners for the bid, and this is a chance to tell our story as a region and to look at what's doing really well, and look at where we have expertise and things which are really world class, and to also examine where there are opportunities for us to grow. I've been really lucky to work in the creative industry most of my working life. The thing for me is that work doesn't feel like work when you do something that you absolutely love. I think the pandemic has shown that we need the creative industries to feed our souls. As things continue to open up, I'm so glad that the cultural sector is able to really look to the future with a bit more certainty. And I think now is the time to really think about what that means and where we need to go strategically and what the opportunities are. We want to build the conditions in Southampton and in the wider region to make sure that creativity thrives, to make sure that we maximise our tourism potential, to look at live events, big scale landmark commissions, which are very much part of our bid, to really put Southampton and the region on the map and to really tell the story of the diversity of our city, to have an inclusive approach which really gives everybody the opportunity to take part and to see the possibilities that the creative industries offer.
Southampton, city-made fragment by river and wall of yesterday's brick, mishmash side by side, eager to thrive, not sit. A nation's front door, anchor of merchant, stranger to friend.
High tide, carry route, Solent scent.
Western horizon, seen from masts. Wetland bird, vast sky.
Kickflips on concrete, catching air, flying high.
Heels strut on stage, all walks march pride.
Bells of St. Mary's croon in chime. Over chit-chat in corner shops and shadows of high-rise. Iron bird spits fire from jazz-streaked walks. Streets talk of saints with red, white stripes marching. Pavements sing. Spin, ball, bowling. Calls in parks in Southampton. Flower and tree-lined common. Park runs.
Shark strike. Open playing field. City for everyone.
Plectrum verse of Derby Road. Bow of races.
Sounds of South Asian summers throughout times and spaces.
Scribbles and sights and verses made vocal.
Global scent savoured of dishes made local.
Art beneath arches. In shops now galleries filled with creativity. Dances on stage, dances on street, sway of arm, pivot of feet.
Records revolving, percussion patterns from DJ holding crowd.
Join his arms, broadcasting.
Worlds come together, we're talking, so listen. Let culture scale walls, let it be for all. Let Southampton grow, let's make it so.
I'm Ellie Kinsley and my specialism is ceramics. So my specialism with ceramics, because it is such a huge subject, is specifically throwing. So the little ghost moment on the pottery wheel, that's me, I love that. I do mainly home decor, so yeah, plant pots and mugs and bowls and things like that, but I do try and do a bit of everything. My garage is now my studio. Yeah, it's a double thing now. Nobody else can park their cars in the garage, it's just my studio now. Here there is a bigger push for the arts in general, and there's definitely, even the galleries to come and get inspiration from, there's more than a lot of places. I grew up in Southampton at Guildhall, like I was there every week for a different gig or concert or whatever. There's always something going on, and quite often I'll just walk down a street and see a poster and be like, oh cool, I'll do that next week.
My name is Dominic Green, and in partnership with Artful Scribe, I am currently Young Writer in Residence at Mayflower Studios. I have an avid interest in creative writing, and growing up in Southampton, I feel like my generation have been on the receiving end of so many initiatives in that field, through school or set up locally, that looking back I find invaluable. You know, author visits, summer reading challenges, writing groups and competitions. Being given that insight and encouragement from so early an age, primary school age, is doubtless what spurred me on to go after writing as a career in the way that I have done and am doing. I've just graduated from Central School of Speech and Drama, doing the second half of my degree remotely from home in Southampton, and I'm lucky enough to find myself already occupied in relevant work, such that I'm able to part from my retail job and get a start in what I want to be doing. At the same time, I'm very grateful to be receiving a talent development bursary from the City Council. The way that I understand the bid is that by winning, Southampton can sustain and even extend its outreach. And that's not just to do with writing or performing, which I've gotten to do a lot of. It's food and sports and culture in every sense. To be granted the chance to exercise a talent just by being born here, as opposed to born into anything that would secure that creative platform already, is a commendable way of doing things. And I would resist letting that fall to chance and becoming more exclusive and less attainable for the next generation of children on their way. If this is a way to do that, then it's a fantastic thing, and I sincerely hope that this city can win the bid.
My name is Gonçalo. I'm 21 years old and I'm a filmmaker. it's kind of always been there. I think I got it a lot from my dad, because he was very into like wildlife photography and stuff like that. So I was always like wanting to grab his camera. And yeah, like when I was 11, I think that was when I did my first kind of like stop motion videos with like Play-Doh and stuff, and I just like fell in love with it ever since. Southampton is the first city in the UK that I've lived in. So there's nature, there's like city, there's the old town. Like personally, I think that it makes it a very good space for coming up with creativity and new ideas.
My name is Jasmine and my creative is dance, so I specialise in also teaching dance. I basically was a cheer coach, and especially in like the dance section, so I did hip hop dance with that. And I was also doing heels. I loved how dancing in heels made me feel, and I decided to be like, okay, well, I don't see that many people teaching it in Southampton. The girls loved it. It was full of like not just teaching like the actual act of dancing, but I was finessing their technique as well as like making them feel confident within themselves. Southampton gave me the opportunity to make it my niche. The uni built another building, like the sports complex, and they have a few dance studios that I was able to use for like my personal training. So we have that, and there's one other dance studio, and that's called Studio 17, and I can hire that out for like my classes. I want my classes to be so open that anyone can just come and have fun and like not feel intimidated or like this pressure to be amazing and finesse as a dancer. Like you can just kind of come and have fun, and I love that feeling to just make girls feel confident.
I'm Katie Baker and I'm a sculptor. I do a bit of freelancing with magazines, in talks with Merlin about some work. I moved to Southampton for university, and that's when I kind of found my love of sculpting, so it all kind of started here. I've always found it really easy to find other people to collaborate with in Southampton, like just through my university career and people I've met through that. Like it was always easy to find other creatives who are maybe good at filming or good at being in front of the camera or like doing sound editing and stuff like that. So it's always just been a very like good place to meet other creatives like who are interested in just making work together and doing cool stuff.
My name is Max Lister, I am 19 and I am an artist. I like to paint, but I also like to make films and like experiment with what I can do, really. I learned how to use cameras and how to make films through the City Eye Summer Youth Project. It was quite a fun experience to have when I was quite young, which then set me on a trajectory of wanting to work with cameras and then getting me interested in kind of arts in a non-isolated, like collaborative way. I had an appreciation for the things that Southampton had, which is quite a broad and accepting range of arts. Southampton pushed me on that direction by giving me this opportunity to learn a technique and then use it in my own work.
I'm an advocate of the creative industry, obviously, because I'm in it myself. I have been for the last 6 years. But there's no better person to talk to about the creative industry herself than Anne-Marie. Come on. We haven't got a backing track for you, Anne, unfortunately. Sorry about that.
Gabby, how are you?
Very good, thank you. I know you mentioned earlier that you've lived in Southampton your entire life, so no better person to talk to about Southampton than yourself. What brings it, what makes it a place on the map, and what does it have to offer in terms of the creative industry?
Yeah, well, I've lived in the region, Gabby, just in case people are looking for my address in Southampton. But in terms of what makes Southampton, I think there are so many facets. The heritage, absolutely amazing. A place of real history and real character. I think, as in all places, the people. I think, you know, there is a very rich mix of people in the city, all with a strong sense of pride in the city. And I think that sense of place and that sort of pride of place and a sense of community is so evident right across the city, and I think that does in many sense make it a very distinctive and very sort of endearing place. And I think obviously on a wider basis the assets of the city, and that's the businesses, our sort of university offering, and obviously some of those big coastal assets like the port. And I ought to mention the football team just in case people think I've forgotten the sporting assets as well.
Of course, you mentioned the football team there. Didn't do too well at the weekend, did they? No, but we'll forget about that.
We live in hope. Some good times ahead. So yeah.
And you do mention the football team, and that ties in really nicely with community, and St Mary's and Southampton as a whole does have that very much family feel in the football stadium. So obviously that's a huge factor as well, and tying in the creative industry with this place as well, because it's quite welcoming, isn't it?
Definitely, and I think people sometimes when they look at creatives forget the diversity, whether it's the arts and the culture, the sort of performance side, the galleries, but sport is such a universal dimension to creative and cultural, and it does bring people together, all ages, all sort of groups. And as a regular visitor to the St Mary's Stadium myself, and I'm going to see Watford at the weekend, so fingers crossed.
That's where I'm from.
Oh well, sorry Gabby, on this level I'm afraid we're going to go for a home win. But genuinely I think sport is such an amazing enabler, and opens doors to other dimensions within the creative industry itself. So absolutely I'm a massive sort of fan of promoting all the dimensions that the sector have to offer.
Okay, and another thing, it's the place you mentioned in your speech as well, it being like geographically and culturally, it's a really nice place on the map to be. So why does that tie in quite nicely with the creative industry too?
Well, I think the Solent is a very special place. I mean, as someone that's lived here all my life, obviously I would say that. But I think when you have this compelling offer of sort of 3 islands, 2 peninsulas, 2 cities, it brings with it an eclectic and rich mix of thinking, of imagination, of innovation. And I think that is genuinely what sets it apart. You know, if you're on the Isle of Wight, you could feel like you're in the Mediterranean, and you have a particular vibe and a culture that supports an island like that. City life takes a bit of beating too, and then you've got that sort of coastal tapestry of experience. So for me, I think the collection of those experiences, the geography, and obviously the sort of wider support from the research and academic community, I just think it's a cracking place to be.
I agree. Something about the coast, it ties in nicely. It gives you that sense in the air, doesn't it, of opportunity?
100%. And I think, you know, a number of our sort of local pioneers in the creative and cultural industry are inspired by the coast, whether it's music, there's some amazing artwork, or even some of those craft industries are all influenced by their surroundings, their natural surroundings. And that's something that you can't sort of artificially create. It is a sort of natural gift to the region that I think does inspire our sort of creative and cultural pioneers. So I just think it's fantastic.
Okay, well, thank you so much for your time, and I hope you get you a home win.
We will get our home win. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
I am proud to be an ambassador for Southampton in the bid to become UK City of Culture in 2025. I am passionate about our city. It's a city that has nurtured me as a kid and has supported me as an adult. The inspiration from my first album, Born to Do It, all came from experiences growing up in this special city. Especially the time spent in Ocean Village with my friends, hanging out at the marina, and those fun walks through Hoggins Park to St Mary's Street to buy musical equipment. The city is bursting with culture. Much of it self-made by the people of Southampton, and will always be home in my heart. We have our fair share of challenges, especially now, but we who have been born and brought up here, and those of us who've come from all parts of the world to make Southampton home, know how brilliant this city is at supporting each other and raising one another up during difficult times. A place where ships sail, where great universities attract the best minds, where sportsmen and women excel, where world-class art galleries are open to all, and of course where you find the new generation of music makers already emerging. I'm so proud of that talent and the open-hearted generosity of the people of Southampton. The expression cosmopolitan fits us like a glove, And now we have the opportunity to be part of the story of our future city and tell it to the world. Never has it been more important than now, as we face so much uncertainty as a city and as a country. We need bravery and imagination to create a new story for ourselves. Our future is not yet written, so I say to everyone in Southampton, join in, and I say to everyone else, join us, choose Southampton.
I was born in Southampton. I grew up in an area called Bitton Park. I went to the local school. I was very lucky to grow up in a very creative household. Both of my grandmothers were dressmakers, needlewomen. So when I was about 11, I discovered there was a job called a dress designer, and suddenly everything fell into place, and I thought that's definitely what I'm going to do. The art college that I attended later became Solent University, which is now quite an enormous faculty for the arts. I believe in the creative arts and the way that they can completely regenerate areas, and therefore we need the students that come to study in Southampton to stay in Southampton, and we need to open up areas for them to build their own businesses, as I did. Southampton is a city of transformation. It's a multicultural society because of the nature of it being a port. I think Southampton becoming the city of culture will give it the spark it needs to grow into the place that it really should be. I feel that the city not only deserves to win, but it needs to win. The people there have been resilient. There's an enormous amount of creativity and energy. It's Southampton's time to shine.
So James, if we want to talk business, we talk to you. You're the man, aren't you?
I am what is known as the businessman, yes. Yeah.
You're suited and booted, just like myself.
I've tried to come up a little bit creative today, so trying to fit in with the rest of the room, really.
Okay, well, it's working. Okay, you were speaking to me just off camera there as well. You're a family man too, and you were saying of the importance of, having a family in the region. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, I've got 2 young kids. We're so lucky where we live and living here. I think just at the weekend we spent several hours in the New Forest, for example, walking the dog, going out, popping into a couple of little coffee shops. So much out there that we can enjoy. But then actually the day after, we're down the beach, we're enjoying. We've got an ice cream on the beach, maybe not this time of year, but there are a few people out in the sea. Bit of swimming, so we're so lucky in terms of all of that around. And actually, we can also get into London with about an hour and a half as well. Actually, a bit of a romantic. Took my wife to Valentine's Day up to the West End in London. We watched a little bit of Pretty Woman, so that was nice. So in terms of we can get there in an hour and a half. So actually, what we're able to do locally from where we are, we can really enjoy all of them sort of assets and sort of cultural and creative sort of industries that make us successful.
Was the train busy on Valentine's Day? Or?
No, it wasn't. But it was the theatre was packed actually. So there's a lot of red roses. It got me a lot of brownie points. I hope the wife is watching today as well. I should say that.
Commenting.
Yeah. Nicely, hopefully.
Also, you mentioned there as well. A lot of people, especially since COVID, are moving a little bit further away from London. I noticed. I am from London myself. But I noticed when I got on the train yesterday, rush hour time, it was packed. So somewhere like here, people want to move to more so since COVID. Like, why would you say that is?
I think, being surrounded by, we're all sort of been working at home. We have as well, stuck in the office. And, it was really tough for people and businesses and everybody, been having to work from home, which in the sort of nature of work that we do has been challenging. Speaking to a lot of business owners that are on the brink of losing their business. And when we were on sort of lockdown, we weren't even allowed to go out of the house and enjoy what was around us and literally on our doorstep. So I think people have kind of recognised that and started. Habits are changing a little bit, and I think where I talked about where we live, we bought a inflatable kayak, for example, and I'd love to own a boat, but unfortunately finances and all of that. So we bought a kayak, and I've been able to get the kids out on the kayak. you know, the amount of water that we're surrounded by. We bought mountain bikes, so we're able to go out in the forest, down the mountain bikes, all very safe, of course, with the children. But just being able to get out and do that, and a good real mix of, you know, working at home and that sort of whole work and play balance, really.
You sold it to me. I wouldn't fancy a kayak on the Thames. So. And more on the business side of things, the importance of partners in the region and support to BID as well.
Yeah, it's collaboration is key, I think, and you know, we work with we have a range of sort of strategic partners that we work with. That can range from local authorities, so making sure we, you know, engage with our sort of 8 local authorities across the whole of the region. Then we also make sure we work with both the public and private sector. I think it's key that we engage and leverage off what we can from private sector partners as well. But we're quite a condensed area. There's a lot of people, a lot of businesses. There's a lot of support available, so it can be a very difficult place to navigate for businesses in terms of if they're looking for help or support. You know, what does that look like? Where do they go? Who do they speak to? So trying to create that environment where what we might call like a no wrong door type approach. So although you might come and speak to us, you can still get to, you know, someone else that you need to speak to, and vice versa. If you come in through them, they can then refer it back to us. So trying to work collaboratively is key to not our success, but also I think the region's success as well.
Well, you're going to be working collaboratively a little bit later on because you're going to be doing a workshop. What will that consist of?
Yeah, so we've got a small panel. We've got a couple of experts. We've got one expert, Andy, from IncuHive. IncuHive are a sort of flexible co-working space business that have grown recently in the last sort of year, I would say, opening up. You know, talked about people's habits changing. So creating spaces where people can start businesses, but also environments where they can network, meet others, collaborate, and probably quite sociable spaces as well. I think, you know, where people work and where they operate from, the environments have changed. It's gone are the days of probably just kind of banks and lines of desks and people. You know, very much new young entrepreneurs are looking for slightly different environments, whether that be a pizza and a beer after work, or, you know, going out on a run at lunchtime, etc., etc. So we've got Andy coming in to talk about startups and some of the challenges, some of the support available for startups. We've also got a colleague from our Solent and Apprenticeship Skills Hub, Jodie, who's going to talk about talent, skills, and what training opportunities. We're also going to hear from a creative business, Helical, who one of the partners in supporting run this live event as well, and get a bit of a view from the business themselves in terms of what challenges and opportunities they've had to face.
Okay, well, brilliant. Well, I fancy my beer and my pizza over the run on my lunch, but thank you so much for your time, James. Thank you.
Thanks, Gabby. Thanks.
I was born in Southampton General in 1974. Both my mum and dad are from Southampton. In fact, they lived in the same street in Bitton, and they met when they were 6 years old. They went to the same school. They started dating when they were 18, and they're still together now at 77. I was obsessed with dance, and I was obsessed with MTV, music culture, particularly hip-hop culture, pop culture. I did my work experience in Southampton at the Mayflower Theatre and at the Nuffield Theatre in my late teens, early 20s. What I've discovered with hip-hop dance and music, and any dance and music, is the benefits to young people for their personal development, for their growth, for their self-esteem. I would love to see Southampton win the bid to be City of Culture. And it's the city that introduced me to dance in the first place, and I would love to see dance particularly, but culture in its entirety, brought to the city in a major way. I really think young people in the city need it. I'd love to see Southampton be known for something more than the place that you go to get on a cruise or get the ferry to the Isle of Wight. The thing that unites us is the passion and the love for the art, whether it's dance or music, and all the divisions between us, whether it's our heritage, our religion, our gender, our sexuality. The divisions have never felt important, because what's felt important is that we're united with our love of dance and music. I feel now more than ever that we need that, and a city like Southampton that is so diverse needs something right now that isn't about dividing people. There's so much division all the time. No better time to bring Southampton something that brings this diverse community together and shows us what we have in common, not what we have that is different. I have every faith that we are going to win.
So I'm here with the lovely Shalina, and it certainly shows you're in the creative industry because you look lovely today, winning on the Style Stakes this morning. How are you getting on? And can you just tell us a little bit about your role for starters too?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm now chair of Southampton 2025 Trust. So we're in the process of leading through the bid. But my personal hat is I'm an owner of a restaurant, La Case Mama, Mauritian Street Kitchen here in Southampton.
Oh, busy lady then.
Absolutely.
Tell me a little bit about the importance of that collaboration in the workplace, especially when that is linked with obviously the creative industry too.
I think probably on a broader perspective, events like this today help us to get a really good multi-agency approach to partnership. I think in terms of the region, being able to talk to each other about what our creative industries really feel and look like is key to moving forward, really.
Okay, and why is the region here so important in terms, obviously, the creative industry too?
Why is this region important? I think Southampton in particular has had a story for so long. We're often a story of movement, and it's a transitional story. A lot of people come to Southampton, but they don't often stay. So they move through here because of the port. They'll come here as the first, point off a boat, for example, and then they transition to other places in the UK. And I think Southampton has never really shouted so loudly about who they are before, but we're a town, we're a very young city. We're a diverse city, and we speak over 150 languages. And I think collectively that voice, that creative voice, needs to be shouted about, hence the reason why we're bidding for Southampton to be UK City of Culture.
Okay, and it's really interesting what you say, because about being transient and people coming here and then leaving. They used to say that about the football club as well. They used to call Southampton a feeder club because they'd grow and create amazing players, but then they'd move on and sell them. And I had a few friends that went to Solent Uni. They're great in what they do, working in music and in the arts industry too, but again, they've moved on. So what can you do to kind of keep them here and stay and make it this a place on the map that for the creative industry?
Well, actually, I think this is probably where I talk about my personal story a bit. So I'm born and bred Southampton, and I left the city, stayed out of Southampton, lived in London for about 10 to 12 years and did MasterChef there. Now, most people who do MasterChef and win MasterChef tend to get restaurants in London. They go on to do things London-centric, and I didn't want to. There was a burning desire to bring it back home. Bring it to Southampton. Why not? Why should Southampton not be the place where we have a thriving food cultural scene? Why can't I help to inspire other people, other industries, and work together with lots of different people to try and to bring my food to the city? So I think in terms of a personal drive, for me, I want to see the city grow, and I want to harness what we have, keep our talent, and pay them.
Okay, and it was interesting what a gentleman was saying earlier about having Bristol and Brighton as a place on the map. What would differentiate Southampton from that, and to have their identity as different to the other two?
Well, we're not Brighton and we're not Bournemouth. We are Southampton, and Southampton, I think our greatest asset is our people. And we have an incredible cultural industry. I think we have just never been proud enough to talk about it. And I think that's what the bid is helping us to do, is to help have a cohesive and collective voice. And we're getting some people from all different communities, people who have never really been heard before, and giving them that sort of power to be able to say that we are Southampton and we're going to make it so.
Okay. Well, you sold it to me, and you sold your restaurant to me as well. I'll be popping around there later on. Thank you so much, Shalina.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've had a long association with the Southampton City Art Gallery, which goes back to when I was a child. I remember one specific painting that absolutely fascinated me, because I couldn't understand how you could make paintings that were like this. And that was a painting by Tristram Hillier. It's a very small Mediterranean scene. It fascinated me, and it drew me in to all the other things that were around it. I know that I enjoyed coming to the gallery very much, and I would always go to see this one painting because I kept thinking, how do they do that? A gallery has a great purpose in intriguing people about art, about how things are made, what they mean, for various reasons. Those reasons aren't always easy to fathom why, for example, I make art. But I know that it's something that I have to do, and I get an amazing pleasure, and that pleasure includes a great deal of difficulty. To have somewhere to display those products that people make is very important, because it means other people can look at them and try and figure out what's it about and how does it connect to me. And what that is, essentially, is an exchange of ideas between people, the person who made it and the person who's looking at it. For me, culture is an exchange of ideas. Culture doesn't exist with one person. It has to have people and places for that to happen. And I think Southampton has that in abundance, that ability to do that. And I think the bid for the City of Culture is a way of really focusing on that aspect of culture, getting this exchange between people.
So I'm here with James, who is an advocate of the creative industry for obvious reasons. Tell me a little bit about your business for starters.
Sure. So I run a business called Shogun Social, and essentially we help businesses post like creators. It's a bit of an easy equation. For anyone that asks yourself at home, how many businesses do you follow for fun when the workday's over?
There we are.
Yeah, not many. And that's the problem we're trying to solve, essentially. So, we have clients like Barclays Eagle Labs, Southampton 2025, and Southampton City Council. And it's essentially humanising them, helping them realise they need to earn an audience and you can no longer buy it, especially in post-pandemic changes. And we do that via TikTok, podcasting, and basically everything in the creative realm to make sure you can actually put out good content.
Okay. And the creative industries, it's got more importance, I'd say, now more than ever, hasn't it?
Absolutely, because if you don't have an online audience, you don't exist. So creatively speaking, you need to think of creative ways to actually earn an audience. You have to find good ways to interact with people and, build a real community, regardless of what type of business you are or actually what type of creator you are. So, creative ways around that are extremely important. And there are multiple avenues and ways in, because I actually came from an account management background, not actually traditional creative. So you find your way in and then eventually you end up finding your strengths.
Okay, well, how did you find your way in then? If you said you were from an account background, how did you transition into this?
So I went to Solent, did advertising, got a job in B&Q's advertising team in their lead marketing sector. Didn't like it very much. It's very, very corporate, and you don't get to be that creative in your client side. So then I went agency side, spent some time in some other agencies, and in my last one, we were in lockdown 1. So in my bedroom, just me going, I'm working for someone else here, don't really like it. So let's take the creative skills, the gap I saw with how the pandemic was changing social media, especially with TikTok, and I went, let's start a business to help other businesses post like creators. Got on Fiverr, got some of my own clients, enough to get my own salary out. And then here we are a year and 7 months later with the likes of Barclays Council and Southampton 2025.
So you have to be quite self-sufficient as well, don't you, in terms of this? You have to be a self-starter, and it's not all about learning things and what you could learn at uni, whatever. It's about, very much comes from you too, doesn't it?
Yeah, if it wasn't for the extra stuff I did outside of uni, I would not be stood here. It is lots of extra education, so all of the things that HubSpot provide is free education, all the Google Skill Shop that they provide, YouTube tutorials, and then finding the way you communicate via content is another one as well. So if I didn't go out and get those extra qualifications, plus also find your own work experience, I can't emphasize that enough. Go and find people, reach out to people, even if it's a long shot. LinkedIn's amazing for it. Just make sure you get on that, because I wouldn't be here without stepping up and doing those extra bits.
Yeah, and you mentioned things like YouTube tutorials. Is that how you kind of learnt your craft too? Was that played a huge part in that too?
Well, when you're trying to find out certain ways to do TikToks, so people have made up like unique transitions and things like that. So, when you're trying to go on your phone, you're like, okay, right, so I've got to do that, and then I've got to flip it around. It's stuff like that can actually be quite interesting to know, or different editing techniques, because I did TV and film in college, a basic degree of that. But, there's always more to learn in that regard, like no motion graphics or anything else. So you have to bootstrap and learn everything yourself to a basic degree, and then get in specialists as you go, which is how the business has been growing now. Now there's 4 of us, but we're hiring for 3 more. And open to work experience.
There we go. Yeah. Advertisement there. How many TikToks have you done in your spare time then, have you?
Quite a few, although we could definitely be better with it. It requires a lot of volume TikTok, so anyone looking to get into it now, I would design yourself a bit of a sprint, so you can post 1 or 2 TikToks a day for the next 2 months. And then you have a really solid standing on the platform itself. So if you're going to start TikTok, do it right, do it human, and keep it casual, because that's the biggest thing. Authenticity reigns on the app.
Okay, just quickly about the bid. How much does it excite you? And obviously, if they were to be successful and win, how much would that benefit your business?
It would benefit us massively. I mean, the fact that we support them already, because I believe in the vision. I think there's always been this perfect gap to bring Southampton together. I was talking to Councillor Fitzhenry the other day purely about why Southampton feels a bit bitty, and it's because we never really recovered after the war, apparently, which I had no idea about, because we were bombed to all hell. And then as our communities are almost segmented, this could finally bring a thing that brings us together to actually create us and make us a powerhouse. And having been born and lived here, you know, I want that. There's that sense of pride in me. Plus, there's already a creative gap for us because we're already the largest social media agency in Southampton by accident, because there wasn't one before. So there's a massive gap for us to grow. It's a massive gap for Southampton to grow, and I want to see it all flourish together. And this is going to be the thing to do it.
Yeah, you've obviously already seen a huge change since, obviously, like you said, growing up to now, because you're still here.
Yeah, absolutely. Living and breathing and succeeding. And I'm glad I actually get to create jobs in the town I was born in. So it's really cool. And there's still so many businesses that I know I can help and bring partnerships with, and generally just help everyone flourish.
Okay, best of luck to you, and thanks for your insight. Thank you. Cheers, thanks.
Hello, my name is Kwame from African Activities. This is our pledge for Southampton 2025 City of Culture. It's an exciting moment, exciting time. Yes, and we are very pleased as an African Activities to be part of this. Our pledge is to continue doing the good work we are doing by including all gender. Being an African organization, there's so many we have to tackle. This our pledge is very important to us. It's something we are doing already. We are working right now, we are working with them. One of the LGBTQ plus organization in Ghana, to make sure we advocate for them both here and the diaspora, to make sure everyone is free, being included in the City of Culture. This brings more bigger opportunity for us to show, to tell the public what we are about and what we are doing, because we are doing it more than to say. Action is more louder than words. When we visit schools, we motivate the children, we bring them hope, excitement, and this is what we are going to do. We need more difference, more other people, to be included. This is our pledge. Because I remember going to so many schools, the head teacher will call and say, "How did you do it?" Because these kids does not even come out. But since you've been to this school, they always look forward, seeing you. And I said, yeah, it's because they've heard something about themselves, and we are going to do it, and we are going to continue doing it, bringing people together. Pledges are very important for Southampton, bidding for City of Culture 2025, because we have to stick to what we say. If you plant a tree, you need to water the tree to grow. So if we pledge to do something, we have to focus on it and make sure it's done. And that's why pledging is very important for Southampton.
I'm Louise Govia.
So we've got Dan Crow here. You may have heard him speak a little bit earlier on. Very creative individual, all about the arts. I think a lot of people would probably quite like to know how you got into what you do, and just please can you explain your role and your background as well?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I came to Southampton in 1995 to be a student, studied fine art here at Solent University, and by the time I'd ended my course I had lots of friends here. It's a much bigger city than where I'm from, and I just felt there was lots of opportunities in Southampton. I think there's still opportunities here now, and I wanted to open an art gallery, so I did, and that's where my kind of creative journey began really, yeah.
I found it when I was at school, they kind of would try to steer you away from creative subjects. I don't know why so much, but now I feel like creativity is at the core of most things that we do. Why do you think there's been so much of a change, and how beneficial is that to obviously this area too?
I think the switch to kind of value in our creativity and our creative industries is huge. We saw some statistics earlier, like, it's 116 billion pounds for the economy every year. That's huge. Like you, I was dissuaded at school, and actually that was the only thing I really wanted to do. So I wasn't that academic, and I just kind of gravitated toward arts, and kind of did my GCSEs, A levels, and degrees. Just kind of that was the route I followed, really. And I'd encourage anyone to take that route. It was more about, and I didn't realise this at the time, I was just following my passion. And I think if you truly believe in what drives you as a person, you can make a career out of that. Even if it seems like an abstract thing, like I was a painter. How am I going to make? Well, I don't know, but I'll You know, you forge a career somehow because the passion keeps you interested, and any creative, any startup creative has to work tremendously hard. And you're not going to work that hard if it's not something you're passionate about. Exactly. You know.
And also, you mentioned you were obviously studying art. Again, back when I was at school, they didn't really give you many options in terms of what you could go on to do in terms of art. Yeah. You were obviously passionate about what you wanted to do, and so it's obviously paid off. But for now, do you feel like there are more opportunities in terms of in that industry?
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. I think the economy is more geared around that, and one of our panellists touched on it earlier on. You could be a lawyer but still work with intellectual property. There's still a creative angle to that. And again, I think more contemporary view on that coming out of lockdown. You know, a lot of people use that time to kind of reconnect with things that were creative for them. So whilst we're here today talking about creative industries, I think, you know, creativity is just an innate human, passion, desire, ability. So it's something that we should all really kind of value in ourselves. If it's your business or not, you know, it's just good for you, good for your well-being.
Okay. And if we pinpoint Southampton as a whole, as a creative place, what has the city got to offer?
It's got lots of room for things to happen in. We haven't reached saturation point yet, you know. It was, we're not Bristol or Brighton, and we don't want to be. We want to be Southampton. And we've got a really brilliant sort of set of scenes here. The music scene in the city is fantastic. The visual arts scene here is fantastic. And there's roots into those. The challenge of anyone going into a creative industry, especially as an artist, is getting paid properly. So, you know, organisations like ourselves and many, many others around the country are all signed up to kind of fair pay campaigns, because you see so many artists develop portfolio careers or work in Tesco's to support their practice. And we, as an industry, we're trying to stop that. We need to value people and pay them properly. So I think if we can crack that nut, and then we'd encourage more people to come into the art sector.
Okay, and you mentioned obviously Bristol and Brighton there. How does Southampton, or how will Southampton create their own identity? Because or differentiate themselves from them two places?
Well, I think we are already. We've just got a lot much further way to go on that journey, you know. How do we do it? I think we could really, I think of Bristol, I think of Banksy, I think of Massive Attack. You know, I think we could really do with some more breakthrough bands. Not that we've hadn't had any, but more. You know, some real kind of breakthrough artists. So we've got some role models. So other people around the country, you know, you might hear of that band, and then you kind of link to where they're from. And I think that would really help build up our kind of cultural currency. There's not one answer. We need a whole bunch of things to happen, but we're definitely on the right, you know, facing in the right direction.
Okay, I don't want to look too far ahead, but winning bid, how much would that impact like local businesses or even emerge new talent in the area as well?
It's difficult to articulate. It's huge, you know, and you look at the sort of the statistics of what came out of Hull and the economy of Hull, and it could be Southampton's boom time. It really, really could. The opportunities that it could bring for local people, local artists are huge. You know, we could be bringing people into the city that have never, you know, produced theatre here before, put on exhibitions here before. So it's just massive. It's difficult to describe how big this could be.
Yeah, well, you're clearly passionate about it, I can see there. But thank you so much for your time, Dan. I'm excited. I wish the best of luck.
Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
Cheers. Bye.
Hello, my name is Kwame from African Activities. This is our pledge for Southampton 2025 City of Culture. It's an exciting moment, exciting time. Yes, and we are very pleased as an African Activities to be part of this. Our pledge is to continue doing the good work we are doing by including all gender. Being an African organization, there's so many we have to tackle. This our pledge is very important to us. It's something we are doing already. We are working right now, we are working with them, one of the LGBTQ plus organization in Ghana to make sure we advocate for them both here and the diaspora, to make sure everyone is free, being included in the City of Culture. This brings more bigger opportunity for us to show, to tell the public what we are about and what we are doing, because we are doing it more than to say. Action is more louder than words. When we visit schools, we motivate the children, We bring them hope, excitement, and this is what we are going to do. We need more difference, more other people, to be included. This is our pledge. Because I remember going to so many schools, the head teacher will call and say, "How did you do it?" Because this kid does not even come out. But since you've been to this school, they always look forward to seeing you. And I said, it's because they've heard something about themselves. And we are going to do it, and we are going to continue doing it, bringing people together. Pledges are very important for Southampton, bidding for City of Culture 2025. Because we have to stick to what we say. If you plant a tree, you need to water the tree to grow. So if we pledge to do something, we have to focus on it and make sure it's done. And that's why pledging is very important for Southampton.
Hello to you both, firstly. You both look very nice. Nice tie there, very creative in itself. Yeah. You're both from the Isle of Wight, aren't you?
Yes, we are, Gabby. Yeah, glad to be here today in Southampton, supporting the City of Culture bid.
Indeed, well, it's great to have you. Firstly, I'd quite like to know, what does the Isle of Wight bring to the table?
Well, I've actually got a raft of untapped potential on the island, a very, very creative place. In fact, from an economic point of view, 30% of people who are employed on the Isle of Wight are employed in a creative industry. So it's really, really important to us. And, our history, as well as what currently goes on with our music festivals. And, well, Jonathan, we've got so much, haven't we?
We have so much, yes. We're sort of cultural oasis. So we go from Tennyson and Turner back in the day to Wet Leg Coach Party. We're not called Festival Island for a good reason. It's there's so much going on the island. There's something every weekend during the summer, whether it be the big Isle of Wight Festival to little events like the Sweet Corn Fair and so on and so forth. It's all happening.
There's a lot of talent, a lot of art, a lot of creativity emerging from obviously the Isle of Wight. Why do you think sometimes it gets overlooked, would you say?
Well, it has been overlooked because the Arts Council themselves have just named us one of their priority places across the southwest region, only 1 out of 11, because they've realised they haven't really invested much on the island. And I think maybe because I think some of that geographical, having the water between us, and people maybe sort of forget about us somehow. We just get on. We're a very resilient community. We just get on and do things ourselves, really. But also people have come to us, talk about Darwin, started writing The Origin of Species there. Lewis Carroll started writing Hunting of the Snark. We've got Julie Margaret Cameron, as you said, mentioned Tennyson. It's been a magnet for creatives for centuries. So we just need to get back on the stage again, really. So that's why we're delighted to be part of Southampton's City of Culture bid. So make it so. Yeah, we're a regional partner, so we've actually invested £10,000 to be a partner as a council. And once it's successful, they would commit some more money to making it all happen in 2025.
Okay. How do you tie? Yeah, I was just about to elaborate on how you're tying both together.
Well, what I did want to add to what Julie said about us now being recognised is, of course, one thing that happened very recently is we've been recognised as a UNESCO biosphere. That's one of only 717 in the world, one of only 3 in England, and we are an area where the environment and the community work together, and part of that is our culture and heritage. We are internationally recognised as somewhere that has all the good stuff, and part of what we're doing, helping with Sandown with, is making the most of that and showing what we're all about, and the fact that we are closely related to the south coast of England, to bring that to the party.
And why would you say somewhere like Isle of Wight, it's like geography, its culture, its heritage, ties in so nicely or so well with the creative industry too?
I think just having the beautiful landscapes gives you time to think and to be. We heard earlier, didn't we, that our panellists were saying how important it is for artists just to have that space and time to do it. And you can, because time is a bit slow on the island, isn't it? I think they're still rushing for a ferry, obviously, so to come over here. So yeah, just sometimes think about the pace of life. It just helps people who want to be creative just sort of sit back and just let it happen. Be inspired as well.
But it helped Turner paint, it helped Tennyson write, it's helped so many artists make great music. There's just something about the island that inspires people, and I think for very good reason.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for your time. You sold it to me. I'm going to make a trip there soon.
Yeah, no, do come. Yeah, we're very, very welcome. Yeah.
Thank you. I've never been to the Isle of Wight Festival. I've never been.
Well, we've got a great line-up this year, so yeah, in June, so come on over.
Do I need a presenter or?
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Thank you so much for your time as well. Brilliant. Thank you.
I'm Louise Govier. I'm the Chief Executive of Artswork. We're a charity that empowers children and young people through creativity. We've been based here in Southampton for more than 30 years. We also work with many other communities across the south and with partners around the country. We're one of 10 national bridge organisations for Arts Council England, helping schools and cultural organisations to connect in local partnerships, like the Cultural Education Partnership here in Southampton. These local groups transform young lives through creativity. Our aim is to break through barriers and develop new ways for children and young people to discover the success, opportunities and joy that creativity and culture can bring to classrooms, communities and careers. We also want to enable as many of those young people as possible to find their voice and make it heard. The Artswork team knew straight away that we wanted to be part of the Inclusive City programme. We'd already been exploring different possible actions that could really make a difference to the inclusivity of our organisation and its work, and which might in turn make a difference in the communities where we work. We really valued the opportunity to get together with other local organisations to share where we were at and to shape some significant commitments to change going forwards. The conversation was fresh and interesting. We learned new things and found both support and challenge to our thinking. It's great to feel part of something bigger than us, and we are so glad that this has happened as a result of our City of Culture journey. Artswork's Inclusive City Pledge is part of a broader range of actions that we're taking within our Equalities Action Plan. This addresses governance, employment, our programmes, work with partners and supporters, audiences, participants and communications, basically everything we are and do. We wanted our pledge for this programme to highlight two of the most significant areas that we think will really make a difference when we change them. They're both to do with our team. If we change ourselves, then everything we do will change. Firstly, we pledge to increase the diversity of Artswork's staff team. Our Board of Trustees is pretty diverse, but our staff team isn't, and that has to affect what we're doing and how we're doing it, and how inclusive our programmes really are. Over the next 2 years, we've committed to 74 concrete actions from IncArt's Unlock Toolkit, a resource that's being made available to cultural organisations who want to be even more inclusive in all aspects of their work. A significant number of these actions will help Artswork to recruit and make welcome a more diverse staff team, bringing in a broader range of voices that will shape our programmes and partnerships in more inclusive ways. The other key pledge is to take our existing staff on an in-depth learning journey around inclusivity, in particular race equity and anti-discrimination. We'll be undertaking a 6-month programme led by specialist providers No Barriers, working together to learn, challenge assumptions and gain confidence to be more effective change makers and allies. We're also curating a series of listening conversations for our team with people who have lived experience of discrimination because of their gender identity, disability, sexuality, their religion or age, any or several of the protected characteristics. My aim is that if at all possible, we'll open up these Zoom listening conversations to other organisations in Southampton who are part of the City of Culture family. That's one of the great things about our actions within this piece of development work that's happening right across the city. We can connect in with each other and amplify the impact of what we're each doing. An opportunity for one team to develop and learn can be shared with others. Then suddenly, many more people have the chance to hear and understand what life can be like for someone who faces discrimination and what each of us can do to make the world different. Artswork's pledge and the whole Inclusive City programme will mean that there'll be a more diverse, informed and understanding bunch of people in key organisations in Southampton. They will then plan and deliver cultural and creative activity that will genuinely be of, by and for all of the people in the community. Artswork's involvement will mean that we make sure that our young people are right out front, leading the way.
Hi everyone, I am proud to be an ambassador for Southampton in the bid to become UK City of Culture in 2025. I am passionate about our city. It's a city that has nurtured me as a kid and has supported me as an adult. The inspiration from my first album, Born to Do It, all came from experiences growing up in this special city. Especially the time spent in Ocean Village with my friends, hanging out at the marina, and those fun walks through Hoggins Park to St Mary Street to buy musical equipment. The city is bursting with culture. Much of it self-made by the people of Southampton and will always be home in my heart. We have our fair share of challenges, especially now, but we who have been born and brought up here, and those of us who've come from all parts of the world to make Southampton home, know how brilliant this city is at supporting each other and raising one another up during difficult times. A place where ships sail, where great universities attract the best minds, where sportsmen and women excel, where world-class art galleries are open to all, and of course where you find the new generation of music makers already emerging. I'm so proud of that talent and the open-hearted generosity of the people of Southampton. The expression cosmopolitan fits us like a glove, and now we have the opportunity to be part of the story of our future city and tell it to the world. Never has it been more important than now, as we face so much uncertainty as a city and as a country. We need bravery and imagination to create a new story for ourselves. Our future is not yet written, so I say to everyone in Southampton, join in, and I say to everyone else, join us, choose Southampton.
Right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are here with us live in person here at Solent University, and for those of you who have joined us online. Thank you very much for coming back. We hope you've all enjoyed your lunch, as we have here. Championing the Solent's creative industries is the title of today's event, and it's been a very rich conversation so far. So thank you to all of you who've participated. I just want you to know that in the next couple of days, we'll edit the content of both sessions, this morning's and this afternoon's, and they will be available. We will be sending the link out. But currently, we're on a live YouTube link. The event's brought to you in partnership between Solent Local Enterprise Partnership and Southampton UK City of Culture 2025. Yes, I didn't prompt that. For those of you who joined this morning's session, I'm sure that you'll agree we've already kick-started a hugely important and exciting topic for the region and for our wider economy. For those of you who are just joining us, my name is Ajay Chabra, and I'll be hosting the session this afternoon. Now, it's my pleasure to share with you what we will look forward to this afternoon for the remainder of the event. We'll hear from, once again, some fantastic speakers as we explore various subject matters and areas of the creative industries. Our first workshop for the afternoon will explore enabling access and career pathways, something we spoke about this morning, and some of the questions were coming up on YouTube. So enabling access and career pathways to the creative industries. Hosting this workshop is Darren Kerr from Solent University. Darren is an associate professor and head of film and TV, head of the Film and TV School here at Solent University. Darren has also been part of the City of Culture 2025 bid process and leads several courses that align to the creative sector. He'll also be joined by James Gale from Shogun, just on the end there. Give us a wave, James. Daniel Bernstein, a very good friend and an excellent colleague from Emergency Exit Arts, who will be joining us online. Zoe Golding from Zoe Logic Dance Theatre, and Dr. Nasser Siabi from Microlink PC. Thank you. Thank you very much. Darren, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ajay. And a huge thank you to those who've organised this, and especially the invitation I got to chair this and to host this panel on enabling access and career pathways. As Ajay says, I'm Associate Professor, Head of the Film and Television School, and also chair of the fantastic City Eye film education charity in the city. I was really taken by something that actually Louise from Artswork said in the last panel about employability and how important employability is. And it's something that universities are absolutely steeped in. They're absolutely the bread and butter of what universities should be doing, side. Everything else is ensuring that they produce employable graduates. But I'm not sure if employability is enough, because employability will equip students with the skills, but does it help them to access the pathways and the careers and the things that they want, which seem to be quite difficult. So this is going to be part and parcel of what I want to kind of tease out in this with our amazing panelists here. And we've got Daniel, of course. Daniel's head behind us there online, which is wonderful. Just to pull out a few questions, I was really encouraged by the keynotes, but I also want to see if we can try and put a bit of flesh on the bones of some of those comments and ideas, and especially what appears to be a real emerging theme about aspiration. You know, one of the key imperatives behind the City of Culture bid is about legacy, and it is about the future. And our job is to make sure we put the groundwork in place to make sure that future is delivered, because, you know, we're not getting any younger. It might not be our future, for some of us at least, but certainly for the younger generations that we keep hearing about as well. So I'm going to pass over now and have our panelists introduce themselves and say a little bit about what they do and what their take really is on this idea of enabling access and also kind of career pathways. So I'm going to hand over to Zoe first.
Hi everyone, lovely to be here. So I'm Zoe Golding, I'm Artistic Director of Zoe Logic Dance Theatre. I have been working in that field since I was 3. The reason I have this career path is because it chose me, I think. It was something that kept me focused, kept me driven. Zoe Logic is designed to challenge perceptions of dance, who it's for, where and how it's shown. So right from dot, I'm not very good with the rules. I like to see as an artist how we can be braver and bolder. And over the last 22 years of working with predominantly men in dance and challenging perceptions of what that is, I've gone on an amazing adventure, a learned adventure. Why was I interested in a creative career? As I said, it kind of found me, and it was about lived experience of being a participant. And it was about the captivation that the cultural sector and the arts had just to keep me engaged. By about 16, I'd realised that I really liked making work, not dancing in it, because I got to bring my imagination to life. And there's no more fun a thing in the world to do really than that, but then to do that with a team alongside you. So dance is an art form that needs human bodies, it needs people, it comes with complexities, that's its tool. So as I kind of started at the age of 19, I set up Fuzzy Logic, which is the youth company that's now one of the leading male youth companies in the UK. And I just did it. It's proper X Factory, actually, when you say it now. X Factor didn't exist then. But we just rocked up on a Tuesday, and me and these 4 guys just started making dances. And there was not a lot of male dance happening, especially in the South Coast. So we started touring and taking it out. So that brings me to the 2 things that are really important about, I think, career pathways in the culture sector is about visibility and being relative. We obviously challenge perceptions. Try and imagine someone, if I just asked here, like, do you want to come dance? You'd be like, absolutely not. And people literally back up. Do you see what happened? Exactly. I'm used to this. It's absolutely fine, because it is. Dance has lots of barriers before we even, get to what the benefits are of it. So there's no better way than to show people. So we now take work to the communities, to our audiences, to people that we wish to engage with, to open access that you might like it. We don't judge whether you do or don't. That's not for us to say. And we don't decide that because you haven't had it, you're of lesser a human. We literally just say, here it is, and it might work for you. I came into it a very unconventional route. So I turned down Junior Royal Ballet because I found disco dancing with sparkles and I could run around and do what I want. You'll see the theme. I turned down a degree at one of the top schools in London because I found a producing role. I was offered an assistant role, making tea in a company that was creating events. So I thought, okay, producing might be for me. I ended up touring the world for 13 years, running events with up to 72,000 young people and watching everything that I did or everything that our team delivered, watching these sparks of like, oh, this could be for me. Oh, I could have a career in that. So I'm just fueled by making the opportunities happen. And yeah, I don't have a degree. I have no one bit of paper that says I should do any of these things. I just bravely keep doing them, and I've epically failed and I've epically succeeded along the way. I was actually with some students at university on Friday, and they said, "Oh, how do I start?" I'm like, "Guys, you've got space. You've got loads of people that like dancing. Just get making." So for me now, it's about reducing barriers to access. What does that mean? And they might be really unconventional. They might not be, it's not just about paying for someone or subsidy. It's about childcare. It's about, actually, are you interested in, I know we even have a chat about food. Are you interested in food and then looking at the cultural stories behind that? Are you interested in film? How does that relate to movement? So for us, it's not always direct. There's a really interesting process that we've gone through with our audiences, and we're trying to increase male attendance in our audiences. And one of our advisory boards was just amazing. They said, "Well, if you tell me what pubs close and what burger they kind of do, and so I can do it as date night, and that's the start." So it's not always just straight line, and I think that's what access is. That's what enabling access is about, is thinking not just I've got something for you. Which now is about co-creation. So we work in a lot of communities in Southampton. We have a project called We Are Holyrood. I have to say it like that because it's got a lot of weight behind it with young people like, Holyrood! And they own it. They have their own movement mantra that they teach the entire community, and we've been working with them for 4 years to empower aspirations and raise what it means to a can-do attitude instead of I can't, which is great. We're now partnering with various businesses who are now opening up potential training places in their workplaces and opening their doors to their factories or their workplaces, and taking quite unlikely young people into their world. So yeah, removing the barriers. I think because I volunteered a lot and I just put myself in places and I just asked for help. I think that's one of the biggest things we don't do enough of. It enabled me to go into some phenomenal environments as I grew up alongside artists, just because I asked, do you mind if I watch or do you mind if I listen? And I think, again, letting people know that it's okay to say, I don't really know, but can I? So, yeah, so Logic, we've opened up the doors. You can learn about anything. I'm a financier. My business plan is rigid. Some nods. I'm a strategist, I'm a philanthropist, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm an artist, and we empower people to have their voice, really. So as you can see, I'm just fueled by the impact, and that's all I've ever done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to James.
Thank you so much, Anzo. I love that. The energy was amazing. Hi, my name's James Gale. I run a company called Shogun Social, and the long and short of it is we help businesses post more like creators. Over the pandemic, many things changed. One of those being how we use, act, and interact via social media and content. This event today is kind of a precipice to that already. Just going, look, we are doing live streams now, even from people that traditionally wouldn't have done so, and it's amazing to see how many businesses have that gap and needed to fulfill those type of things, especially navigating the waters specifically through things like TikTok, podcasting, the whole 9 yards. And often social media beforehand, especially before the pandemic, was here, who's the youngest person in the office? Give them a phone. There you go. Let them do it. And it's always put on the whole young people thing, whereas we all use social media in all of our own different ways, and actually we have to think about our audiences and how they want to consume those things. And the holy trinity, I call it, of every time you think of social, how you're supposed to do things is, if it's not educational, inspirational, or entertaining, why would anyone look at it, use it, or interact with it? So you have to, yes, get your strategic goals, but temper it with a constant, always-on, providing, value-based approach. And it's taking that ethos and slotting it into businesses, how it fits in different places. And it didn't initially start that way. I started my career traditionally in marketing. I actually went here to Solent Uni, did advertising. I actually used my degree for the field I went into, which is often a weird one. And it was great, but the course taught me from a traditional advertising agency point of view, and that was, if anyone's ever seen Mad Men, exactly that. So slot me into that thinking I'm going to go in, I'm the suit. I got this. I'm going to wine and dine the clients. I'm going to have a briefcase. That was exactly the way I was going. And then actually, I had a very successful third year. I ended up doing a unit called, what was it? Agency simulation. You pretend to be an agency, you build a whole brand around it, and they match you up and go find a client, go find an agency, and they'll give you a brief. Stuff like that's extremely useful, by the way, and we'll touch on that later. But once I did that, we had a local company called 5x5 who work with the likes of B&Q and all the rest. They are brilliant, if anyone's ever seen them. And they gave me a client as B&Q. So, they wanted to increase the occupancy of local renters and getting people to buy from B&Q instead of just going to IKEA and buying new stuff, because traditionally you can't rip up your flat if you don't own it. So that was a tough brief, but we went in there, we rehearsed for ages, and actually ended up getting me 2 job offers, one from 5x5 and one from B&Q, which was amazing. But then I went and chose the wrong thing because I was young, and I was like, big money, nice title, fancy company, I'll choose B&Q. And although B&Q is a fantastic company, it was not for me. Client side is very different to how agencies operate and how more freelance creators operate, and that isn't particularly taught at that stage. So it was amazing to get that, but then I had to go and evolve and go to different places. So I went from different agencies to different agencies, went to London and came back again because that commute was horrendous. You have to go and experience all that and work with brands like HSBC, Samsung, EE, all those kind of ones. So really cool brands to work with. But no matter if it was at the big stage or the small and medium-sized business stage, no one really understood social in that way, and that is how I ended up creating Shogun in the first place. And the whole reason I even went into advertising in the first place is because I was good at selling stuff, because I worked at Foot Locker. And I was like, yeah, I can sell some insoles that no one wants. Yeah. still hold the record, by the way. Go back and ask. I was good at that, but I was also creative. But the thing that held me back was I can't draw niche. I can't do anything. I wanted to be an animator, but I can't draw. So I was like, no matter how much I practiced, I did buy the books and everything. So I was like, I have to find my creative ideas and put it into something different. And I kind of took what at the time was my love of The Apprentice and was like, business ideas, those are good. Smashed the two together and thought, I'll choose advertising, because when you're that young, you've got absolutely no idea what to do and you've just got to try as much as possible. So when I got into that route, that was exactly how I ended up here and building this business. And we're a team of 4 now, but we're hiring for 3 more. So we'll be at least 6 or 7 of us by the end of Q2. So that's really, really cool. Working with like, Barclays Eagle Labs, Southampton City Council, and the 2025 Bid for Culture team, helping navigate all things TikTok. So it's really, really fascinating to do that. But I wouldn't have gotten through any of those things if it wasn't for work experience. I think out of enabling creative, and creative pathways for careers, I think a lot of students at that age need to really take it into their own hands, as well as companies like us giving them the access to open the doors to say, yes, you can come in and get that experience. Because a degree alone, unfortunately, is not enough. And it is really hard to admit sometimes, and especially with the amount of money you spend on stuff, you'd be like, God damn it, why is it not enough? But it is super, super crucial to get that experience, because if I had maybe got work experience in client side, I maybe would have made the right choice when I got offered those two different things. And you have to put yourself in the place to gain that opportunity. So, and a lot of the time what holds people back is the fact they don't feel like they have the ability to. I can't reach out to a massive company just like, can I work for you? Yes, you can, because of the glory of social media. Just do it. You have nothing to lose. And it's almost like, although I'm teaching companies to think like creators, you have to reverse engineer and teach students specifically to think like marketers. So there's a term called account-based marketing, where you go for a specific group of people. So there's my ideal 10 targets, and I want those, so I'm going to make specific campaigns for each and every one of those 10. That's advice I give to every student I ever talk to. Find the 10 agencies or companies you want to work for, figure out how you're going to uniquely reach out to them to ask for work experience or job placements, and go, yes, okay, I'm going to send you a golden envelope, which is what I used to do. Bought golden envelopes off of Amazon, cover letter, CV in there, saying your golden ticket has arrived. That is how I used to get attention. I used to follow that digitally. So now I have basically a 2-step marketing campaign just for getting jobs and work experience. So you really need to start thinking like a business owner and a marketer, and treat yourself constantly like a business of one, to make sure you're in the position for when opportunities like stuff like this turns up, you're ready and you are there and you've made the extra effort. Because if a golden ticket turned up on my door, you've got work experience straight away, without question. And people have done some wacky stuff to get less opportunities as well. So it's really interesting. But business journeys are slightly different to career journeys. I found that when we try to get access to funding, if you're a startup, it's very difficult, which no one tells you, because you often have to learn these things on the fly. So even though we you could turn over X amount, I could be making millions right now, but as a startup, I haven't done my first books yet because we're so young. We're only a year and 7 months old, so therefore I make no money in the eyes of anyone that lends, so you have to bootstrap it yourself, and it is particularly interesting to go around those routes. So as of now, growing to the size we are and working with clients we are, we haven't invested a single penny. I think I financed a laptop when I first got it, and I'm still paying it off because I'm tight git, even though I could pay it off. So, you know, it's stuff like that you just kind of have to bet on yourself, especially when you know you have a gap. And this is what I love about Southampton, in the fact that there was a massive gap there because there's no social media agencies or specific social media agency that had landed here and taken this as their home. There are some really established marketing agencies, but social was there as a perfect, let's solve this issue. And you need to treat places like Southampton to still have a breadth of a creative community, plus there's still the opportunity to grow. That needs to be an absolute target for anyone that could want to join the city or is already in the city. This is like yours for the taking almost, and the success and support around it is often not flagged about. And I'd love to see if we can at some point send over a whole bunch of resources that goes, right, there's this opportunity, and put all of the links from everyone's different organisations in one place. .gov does a pretty good job of that, but I'd love to put it in multiple places as well, and probably put it on social, because going to the .gov site, if you're asking someone who's 16 to 25, navigating that's a tough job. So you've got to put it where they already are. So I love the Solent region for that, because they've supported me so much. The council dumps lots of money into things like the support with Barclays Eagle Labs, for instance. That is an amazing incubator program. You've got Get Set Solent, you've got the stuff that Solent LEP does. It's all there, you just have to find it. The problem is it's just quite hard to find in the initial. But once you've opened up that world, how even stuff will go Southampton, it's so much there for people. Whether you want to go the entrepreneur route or you want to go in the marketing route, there's support for lots of different ideas, creative and business. So our ambitions for growth is to make sure that Southampton is a key cornerstone in the social media content creation, and it could be known as the TikTok capital for all I care. I'd love that, because it's such a unique type of content to go into. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on it. That's kind of what we do.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think we should move online now to speak to Daniel.
I was worried you were going to say that. I'm going to make a request, and it might be a big cheer from the crowd that I can't see. Zoe, can you allow me to share screen? Because then, rather than looking at my great big face, you might be able to see some pretty pictures. Would people prefer that? I think you've had enough of my face.
Yes, sure. Okay, so we'll go to our next speaker, Dr. Nasser Siap.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for having me here. Right, my company operates in Chandlersford. We employ around 100 people here and another 150 people as consultants and contractors across the country. The company was co-founded in 1992, so we are in our 30th year of operating. Our core strapline is really from classrooms to boardrooms. We look after people with disabilities in education and in workplace. And disability is not the classical wheelchair users or someone with guide dogs. It's about people with hidden disabilities, neurodiversity in particular, which we help them to thrive, we help them to fulfill their ambition and achieve in the desired fields they want to operate. Now that started from, again, lived experience. It's a theme that we all seem to share here. From the age of 10, I had a loss of vision in one eye and severe loss in the other. That meant by the age of 16, I could be considered a school dropout. Something changed when I was 16. Circumstances changed. I moved to UK from Iran due to political upheaval there. And I started really from bottom of the ladder, where it was a science versus English subjects. Well, of course, somebody who can't speak English would choose the science, which I wasn't very good at. So it was the less of the two evils. And because I started from very basic, my visual impairment didn't really come into play, because I was in a small size classroom and better kind of a teaching methods. And that kind of gave me the confidence. At the age of 28, I got my doctorate in physics mathematics and microelectronics, which is really something would never have happened if I continued on that previous pathway. Well, of course, what made the difference is the support from my family. So that's quite important to what I did after. So I came out of university. I was one of the few people in the country who knew about computers because I designed chips, as well as with my brother had a large computer company. So I used that effort to help disabled students in universities. To date, we have helped, combined between disabled students and people in the workplace, we've helped around 500,000 people. Now that is not just talk to them and inspire them, actually giving practical tools and solutions. And those tools and solutions could be as simple as a piece of software or something more like intervention about somebody who needs a BSL interpreter or somebody who needs a support worker to take him to work. Fundamentally, we reduce or remove barriers for people to succeed. And it's a passion that's shared with every employee we've got. More than 50 or maybe 60% of my workforce have declared disabilities. And I would say we are very good, but the evidence will prove, because there's no other company in the world that does what we do. People send anyone with any condition to us and we'll find a working solution so they can do their job as well as anybody else. So kind of like giving people a level playing field. Now, going back to the theme of employment and skill shortages, well, one of the biggest waste of human talent and human capital has been lack of recognition for neurodiversity. It's now becoming such a big issue. Diversity and inclusion is also a big issue, and access is a very big issue. So let's look at creative industries. If you talk to the top artists, to top international sportsmen, and look at marketing agencies, they all have something, well, most of them have something in common. They all are neurodiverse, either dyslexic, autistic, or... Yet in the school system we have, most of these kids are failed by the education system. By the age of 16, they make wrong choices. Prisons are filled. 70% of prisoners are on the spectrum. This is a fact. And £18 billion a year is wasted keeping them locked up. And when they come out, they don't get the skills they need because the education is not done in the way they would respond to. They come and reoffend and go back. So we have a failed system that could be easily fixed. How is raising that awareness in our education system? Teachers don't know how to deal with a dyslexic or autistic kid until it's too late. They become unruly, then they drop out, and then we have this massive amount of money has been spent keeping them in special schools where it's just managing their behavior rather than trying to educate them and skill them. So my goal in life is actually to get rid of that barrier, that myth about people on disability are not capable. They are more capable than probably everyone in this room to do certain jobs. Identifying that skill is what we want to be good at. And once we've got that identification of, about, like James, his marketing, advertising, or Zoe, if you talk to your cohorts, you'll find that they too struggled in school. They came out and they just put their brain power into being good at what they are. These are good examples of what we're missing out in our system. University sector is as guilty, because I have been trying to get my own local university, I'm in Southampton, I graduated from. We are, every year we've got hundreds and maybe thousands of kids who are on that neurodiversity graduate. And yes, they get good degrees, but they don't get a job, because the support they get at university using the government schemes like disabled student allowance seem to be very generous, but the trouble is not coaching them, teaching them to be how to be resilient in a workplace. We need to change that. Secondly, we've got kids who are on a neurodiversity range, like autistic ones, high-functioning autistic people. They actually could do the job which is a massive skill shortage of, and will be much bigger, cybersecurity and accessibility. Accessibility is a legal requirement. Every university, every public sector, every private sector has to be accessible because of the Equalities Act and Human Rights Act. But it's much more than that. They have like 20% of the population, and that number is increasing, like the aging population is going up. These are the ones with money. So if your website is not accessible, you're going to lose those pensioners who basically are going to spend their money somewhere else. And due to the COVID, thankfully everyone knows how to use computers, how to navigate and how to do services online. So the accessibility on digital is as important as ever. Physical accessibility. Southampton is a tourist town, and you get shipyards, and you get the big carnival here, and global center essentially for tourism. A lot of the customers are old. When they come here and your buildings are not accessible, the sites are not accessible, you won't get many footfall on them. So making the city accessible, it must be a priority for our city of culture. And how we can do that is it's not going to be very costly, but you need to look at this holistically. Why and how do we do it? And there are lots of people out of work who would be perfect to help to do that. So I took a project recently and used a Kickstart scheme. I've been hunting around for high-functioning autistic people to help to do some of the documentations that online, which are inaccessible, has to be accessible both for NHS or councils. Make them accessible. Minimum training, I've got 10 of them, and they're now doing it for one council. And they're doing it for £1.30 a page. If they outsource it to India, it will cost more. So we've got out-of-work autistic people getting a living wage, doing the job, so the council can fulfill the legal obligation. We can do that to every student living in university. How many students do you know in a medical profession are failing their exams because of the exams are so badly done? So if you're neurodiverse, they can't pass. A friend of mine is an ENT consultant. She said, we are short of staff right now because nobody's applying for these consultancy roles. A lot of our students are failing in the surgical exams because they're dyslexic. And yet nothing is done about it. So we have nurses who are dropping out of the profession. We can't afford to lose doctors and nurses. They're dropping out because of stress, anxiety, because they have dyslexia, and their exams, their work is not very friendly. So overall, we have such a huge opportunity to get these people back to work, keep them at work. And we know it works because we've been doing it for several years. We know companies who do this properly, they reduce their absenteeism by 80%. So for every pound they spend, they're recouping £6 to £10 actually in savings. Recruitment, retention, productivity, and obviously absenteeism reduction. So my real message here is the city council and the city has to take this seriously. It's not a fringe activity. It has to be done. It has to be programmed, funded, so that you can actually recoup the money elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Okay, are we ready to go to Daniel?
Yes, we are. So first of all, let me apologise for not being with you in person. I'm beginning to realise that this hybrid working is a bit complex as everybody else does meeting live, and I'm on a screen. So real apologies, but I had an interview right over the other side of town. Well, sorry, the other side of town. Sorry, the other side of the country in Ashford. So that's where I am at the moment. So I'm going to share screen a little bit and talk a little bit about my organisation, Emergency Exit Arts, and a little bit about myself, and then try and provoke some thoughts. So let me try and see if this works. And I think as soon as I press this button, I can't see the screen anymore, but hopefully you'll now see something that doesn't look like me. Oh, actually, I can see me and you. Great. So I'm going to show you a few pictures. We're an outdoor arts organisation based in London, but we work all over the country. This is a picture of a light poem that we created during lockdown, which has toured the whole country. trying to express how people feel coming out of lockdown. And if I talk about my journey, I was, and I think at the point of the one point I'm going to try and make during this is around that I don't really like the term creative career, because I think that everybody's creative in different ways, and it isn't people get a little bit confused as to what creativity is. So I did a business studies degree, which I absolutely hated, because it was trying to channel you to when you work for IBM and when you work for a big organization. But I put things on, which I love doing. And I then put things on in Tokyo, putting on club nights. And then I worked for the Body Shop. I followed the gentleman's advice. I wrote to a company that I absolutely loved and got a job with them. And I put things on for them. It just happened to be shops. So I would put shops on in different countries. And then I ran away and joined a carnival troupe. So I put carnivals on. And then I joined Arts Council England, so I funded others to put things on, and now I work for Emergency Exit Arts, so I oversee others putting things on. And putting things on is or project management or producing. It's got lots of different names. The kind of things that we put on. So we're a charity with $1 million turnover. Trying to enhance places, enable people, and astonishing audiences. So we're working more and more in communities, in a way, trying to do community development. We put processions on. We take great big mechanical puppets and to different events. And I want to show you these because it shows the whole range of careers and opportunities that we give to people. We do large outdoor scale shows. We love using fire. So we've just finished a big event in Medway for a big light night event there. We love putting on fireworks, although that side of things has disappeared a bit. Big site specific events. More and more in high streets, and I can talk a bit about more of this. We're working with Gosport at the moment to try and see how we can enliven the high street and get more people back to it. So that's a big focus of our work at the moment. We do site decor, all sorts of community events. We've just done a big event in Medway, as I mentioned, using light to transform Rochester. That's more images from that event. We did a big event in Coventry this year, welcoming a puppet called Amal, which represented unaccompanied minors. And we do lots of work training people to come into this area of work or other areas of work. And I think what I'm going to do is now stop sharing so that you can see me a bit better. And I think in terms of the training and the skills that we try and give people and what we look for, so when we're working all across the country, often in underserved communities, what we find there is a lack of, and that is freelance practitioners. And that having the flexibility of people who have flexibility over their time, and what we do in terms of training producers is training people to put things on, but also opening the door to freelance work, which is a very tricky path for people to follow because it's slightly uncertain. But there are ways to do it, and there are advantages to do it, and that was certainly my route into the, if you like, into the cultural sector, was by being freelance, and I think it's beginning to be better understood by governments. I think the pandemic strangely has helped because because so many freelancers have been left behind and haven't been able to prove what they do. So they've had to potentially, get other jobs before they can go back to freelance, certainly in our industry. That was the main point I wanted to make. And there's all sorts of problems around that, both in terms of skills and in terms of the uncertainty that sometimes freelance work can bring. And therefore, who can be brave enough to go freelance? So I think that's what I wanted to say. And again, apologies that I can't be there in person.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Okay. A huge thanks to all our speakers. Very conscious of time, and I'm sure there's plenty of questions that you've got, but I want to ask some as well. The first question I want to ask, and then we can open it to the floor, and there may be online questions as well, is we've heard a lot about success, frankly, here. We've heard a lot of achievement and attainment at various costs. And we also heard this morning we're talking about a sector that seems to constantly underestimate itself, an industry thriving with ideas, job growth, skills gaps, significant economic footprint. So in the opinion of our speakers, why is it so difficult to engage these pathways or these careers? Why is access such a challenge? But I'm going to limit you to just one thing that you regard as a priority area that is difficult. And I'm going to start with James.
Tricky question. From my perspective, in the world of marketing and social content and general entertainment, it's justifying return on investment for certain activities that seem more creative. The pandemic's changed a lot in terms of our attitudes and everything like that towards it, but sometimes putting money into the creative sector, from especially justifying it to multiple stakeholders, you have to work that extra bit harder to go, this creative piece of work is worth doing, even if it does not bring an immediate return, because the life cycles of how creativeness can go, especially online, they last a lot longer than just does that bit make me that bit and equal me money. So it's about that balance between commercial success and creative idealism, especially when you're younger, because freelancing, you have to go, will this make me money? Always. It's always the question that comes around.
Thank you. Let's go to Daniel while we've still got you online. Daniel, why do you think the pathways to access and enabling careers is regarded as so challenging?
Again, I think there's this confusion between creativity and arts and culture and other elements of our industry. But I think that for me, it's education is the barrier. We still seem to have a knowledge-based education system rather than a skills-based education system. And actually, you can teach people to be creative. And that creativity, what I mean by that is how you generate valuable ideas. And that's useful in science, it's useful in medicine, it's useful in every single job, because new ideas have a currency. And I think that one can teach those skills, and it's nothing to do with the arts.
Okay, thank you. Nasser, you've talked eloquently about barriers. What about this idea of pathways?
Actually, those barriers could be potential, because creativity is a thing for neurodiverse people. What they don't have is enough motivation, enough encouragement, and they don't have the inspiration because they don't think there's money in the creative industry. You can change that by giving them confidence, building confidence in people who are failing in maths and English, where their parents could be pushing them, you should be doing engineering or to become go into finance because there's money in it. Many 16-year-olds don't come out of school saying, I'm going to be a creative artist. They just get in there by accident. So yes, education, I agree, 100%. The teachers should nurture talent, encourage people to go into what they're good at, and actually give them the platform to be able to display that talent. We just don't get that. So yeah, that's where we start. Actually make the creative industry rather appealing by showing good examples of what we've managed to achieve. Get role models who actually have achieved, and then they now recognize that they are either dyslexic or they have on the spectrum. They don't know it themselves. Most people don't realize that until it's too late down the line.
For me, it's about commitment and resource. We're talking about human beings. So as well as an economical benefit, we have emotional resilience, and there's a different side that I think sometimes is not understood, that if you go through a vulnerable journey in the arts or you want to try something new, that safe space of where you explore vulnerability is terrifying. And I think there's, alongside the economic benefits, exactly what we're saying here about education, there's also about life skills and resiliency, and we need to support people to go beyond their limits so that they go, actually, I can go a bit further. And then that's when the engagement comes in, and that's when people think, actually, I'll go for that role even though I can't. I'll send that golden ticket. I've done the same. You know, like, it's the confidence, they think, but it takes time. And if we want quick returns, it's not that fast.
Fantastic. Can we take questions online first? You're all very lovely, but let's see what our colleagues online have got to ask.
Can I ask you one from online, from Grace Burton? She's asking, do you have any advice or tips for people in their early careers to make those first connections as they build their network and reputation?
So, advice or tips? James.
Happy to go on this. LinkedIn. If you don't have a LinkedIn or it's not fully optimized, stop what you're doing right now and go do it. It's one of the most valuable tools. People are in the mindset to help, encourage and progress when you're doing stuff like that. You can have access to people you would have never got access to before. On LinkedIn, the people I've got to agree to be on our podcast, for instance, just from asking them on there is ridiculous. The mentors I've found on there who run agencies 10 times the size of mine, again, ridiculous, and sometimes I didn't even know how big they were when I messaged them. So, you know, it's shooting your shot constantly on there. So make sure it's fully optimized. Don't treat it like you used to treat Facebook. Make sure you add anyone in the general vicinity and see what content they bring out, and you can engage in that and see what's going on in the community. So you are not blind to the happenings of the community, because until you hop in it and see it, you're blind to what's going on. That, like, you could not know about this event today, for instance, if you're not following the right people on LinkedIn. Because of the way algorithms work, they'll prioritize the stuff that isn't as important, you know, for their actual progression sometimes. So yes, online LinkedIn, and put yourself in the position to be successful. Like, go to a fancy hotel and work there at, like, coffee shop style, because you might run into a VIP you could learn something from. And I think it's said in a lot of successful talks, so just put yourself in places where people that you want to learn from are going in and out. Get as close to the sun as you can, and you'll get the network you need.
A very practical bit of advice there. We'll stick with just that one. Shall we take one more from online and then we'll open it to the floor? If there isn't any others from online, okay, we'll open it to the floor then. Any questions from yourselves for our incredible panel? Yes.
Hi, Sarah Hall from Solent LEP. I had to think about that, only started last week. So following on from that question, I've worked with lots and lots of startups who are in this creative space, but really struggle to get themselves out there. And it's a skill set that they don't necessarily have, because they're creatives, they just want to be painting or making music or dancing or whatever it is they're doing. So actually sitting down at a laptop and marketing themselves is incredibly difficult. So what support is there out there for them to actually look at themselves as a business rather than just someone who's doing something that they love?
I've always advised youngsters who come with these ideas that I want to go and be a freelance, do this. I say, well, get a job in a company, maybe entry-level job. Learn what they do, how they do it, what mistakes they've made, so you don't make them. Make connections and impress the employer. Don't go with a job that you think is not good enough for you. Go for something that is definitely well below your skill set, because then you can impress much quicker. Once you make your way up the ladder, then you say, well, I've learned enough to go and do my own thing. Don't do that the other way around. Don't think that I've got the skill and people want it. It's not that easy. You've got to get noticed, and the way you do that is to work for someone and then make your way up that ladder and then come out.
Fantastic. Any other questions?
I've got an answer.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. I think it's two-sided for me. I think early on, when I decided to leave a really well-paid job and start Zoologic, I created space for myself, so I saved pots of money and I worked my butt off so that I levered space and time, because that's the thing that allows you to understand where your gaps are. And then I did LinkedIn, but in the day when it was present, so I needed to save the money for the car and the bus and the train, and because again there are no funds that help us start up. So I think that's one way, but the other side is I would love to just do the favourite parts of my job every day, but actually in our sector it's not a reality. I spend a lot of my time at a laptop on a spreadsheet. And I think that it's okay to say you're not going to have it all. And I think if we sent people out, we'd send people out with a disservice if we didn't say, you do need to learn these things. But I remember I didn't know how to use a spreadsheet. Gap in knowledge. Help. Does anyone know how to use a spreadsheet? So it's like the little chip away at your own skills, and only you know that, really. So.
And just another practical add-on as well for those who need to learn marketing. I know I mentioned it slightly in the beginning, but HubSpot do a whole bunch of courses that you can jump on completely for free that give you an official certification at the end. So marketing, content marketing, social media, those 3 separate certifications you can get. Google Skillshop, they'll teach you how to use everything, general digital marketing landscape, but then also all of the different platforms, so YouTube ads, Google ads, search, all those kind of different things. So you can learn those practical marketing elements, but then just also learn from creators and learn from successful businesses to put yourself out there constantly, because otherwise I think a lot of people aren't up to date with the realities of how long it takes to get an audience that will bring you inbound marketing, they call it, stuff that comes to you instead of you going out to find it. It took us over a year and 2 months, I'd say, to get reliable leads coming through to us, and that's constantly making podcasts, TikToks, graphics, pictures of ourselves, updating the journey. It takes a long time to earn it online, and it is possible online. Once you've done it, it doesn't stop. That tap is now running, as long as you keep up to date with your audience. So garner an audience, use those practical tools, which are all free, by the way, and there are some paid ones as well, and yet leverage people as much as possible. As you said, Zoe, if you don't know something, put your hand up and say, I don't know it, and that's why LinkedIn's amazing for that. So try those websites also.
Fantastic, thank you. Well, we are just about out of time there, so huge thank you to our...
Sorry, one more question?
Yes, indeed, we can have one more question.
Sorry. It's from Charles Freeman, and he's asking what can be done to make pathways safer, particularly for neurodiverse people, for minority communities, and people who find it hard to afford the risk of going freelance.
Okay.
That's a really good question. And as I said, the safe option is to go to an area where you know there is a problem and you can fix it. Apply for a job in a company that is looking for somebody in that space, regardless of what salary, what position. Get the job. Apply those tools to demonstrate how good you are in doing things others can't do. Goes back to what James was saying. There are lots of free tools available. That's actually as bad as not having tools, because people are overburdened with lots of ideas and tools. They don't know how to apply them. So become that expert in that particular area that everybody's having the pain with. Then you'll find yourself a very good way into an organization. Make yourself the contacts you want, the experience you want, collect some money and put it, for when you go freelance. Then when you go freelance, you've got all you need, both the learned experiences as well as the funding.
Yeah, there's, just to add on to that slightly, I think from an educational point of view as well, like I said earlier, sometimes you don't get to get the entire breadth of what your industry can look like when you're just graduating, or if you're in A-levels or whichever. And bit of a weird one, but especially when you come from a black background or anything else, my dad had to sit down with me and have the talk, and it's not the talk everyone else is thinking, it's the we are going to be looked at differently to how some of your other white friends might be looked at in a workplace or in anything else. You need to realize that we have to overcome prejudice with excellence, and you almost need to have that same conversation with different people regarding their different backgrounds in university. So the same way a speaker would come in and say this is how the industry is, then you need to go on to a point and go, right, like for neurodiverse crowd, I've got a job and I have ADHD, I've got a job and I have high level autism and stuff like that. Here's how the reality is for me, here's how it might be for you, here's how I overcame it, and have people who have been there, done that, tell the stories to the people who are exactly the same. You need to hear it from the people who have that lived experience, otherwise sometimes it doesn't sink in. So just have those people come in early days and go, look, your reality will look slightly different, but you can still get there because I did, let's get there together. And if you need me, I'm here as a support network, just to add that extra level of safety. So it isn't just, here's the online tools and run. Sometimes the people that have been there, done that need to come down and really talk more in schools and unis.
Just final comment. Personal experience. My daughter, she's doing a course in London. She's got ADHD. Well, she's recognized recently as having ADHD. She always lacked the confidence. I'm not good at this. I'm not going to do well. She's actually on the first class at this, and this is her final year. She spent 3 days, did the 3D for Dua Lipa and Elton John video. It's got 200 million viewers, and she did that in 3 days. She got £1,700, and even then she doesn't believe she's good enough. So a lot of these people lack the confidence about themselves. It's the parents, it's the teacher's job to tell them you can do it. My daughter was nearly told to drop her maths because she performed badly in the first term, and the teacher told her, I think you should do something else. And I said, this shouldn't be coming from a teacher. You should be encouraging her to do more. Yet she got a star at the end of the year because she changed the teacher, not the course. So she's now doing architecture and engineering, which is a combined course in UCL, which is the best university in the world for someone who felt she's not good enough.
Right. Thank you very much. It's a great question to end on, tackling these ideas of kind of pathways and barriers to engagement and so on. And it just, just to conclude, there's an emerging theme in this about the Brecht's hammer. I can't get that out of my head. Heard it at the keynote. Fraser mentioned it when he was chairing his panel. And again, from this, even that final question is all about how we've got to make these interventions to shape the culture and not just be subject to it, but make those interventions. So please put your hands together for a fantastic panel. And thank you very much.
Sorry, Darren, I didn't mean to whip the microphone just as you're saying thank you. Fantastic. Please put your hands together for Darren and the panel. That was amazing. Thank you. Zoe, Dr. Siabi, and of course, James. Just a few things before we go into a very short break. That was amazing. Really, really, really special. Thank you. Enabling access for all into the creative industries is certainly something close to my heart. We talked about reverse engineering early on. Dr. Siabi, we had a comment online that simply said, wow, he's so modest. What an achievement. And I recognize the 16-year-old me in you, Yeah. Except you're a doctor. I failed all of my exams at 16. We all have a foundation story. We all have something that propels us into this room, into this discussion, into this debate. We talked about the lived experience. We talked about removing the myth of not being capable. We talked about coaching and teaching. But what if you haven't got connections? What if you haven't got the confidence? What if you haven't got the qualifications? Or you're missing one, or two, or you're missing all three? How do we support those creatives? And that is what is at the heart of our bid, to uncover all of the layers of our city and of our region and of our people. A few more notes. Making the city accessible. I love that, Carnival. And all of those people that come through the city to jump onto those very large, beautiful boats. Who can be brave enough to go freelance? Not the people that I grew up with, not the people that I live with, and not the people I socialise with. It takes something. It takes something. And what about those who don't have the opportunity to go to ballet school, or drama school, or Tokyo, or even university? Where are they? What do we do about those people? Now, the layers of success are many. Family, was spoken about earlier, access to learning, education. But what if you don't have any of that? These are just questions for us to think about. This is the power of our bid. We overcome prejudice with excellence. But what is excellence? Who determines what excellence is? We talk about LinkedIn. Love it. Is LinkedIn creating a creative class system? What if you don't have access to it? How do we get access to it? How do we encourage people to it? What if you're not engaged? Now, our bid, finally, is to uncover each layer in our region for our bid. So once again, please put your hands together for this brilliant panel. Thank you so much. We'll take a 5-minute break. I'm just watching the YouTube link at the moment for those of you who are here. It is brilliant. Thank you. Thank you for those online. And we'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you.
Southampton, city made fragment by river and wall of yesterday's brick, mishmash side by side, eager to thrive, not sit. A nation's front door, anchor of merchant, stranger to friend.
High tide, carry route, Solent scent.
Western horizon, seen from masts. Wetland bird, vast sky.
Kick flips on concrete, catching air, flying high.
Keels strut on stage, all walks, march, pride.
Bells of St. Mary's croon in chime. Over chit-chat in corner shops and shadows of high-rise. Iron bird spits fire from jazz-streaked walks, streets talk of saints with red, white stripes marching. Pavements sing, spin, ball, bowling. Calls in parks in Southampton. Flower and tree-lined common, park run.
Shark strike, open playing field, city for everyone.
Plectrum verse of Derby Road, bow of races.
Sounds of South Asian summers, throughout times and spaces.
Scribbles and sights and verses made vocal.
Global scent savoured of dishes made local.
Art beneath arches, in shops now galleries filled with creativity. Dances on stage, dances on street, sway of arm, pivot of feet.
Records revolving, percussion patterns from DJ holding crowd.
Join his arms, broadcasting.
Worlds come together, we're talking, so listen. Let culture scale walls, let it be for all. Let Southampton grow, let's make it so.
I'm Claire Whitaker and I'm Bid Director for Southampton's bid to be UK City of Culture in 2025. As part of our bid, we've done a lot of consultation and a lot of research, and we found out a lot more about the creative industries, not just in the city but also across the region. We can see that we've got some absolute jewels in the crown, but we can also see there is really room to grow and develop our creative industries. And what we're really interested in is creating a context where artists, creative industries, the creators of the future can really look at Southampton and think it's a place to settle, a place to stay, a place to live and establish their practice. But we also want to connect up the region a lot more. We have regional partners for the bid, and this is a chance to tell our story as a region and to look at what's doing really well, and look at where we have expertise and things which are really world class, and to also examine where there are opportunities for us to grow. I've been really lucky to work in the creative industry most of my working life. The thing for me is that work doesn't feel like work when you do something that you absolutely love. I think the pandemic has shown that we need the creative industries to feed our souls. As things continue to open up, I'm so glad that the cultural sector is able to really look to the future with a bit more certainty. And I think now is the time to really think about what that means and where we need to go strategically and what the opportunities are. We want to build the conditions in Southampton and in the wider region to make sure that creativity thrives, to make sure that we maximise our tourism potential, to look at live events, big scale, landmark commissions, which are very much part of our bid, to really put Southampton and the region on the map and to really tell the story of the diversity of our city, to have an inclusive approach which really gives everybody the opportunity to take part and to see the possibilities that the creative industries offer.
I was born in Southampton General in 1974. Both my mum and dad are from Southampton. In fact, they lived in the same street in Bitton, and they met when they were 6 years old. They went to the same school. They started dating when they were 18, and they're still together now at 77. I was obsessed with dance, and I was obsessed with MTV, music culture, particularly hip-hop culture, pop culture. I did my work experience in Southampton at the Mayflower Theatre and at the Nuffield Theatre in my late teens, early 20s. What I've discovered with hip-hop dance and music, and any dance and music, is the benefits to young people for their personal development, for their growth, for their self-esteem. I would love to see Southampton win the bid to be City of Culture. And it's the city that introduced me to dance in the first place, and I would love to see dance particularly, but culture in its entirety, brought to the city in a major way. I really think young people in the city need it. I'd love to see Southampton be known for something more than the place that you go to get on a cruise or get the ferry to the Isle of Wight. The thing that unites us is the passion and the love for the art, whether it's dance or music, and all the divisions between us, whether it's our heritage, our religion, our gender, our sexuality. The divisions have never felt important, because what's felt important is that we're united with our love of dance and music. I feel now more than ever that we need that, and a city like Southampton that is so diverse needs something right now that isn't about dividing people. There's so much division all the time. No better time to bring Southampton something that brings this diverse community together and shows us what we have in common, not what we have that is different. I have every faith that we are going to win.
I've had a long association with the Southampton City Art Gallery, which goes back to when I was a child. I remember one specific painting that absolutely fascinated me, because I couldn't understand how you could make paintings that were like this. And that was a painting by Tristram Hillier. It's a very small Mediterranean scene. It fascinated me, and it drew me in to all the other things that were around it. I know that I enjoyed coming to the gallery very much, and I would always go to see this one painting because I kept thinking, how do they do that? A gallery has a great purpose in intriguing people about art, about how things are made, what they mean, for various reasons. Those reasons aren't always easy to fathom why, for example, I make art, but I know that it's something that I have to do, and I get an amazing pleasure, and that pleasure includes a great deal of difficulty. To have somewhere to display those products that people make is very important, because it means other people can look at them and try and figure out what's it about and how does it connect to me. And what that is, essentially, is an exchange of ideas between people, the person who made it and the person who's looking at it. For me, culture is an exchange of ideas. Culture doesn't exist with one person. It has to have people and places for that to happen. And I think Southampton has that in abundance, that ability to do that. And I think the bid for the City of Culture is a way of really focusing on that aspect of culture, getting this exchange between people.
Great. Welcome back to our second session this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Penultimate session. We've got one more after this. We think it's going well. Thank you for all of you who've come back and joined us online. Thank you to our technicians for doing a sterling job. Thank you to Solent University for keeping us well nourished with food and drink. We move on to our next workshop of the day, which focuses on business support. This workshop is brought to you by our colleagues and partners, Solent Local Enterprise Partnership. Solent LEP are committed to supporting and developing businesses across the Solent region. The workshop will be hosted by James Ford, Head of Enterprise and Skills, and he'll be joined by Andy Pringle from InQ Hive, Jodie Fair, representing Apprenticeships and Skills, and Zoe Smith from Helical Productions. James, over to you.
Thank you, AJ, and welcome to everybody in the room and online. Delighted to host the panel session this afternoon. Lucky we haven't quite got the graveyard session straight after lunch or at the end of the day, so nicely fitted in the middle. The next 45 minutes in terms of how we're going to run, I'm just going to let the panel introduce themselves, tell a little bit about what they do and why they're here. Then got a few slides that I'm going to sort of talk more sort of broadly about business support and the general ecosystem across the Solent. And then hopefully finish with a range of questions from both online and in the room. So if I just start, we'll go in order. So Jodie, just want to introduce yourself and talk a little bit about what you do.
Yeah, my name's Jodie Fair. I'm the manager of the Apprenticeship and Skills Hub that covers both the Solent LEP area and the Enterprise M3 area. We offer impartial advice and guidance around all things apprenticeship and skills. So everything from apprenticeships through to Kickstart, fully funded qualifications, Kickstart, I've already said that, T-levels, traineeships, and pretty much everything in between. We also offer advice around low carbon projects and work really closely with the Low Case project, which is about funded grants for businesses to get greener. So that's what we do.
Excellent, thanks Jodie. And next I'll introduce Zoe from Helical, and probably need a little bit of a cheer and a whoop whoop as Helical have been supporting the event from today as well, from behind the scenes. So Zoe's in front of the camera today.
Yeah. Sorry about that. You're definitely going to be sick of me by the end of today. But no, I'm Zoe. I'm the Operations Director for Helical Productions. We're a Solent-based production company working in all different sectors across the region, London, international, doing production, post-production, animation work, and everything in between, and live events, sort of hybrid live virtual events that have been fundamental to us over the past year. So I am probably slightly different to the guys here today, as I'm obviously working in a creative industry, but it's probably just a bit about me. I didn't actually start out in the creative world. I worked as an operations manager in London for 10 years doing event and corporate hospitality. And then the latter part of that was for the natural fast food chain Leon as an ops manager, which I'm sure you guys probably already know. But that was really where sort of my love for marketing came in. Leon, as much as it's a global company, works very much like an SME. They are super quick at adjusting to consumer behaviours and trends, and marketing was a massive part of my role there. So I tried, seeing as I didn't go to uni, I am also one of those girls that didn't get a degree. I was just testing out different areas and going to the University of Life, I suppose. And marketing was one that really kind of sprung as an industry that I wanted to move into. So I was luckily enough to meet the guys at Helical. And yeah, I've been there 4 years now, working as their ops director and doing event management.
And thanks for sitting in front of the camera for us today, Zoe.
You are very welcome.
I always think it's really important when we talk about business support. We get partners from both public and private sector, but I think it's really important to get a view and perspective from a business themselves around their sort of opportunities and challenges, which we'll delve into a little bit more later. And lastly, Andy from IncuHive.
Hello everyone. My name is Andy Pringle. I work with IncuHive. We're a co-working and flexi-space organisation, but not one like you've ever met before in your life. About a year ago, I've been working in business support, helping startups primarily. That's my love, and maybe we'll get the opportunity to tell you a few wacky stories that I've encountered along the way a bit later on. But IncuHive are the latest company that I've worked for. Previously, in the last sort of 20 years or so, I've worked for a lot of mainstream organisations, and I'd reached a crossroads, and I met the two guys that set up IncuHive, and we put the kettle on, and by the time the kettle had boiled, that was my interview, my induction, everything in one go. And I ended up with the title Chief Startup Officer, which was just a joke at the time, but it's stuck ever since, and I do love it, and it does raise a smile. But the reason that it's different is that it's an incubator space with a heart. We just want to help business, and that's genuine. We've got to make a profit like any other business, but what we want to do, and the way that we do make our profit, is by making sure other businesses succeed. And I just love that ethic. The fact that there's also a brewery on site might have affected my decision a little bit. So Andy Pringle, IncuHive.
Excellent. And great to have you all with us today. So if we could just flick on to the slides, we're just going to take you through a few slides. I'm going to talk around the slides a little bit, so they're just for reference. Any visual people in the room that want to read. Next slide, please. I've always wanted to say that. So the Growth Hub and the LEP, what's our role? Predominantly our role is a signposter and a connector. We're funded by government. I won't go into huge detail, but we're funded by government, and we can play a role in terms of being really impartial with what we do. So what I mean by that is that we're able to connect and signpost to a range of support that is both public and private sector, but because we have no skin in the game as such in terms of who we are referring to, we can be completely impartial with what we do. We've got no commercial alliance to any of them, so it allows us to talk quite openly and honestly with businesses or startups about how we and where we can connect them to. So we're very much that glue in the system that tries to bring together people either looking to start a business or people that have established businesses, and trying to connect them and put them in touch with the right type of support depending on what it is they want and what they need. We also offer a range of kind of advice. We're not business advisors, so we don't give actual business advice in that sense, but we give advice and support and guidance around what we think people should start looking at and what people should look to do. So when we signpost and connect, we might give a range of opportunities that we think the business or startup may need. That can include finance, that can include skills training, that could be various different types of sort of startup support, it could be coaching, mentoring. So there's a whole range of different support. Already I'm starting to talk and you think, wow, there's so much out there. So our role is then even more important about how we start to maybe help prioritise people in terms of what we think their needs may be, in terms of what they should start to look at. I've had examples in the past where I've had a conversation with someone for an hour, for example, and there's been 10 things that come out of that conversation in terms of what they might need and what they might want to do. But actually, how can we help support that business to start to prioritise where do they actually start and where do they go? Those that saw Anne-Marie's presentation a bit earlier this morning, she talked about the area and the range of assets in the area from both the major cities, the 3 universities. So as a region, it is quite a complex region in terms of what is out there. And sometimes that can be quite daunting for an individual, even an experienced business owner. It can be quite daunting to go, where do I start? Where do I go? So again, that our role in terms of just helping sort of pick out the right ideas and connect to the right people, and trying to make that journey from initially someone going, I need a little bit of help, and trying to get to that point of help in the quickest possible time. The LEP and the Growth Hub ourselves, we do have some more sort of intensive funded support packages, and I'm just going to kind of run through a few of these just to give you a bit of a flavour of the type of activity that we as the LEP and the Growth Hub run as well. Next slide, please. So just to touch on a few, we have some, we try to be sort of reactive to the sort of current economic conditions. As you'll all appreciate, over the last couple of years, it's been sort of 2 major shocks in terms of what we've looked to respond to. So we try to be quite reactive and responsive with the programs that we develop and deliver. So a couple of the sort of intensive programs where businesses can access 12 hours of intensive advice and support. We've got 3 programs that we've currently been delivering. The first one is a digital accelerator program, so supporting businesses of all shapes, all sizes, all sectors across the Solent with their digital capability. Now that's varied. What we've seen is some people not having any social media, for example, and looking at how we can support them to develop some form of social media presence, through to perhaps more established businesses that may be looking to implement a new CRM or some HR software, so something that's perhaps a little bit more advanced. But we've seen the whole range. I think COVID and working at home, that others have touched on a little bit today, has accelerated some of that, and businesses looking to utilise the technology and online presence. I know barber shop that I go to. Don't judge my haircut, please. But certainly I used to have to go in and pay cash. But even something as simple now that they're now taking and you can book online and you can pay with card or even your iPhone. So sometimes it's little things like that that we've been able to support businesses with. The next program that we've seen a great success with is our peer network program. What that is bringing together groups and cohorts of small businesses into a facilitated group where business owners have had the ability to support each other. So we actually were able to run a couple of specifically creative networks. One in partnership with Solent that some of you may know, where we were able to support and bring together a range of tech businesses that might have had a variety of different problems within their business. That could have been staffing problems, it could have been how to access finance, it could have been restructuring, how do they grow, and trying to create small networks of businesses to come together that could help solve each other's problems. I think sometimes it's good getting advice and support from people like myself, Jodie and Andy, but actually sometimes the best form of support that any business of any shape and size can get is from peers and people in the same position, hence why we're going to hear from Zoe a little bit today. A couple of other programs just to sort of whiz through a little bit and then give the opportunity to ask questions. Sustainability and going green is very high on the agenda for all businesses and should be for all businesses. So there are packages of support that we're running that support and can provide advice to go green or make your businesses more sustainable. We've also provided a wellbeing service for business owners, not to replicate or duplicate anything that the NHS or experts, but we actually found, and we're getting feedback from various groups and stakeholders that they wanted and needed something, certainly during COVID and lockdown when there was really challenging times, that they just needed some, certainly smaller businesses that perhaps don't have their own HR team and sort of internal programs. So we provided a one-to-one service where business owners could access expert nurses to talk about mental health and well-being. And then finally, just to touch on some of the partnerships and some of the programs, we work on a range of around a range of sort of strategic partnerships. So we're not able to deliver all of this ourselves. One of the partnerships that we've enabled most recently is with Digital Boost, which is a national organisation that provide digital mentoring and support. It talks about the demand for digital skills, digital capability. Digital Boost is funded by government, and we've been able to sort of bring that and promote that into the local region. So again, businesses of all shapes and sizes are able to access free mentoring with digital experts. Them digital experts come from a range of businesses, and the benefit of it being a national programme, some of the businesses engaged in that are Google, Facebook, MasterCard, so some of the real sort of household brands. But then there are also a range of SMEs offering their time and support to kind of feedback and mentor back to other small businesses as well. Next slide, please. This is just a bit of an example as well in terms of something that we've sort of working in them strategic partnerships. We worked with Creative Network South that were based here in Southampton to develop a bit of an interactive map. Some of the groups and sessions earlier this morning talked about premises and space and having to find them spaces. Where are they? How can they access? So what we've tried to do here is build a bit of an interactive map that looks all the different types of workspaces available, not just for creative businesses, but brings together all the maker spaces, all the accelerators, incubators, that just makes it, again, trying to make a step and create a step that makes it easier for people to engage with and find the type of space that they need. Next slide, please. And just a bit of an example, talked about it's a very busy, the Solent is a very busy landscape, and a lot of public and private sector offers. These are just a few names that some of you might recognise that offered various different types of support and programmes across the Solent. Some of them programmes will include access to finance. You can see the startup loans, Virgin Startup for example, that can help new businesses and startups access finance, which could be loan, it could be grant funding. some of the organisations, private sector, may run small sort of networking, peer groups, bringing businesses together, and there's a whole range of workshops. So if you're looking to attend or access any workshops, that could be about selling, it could be about export trade, it could be about financial modelling. Collectively across the Solent, there are a whole range of workshops delivered by a range of partners, including the universities as well. So I think what I would say, and I'll reiterate this message, is the key thing for any person looking to start a business or that runs a business, looking to grow a business, is come and talk to us. I think the big thing that we struggle with is to get a message out to people, is come and have a conversation. Whether we can help you straight away, maybe not, but without having that conversation, you don't know. So that's enough of me talking for now. So I just want to kind of open the floor up really and get a few views in terms of business support across the region. So I'm going to start with a couple of questions just to get the ball rolling. Zoe, just perhaps wanted to start with you if you don't mind. Yeah. Just wanted to sort of know what are the types of challenges that you face as a small creative business, and how have you overcome some of them challenges?
Yeah, I think they're largely going to be quite the same as most other small businesses out there, but I definitely think recruitment is one. We've been lucky enough to start working with you guys and the uni on looking to bring interns in this year to the business, which is really exciting for us. It's kind of the first year that we've been in a stable enough position to be able to give back and actually start nurturing kind of this next generation of creativity in the region, which is great. So we're working in conjunction with the uni for that. I think one thing that we discussed this morning, and I think it's been highlighted in some of the other panel conversation as well, is actually educating senior management teams on how digital content and events like this are so important to be able to connect with customers and consumers. And really over the last 2 years, it has been the only way that businesses have been able to do that. So I do think the pandemic has helped us a little bit in that, because we're now not having to do the hard sell that really, guys, you need to be kind of showing you as a business, your personality and everything about it, and not just through publishing, which I think was the original route. And a lot more people are coming and thinking about how they get into social, like James was talking about earlier, what social platforms are out there and how we use those. I think the last one for me has obviously been COVID, but we were lucky enough that we had the experience within our team to be able to fall onto the virtual aspect of our business, which is something that we probably had been a bit useless about advertising. As an advertising company, that's probably quite bad, but we hadn't really marketed that we could do it, and we can, and we had all the equipment to do it. So it was really just revamping that, using the skills that we had in our team. And like so many people have said today, just being a bit brave about what we decided to do in a really tricky situation, and thankfully it's paid off. So yeah, I think they're probably the highlights of challenges that we face.
Excellent. Pivot, I think pivoting was heard a lot and talked about a lot for businesses, wasn't it? It's certainly sort of a bit of a buzzword used over the last, but really...
Watch that Friends episode on repeat.
So just touching on that, Andy, sort of your view on what you see, because out of the COVID and people pivoting as well, a lot of people started to start businesses. What are some of the sort of common pitfalls that you see from people starting businesses, and what would you say is some of the key things that someone starting a business should start to think about?
Okay, really good question. Setting up a creative business is no different to setting up any type of business, and there are core pitfalls that apply across the board, and the previous panel mentioned a few of them, and I'll just echo the fact that you've got to approach it like a business. You absolutely do something. If you're passionate about it, if you love it, if you're really good at it, that's a really good starting point for starting a business, sort of converting it maybe from a hobby or a passion and interest into something that's actually going to support you and pay your bills. There is quite a big transition that needs to take place, both mentally and in reality, is because you've got to look at things like, how much am I going to charge? Is the amount of time that I'm going to put into this going to generate enough money to cover our bills? Does anyone want what I've got? I might be brilliant and love doing it, but does that mean anybody's going to buy it or want it, or want enough that's going to make it? So that applies to every business, but creatives particularly. I mean, I love working with creative businesses, you know, because there's always this buzz that goes with it, you know, because you just know that they love doing it. You know, there are some other professions and you think, well, I don't know whether I get quite as excited about being a funeral director, you know, and yeah, you look at the possibility of making money, but it's completely different when you come to somebody and you know, they're a brilliant artist or musician, or they're creative, they make some, you know, write, publish, all those kind of things. You know, it's something that you're doing with your heart as well as your head. So you've got to make sure that that is retained, but somehow you convert it into something that's practical and is actually going to make some money. So we spend a lot of time just saying, okay, well, who's going to buy this? How much they're going to pay? You know, how do you know that that's the case? And it's boring. You know, when you're talking about stuff, you know, you say to a creative, well, have you written a business plan? Yeah, I mean, there might be a writer, but they still want to write a business plan because it's, you know, it's the serious, it's the dry stuff about business. But it really is the difference between succeeding and failing. You know, if it, you might be able to make yourself really popular on social media. You get millions of followers on all the different channels, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to make money out of it. So it's really interesting conversation to have. So that's the first pitfall, is that don't confuse the fact that you're really good at something that it is a business, because it doesn't always pan out. The second pitfall that we see with creative people, and this is more towards the, you know, the real creatives, is that that love of doing it sometimes is quashed by the fact that it's a business. It's different painting a painting because you want to do it and you do it in the time that you like, compared with somebody saying, I need that painting by such and such a time and I'm going to pay you X pounds for it. You know, it changes the whole dynamic. And when you're doing it because you have to rather than because you want to, that's just something that if you're creative, you've got to be aware of before you go into it. And then the third thing is that, and this applies across the board to business. Sorry, am I talking too much?
No, carry on going, Andy. Good stuff.
I love startup businesses. I've run startup businesses myself. I still run businesses myself. But for the last 20 years, I've been on a bit of a crusade because you've probably all heard about how many new businesses fail in the early stages. And it's true, they do. Lots and lots of businesses fail. The reason I'm on a campaign is because they don't have to. You know, there's a lot of businesses that shouldn't have failed. There's a lot that shouldn't have started in the first place, and if they've just taken some advice, that doesn't mean they're not suited to running a business. It's just that that particular business was never ever going to work. So to have a conversation with who knows the difference between the two, completely free of charge in most cases. James has just, you know, gave me a great big long list of people who are prepared to give advice, and we fall in that category. We want to catch people before they start, rather than pick them up when they found out the pitfalls that we're supposed to be talking about. So take advice is what I'd say.
And I've been there and done it as well. I'll admit and put my hand up. I started a business and I was one of those that failed or ended quite, not swiftly. I think we were operating for about 8 or 9 months in the end, but circumstances changed and I had to close the business. So I've got, you know, first-hand experience of that as well. But Jodie, just wanted to get a view from you quickly, and then we'll kind of open it up to online and to the audience. But what can you know, people starting a creative business or, you know, established creative businesses, what's available to them around sort of skills, development, training, etc.?
It was really interesting to hear recruitment being the major issue, and I think certainly in the last 2 years there's almost become sort of a perfect storm of recruitment. I think we've seen that it is definitely someone looking for a job, it's their market, you know, and it's probably never been that way before, certainly in the last sort of 5 to 10 years. And so as we move forward, it's about what a skills program can bring to you is a real diversity around that recruitment. You know, who are you looking to get in? What do they look like? There's never been a better time to bring people that perhaps traditionally you wouldn't look at, traditionally that you wouldn't have engaged with, through a vast array of skills programs. There are so many, and I can really honestly sit here now and say I totally get why some people don't engage with it, because it can seem really confusing, it can seem really scary. You can sort of go, is this right for me, is that right for me? All I would say is there is a lot of advice out there, there are a lot of programs, very many of them really cheap for what they do. Very many of them available to your current staff as well as new staff. So if you're looking at reskilling someone, bringing someone back into the role, there are lots of opportunities out there, and a lot of them come with incentives. So, there's never been a better time to engage, especially given the current recruitment situation. All I'd say is reach out to James's team, to my team, and they will help and support you through what can seem confusing, but often isn't once we have a chat.
I think everyone's ears perked up on financial incentives.
I know.
A little bit there. So have we got a few online questions?
And actually, following on from that, Jodie, this is from Charles Freeman. He's saying the average creative business in the Solent employs 5 people. So what support is available for those small companies to help them take on paid internships or apprentices or provide entry routes?
There's lots of opportunities. One of the things that immediately springs to mind for me is there's something called traineeships, which are often overlooked and are a really good way of getting someone into the workplace and really testing them, trying them. You get £1,000 incentive. You don't have to pay them because they are on a training programme, and it's a really good way of getting new, fresh blood and talent into the business, probably then to look at progressing them onto an apprenticeship. So it's a great way, I hate using this phrase, but it's a great way of try before you buy. So it's very little to no cost apart from time, and I know time is precious, to the actual employer, but it can really build your pipeline of new, fresh talent that perhaps previously may not have thought through creative industries because they would have thought, we need a degree, that sector's out for me. Whereas in fact, actually they're some really great, talented young people that are enthusiastic and really just need an opportunity. So there are lots of programmes out there. There are incentives, as I said, for a traineeship work placement or a T-level work placement. It's about £1,000. The same for an apprenticeship, and you also get supported to, the training doesn't have to cost you anything as well. There's a lot of funding available to pay for that training as well.
I'll just follow on from that as a creative business as well that has just done it. And it's also following on from what James said earlier, LinkedIn. I spotted a post from the LEP a couple of weeks ago about internships on LinkedIn, and just clicked on it. Asked for all the information that I needed, got sent through to Solent Uni, and we've had about 20 applicants for interns for the next sort of semester, so all the way through summer and onwards. And it's not just a day a week. These guys are so hungry to learn. They've kind of come to us and said, okay, can we do a bit more than the 1 day a week? And obviously we're paying them a normal intern wage, so that's great. And they just want to give you support. They want to learn, and if you've got that capacity to do it, it's so great to give back. So
great example. I knew we had you up there, Zoe, for a reason. Any questions in the room? Yes.
Yeah, just a quick one. It's really fascinating about how these things get started and the startups and the support and apprenticeships. What kind of support or advice is the businesses about retention, about talent retention?
I mean, just as I was saying, I think for me, so I've been in apprenticeships too many years to mention, and we've seen it go through a real step change of it being hairdressing and engineering, and you've got to be 16 to 18. And I think the thing that still surprises people is that we've got apprenticeships now from level 2, which is GCSE level, right the way up to masters. And, it is changed from being that entry route to being a real option to, retain people, keep them motivated, prepare that career pathway and move them up through the levels. It's also, I'm very aware that I sit in an institution that offers degree apprenticeships very well, but you can get a master's degree for just over £1,000 with an apprenticeship, which blows my mind. And that cost is to the employer as opposed to the individual. So it also, I'm on my soapbox on my sort of diversity and inclusion bit, but it does truly make degrees accessible for all, which I think up to sort of 5 years ago, they genuinely weren't. So I just think there is that real opportunity to value your staff through apprenticeships. A lot of people get put off by the name, but call it whatever you need to as a business, as long as we're getting them through that process and the end is the same, that they end up with a master's degree.
Just Andy, I wonder if you've got a bit of a view on, what people starting businesses or early stage businesses, what are the sort of barriers and challenges and about recruiting and thinking about your first hire, for example, what the sort of mindset is and what that sort of journey might look like and should be.
It's an interesting one, is because entrepreneurs often set up because they love what they're doing and think they can do it better than anybody else. So it's quite a shift to actually then have to take on staff. Some businesses have to start with staff. It would be very hard to run, a physical premises without the help of other people. But there are other businesses that develop it, get an idea going and start the money coming in, and then making that decision as to whether you should take somebody on and spread the, maybe make more money, but the money that's coming at the moment, then you're going to have to think about paying them before you got paid yourself. So it really is a financial decision, but also a strategic decision where you've got to look very carefully at, what the future of the business is going to look like and how much assurance you've got that there is money coming in not just now, but maybe next month, next year, that justifies you taking on somebody else. But, certainly that is a significant point in the business when you get beyond that, just you're the sole owner of the business taking somebody on, as you've probably experienced. And it's quite exciting, but, nervy as well.
Yeah.
Any more questions? Yeah, go for it.
James, can we have some examples of funded grants to go greener? Are these available to community interest companies? That's from Hannah Ray.
Do you want to talk about Locase?
Shall I?
Yeah, go for it.
Something that is relatively new to the area is a programme called Locase, lowering carbon across the southeast. Hence why it's shortened to Locase. He wants to say that mouthful. So that is essentially for businesses to reduce their carbon footprint. So that can be anything from installing LED lighting, getting new equipment that has a lower carbon footprint, second-hand electric vehicles, etc., etc., etc. The grant is for up to 40% of the cost and up to £10,000. Any business can apply, including community interest companies. There is also, if you are already a green business, that funding can also look at business development. So if you wanted a new machine, if you needed a website developed, if you needed anything that was around business development that was going to grow your business, if it's a green business, that can also be included under that. I would say if you just literally Google Locase, there is an eligibility form that takes literally 7 minutes to complete. Once that's done, then there'll be an advisor that will come into contact with you, speak to you about what sort of ideas are out there, take you through the whole process.
What I would also say to people listening online is that one of the services that the Growth Hub offer is around sort of funding and finance searches as well. So we have a variety of platforms that we have access to that enables us to do specific searches based on what the business does, what they offer, where they're located, etc. And we can search for funding and finance, which will include things like Locase, not only on a local level, but also on a national level, international level as well, because sometimes there's so much out there, and grants can come in the sense of the grant that Jodie's talking about is European money, but there's also corporate money as well, potentially, that people, and there's a whole range of stuff out there. Again, I reiterate that message about coming to talk to us and just asking that question, because that's what we're here for. One more? Yeah.
I've got another one, which is from Marnie. She says, is there any help for people changing careers if they are mature, lost their job during COVID, things like that?
So there is a lot of funding from Department of Work and Pensions in various different guises, lots of different opportunities to get involved, get into a new industry. What I would also say, and I feel like I'm harping on about apprenticeships, but that's my job, is that there are a lot of apprenticeship vacancies out there at the moment. They are becoming more and more difficult, and they're not the low-paid opportunities they were. The average apprentice salary is around 18k. And when you think that, you know, you're going to be retraining in a totally new sort of industry, that's actually quite a good starting salary, and a lot of them in the bigger companies can go up to sort of 25, 30k. So sort of what you'd expect for a standard job, an average salary anyway. So I would say go to your local job centre. There are so many opportunities out there for reskilling, upskilling. Look at the Finding Apprenticeship site. There are loads of vacancies out there, and they're not, you know, sort of YTS or YTS schemes. We've moved on a long way, let's put it that way.
Oh, YTS, that's
I know,
that's what I did, yeah, back in the day.
I also just add to that as well, I wouldn't always look in what you've been doing. I think Andy mentioned it earlier. It might be something that you've done all your life, but have a look at your transferable skills as well. Because I did it, I changed jobs, like I said, 4 years ago, and as much as it's a completely different industry, there are a lot of transferable skills between the two jobs that I've done. So don't just go for the sole thing that you know. Potentially delve in a bit further to see what you can do.
Excellent. Any more questions in the room? Yes.
Is there any help available for business managers and employers to help them to be able to support new people in the workplace?
As in sort of mentoring and...
Yeah, I mean, just to be able to teach somebody, you know, who
absolutely
may have those skills.
Do you know what? We're really lucky in the Solent in that we've got a lot of different programmes. The one that springs to mind immediately for me for that would be skill support for the workforce. So you can have essentially units of a level 3, level 4 qualification, totally free of charge. The only real criteria is that you need to be in the Solent and you need to be employed. But one of the great things that you can do through that is sort of mentoring and coaching. And you can do, it's up to 14 credits, which then gets into education terminology, which no one's interested in. But it's a really good chunk of learning and a really good step on, you know, especially if, like me, you've been out of that learning sort of mindset for a little while. It's a really good dip in the toe, specific skill sets that's perfect for employed people to do exactly that. But you can do lots of different things. It could be in management, it could be something very specific like payroll, for example, but all of those things totally free of charge and really accessible.
What I would also add as well is programs like I mentioned, the peer network program, the small business network program. So that's very much about learning from other people, other business owners in the same situation. So sometimes it's you know, good and great, but they'll just sort of perhaps provide a different option. You know, people like to learn in different ways, and you know, something like peer networks or even Help to Grow, which I know Solent University are one of the delivery partners, where business owners are coming together, and there are elements where they are trying to help and support each other through sort of that peer group and learning from their peers. So I think there's other ways to sometimes think about it as well as the sort of formal training, is the sort of more business networks, and even perhaps some sort of like membership-based network meetings as well, where you can meet other businesses and talk about the challenges that you're having or what you're looking to solve as well, and perhaps just speaking to them about perhaps how they've done it and learning that way as well. Any more questions from the room? No? I've probably got one more, last question, probably Zoe, for you. A couple of people talked about money and building a business and money. What's your key driver? What makes you get out of bed?
Yeah, money's been a difficult one, especially over the last year. And for an SME, cash flow, as I think everyone knows, is a difficult one. But yeah, getting us out of bed has just been the pivot. What can we do? What can we do to get through? I think at the beginning of COVID, it was like, what can we do to educate? What can we do to get through the next year to 18 months? And how can we make that work? But we, I think, have got the balance right. And I think one of the reasons why we started Helical was there are a lot of big players out there that potentially when the technology wasn't quite as good as it is now, marketing was very expensive, and there are a lot of agencies that charged a huge amount of money for potentially not great quality work. And I think what we've really tried to do is educate ourselves into, okay, what technology is out there now? How's that been developed? How can we make amazing marketing assets for all these businesses out there at a bit more of a reduced cost? And how can we be really creative about doing that and giving them exactly what they need and the education that they need to explain that, okay, marketing is a great way to get your business out there, to connect with your audiences, and it doesn't have to be ridiculously expensive. It was a massive stigma around marketing agencies for a very, very long time, and I think that has hopefully, with the rise of social media and everything else, changed now. So I think it really is just having that passion to educate the world that marketing is where you need to be, and digital content is where everyone is moving to now. So just kind of jump on board and come and talk to us, and we'll help. It's not a scary prospect anymore to market.
Excellent. We've certainly benefited from investment in our platforms and raising the awareness in terms of what we do. I know Sophie at the back of the room has set up our Instagram page this week, so please like and follow. That's a bit of a plug. So I think we're coming towards the end of the session, so thanks for all the questions online and in the room. Thanks to my expert panel. And it's for hand over back to Ajay.
Thank you, James. Thank you to the panel. That was fantastic. Really fantastic. Really, really interesting from all of those very detailed observations and experiences that you shared with us this afternoon. It's wonderful to see all of the support that creative businesses can access to support their development and growth. And I urge you, those who are in the room or online, to follow the IG page, Instagram page of LEP. So just before we finish and go into our final workshop of the afternoon, of the day, just a few takeaways that were mentioned. I've just made a few notes. We talked about the business plan was spoken about. Crucial, important, the foundation. The importance of context. And I was reflecting on my experience of entrepreneurs in the city, and I was thinking of the businesses of Derby Road that I grew up with. The entrepreneurs of Derby Road who, with no access to schemes or funding or people, kind of just went for it. How did they do it? You know, purpose and service. You know, thinking of businesses which serve people and thinking of businesses that have a purpose. I think both of those things go hand in hand with the creative industries. And they were minus of confidence in many ways. They were minus of qualifications. Yet they happened. Somehow they happened. Where did those people go for support and advice? The diversity of recruitment. We've spoken about the traditional wouldn't normally engage. That's changing. I'm from a family of serial entrepreneurs who each generation, for at least the last 4 generations, started with nothing. Fiji, Malaysia, India, the United Kingdom. Every generation, just for issues of the day, moved on, were asked to move or were made to move. And so what is it about those entrepreneurs? Is it instinct? Is it passion? Is it hard work? Is it all three of those things? I guess in the background, without actually saying it, that was the mantra that I was observing as I was growing up. Is there a scheme we can design which listens? And I was just thinking of Dr. Siabi earlier, listening to those entrepreneurs rather than providing the structure that they need to fit into. And I'm sure that's happening with LEP and other organisations. And finally, just online, I've just noticed there was a question of examples of funding grants to go greener. So I'm sure perhaps that's something LEP could provide on their websites, or if people wanted to get in touch. Thank you so much. We are now just going to take a very small pause online. We'll be right back with our third and final workshop for this afternoon, which is described as Strengths Across the Solent. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Southampton, city made fragment by river and wall of yesterday's brick, Mishmash, side by side, eager to thrive, not sit. A nation's front door, anchor of merchant, stranger to friend.
High tide, carry roots, Solent scent.
Western horizon seen from masts. Wetland bird, vast sky.
Kick flips on concrete, catching air, flying high.
Heels strut on stage, all walks march pride.
Bells of St. Mary's croon in chime. Over chit-chat in corner shops and shadows of high-rise. Iron bird spits fire from jazz-streaked walks. Streets talk of saints with red, white stripes marching. Pavements sing. Spin, ball, bowling. Calls in parks in Southampton. Flower and tree-lined common. Park run.
Shark strike, open playing field, city for everyone.
Plectrum verse of Derby Road, bow of races.
Sounds of South Asian summers throughout times and spaces.
Scribbles and sights and verses made vocal.
Global scent savoured of dishes made local.
Art beneath arches, in shops now galleries filled of creativity. Dances on stage, dances on street, sway of arm, pivot of feet.
Records revolving, percussion patterns from DJ holding crowd.
Join his arms, broadcasting.
Worlds come together, we're talking, so listen. Let culture scale walls, let it be for all. Let Southampton grow, let's make it so.
Hi everyone, I am proud to be an ambassador for Southampton in the bid to become UK City of Culture in 2025. I am passionate about our city. It's a city that has nurtured me as a kid and has supported me as an adult. The inspiration from my first album, Born to Do It, all came from experiences growing up in this special city. Especially the time spent in Ocean Village with my friends, hanging out at the marina, and those fun walks through Hoggins Park to St Mary Street to buy musical equipment. The city is bursting with culture. Much of it self-made by the people of Southampton and will always be home in my heart. We have our fair share of challenges, especially now, but we who have been born and brought up here, and those of us who've come from all parts of the world to make Southampton home, know how brilliant this city is at supporting each other and raising one another up during difficult times. A place where ships sail, where great universities attract the best minds, where sportsmen and women excel, where world-class art galleries are open to all, and of course where you find the new generation of music makers already emerging. I'm so proud of that talent and the open-hearted generosity of the people of Southampton. The expression cosmopolitan fits us like a glove, and now we have the opportunity to be part of the story of our future city and tell it to the world. Never has it been more important than now, as we face so much uncertainty as a city and as a country. We need bravery and imagination to create a new story for ourselves. Our future is not yet written, so I say to everyone in Southampton, join in, and I say to everyone else, join us, choose Southampton.
I was born in Southampton. I grew up in an area called Bitton Park. I went to the local school. I was very lucky to grow up in a very creative household. Both of my grandmothers were dressmakers, needlewomen. So when I was about 11, I discovered there was a job called a dress designer, and suddenly everything fell into place, and I thought that's definitely what I'm going to do. The art college that I attended later became Solent University, which is now quite an enormous faculty for the arts. I believe in the creative arts and the way that they can completely regenerate areas, and therefore we need the students that come to study in Southampton to stay in Southampton, and we need to open up areas for them to build their own businesses, as I did. Southampton is a city of transformation. It's a multicultural society because of the nature of it being a port. I think Southampton becoming the city of culture will give it the spark it needs to grow into the place that it really should be. I feel that the city not only deserves to win, but it needs to win. The people there have been resilient. There's an enormous amount of creativity and energy. It's Southampton's time to shine.
I'm Claire Whitaker and I'm Bid Director for Southampton's bid to be UK City of Culture in 2025. As part of our bid, we've done a lot of consultation and a lot of research, and we found out a lot more about the creative industries, not just in the city but also across the region. We can see that we've got some absolute jewels in the crown, but we can also see there is really room to grow and develop our creative industries. And what we're really interested in is creating a context where artists, creative industries, the creators of the future can really look at Southampton and think it's a place to settle, a place to stay, a place to live and establish their practice. But we also want to connect up the region a lot more. We have regional partners for the bid, and this is a chance to tell our story as a region and to look at what's doing really well, a look at where we have expertise and things which are really world class, and to also examine where there are opportunities for us to grow. I've been really lucky to work in the creative industry most of my working life. The thing for me is that work doesn't feel like work when you do something that you absolutely love. I think the pandemic has shown that we need the creative industries to feed our souls. As things continue to open up, I'm so glad that the cultural sector is able to really look to the future with a bit more certainty. And I think now is the time to really think about what that means and where we need to go strategically and what the opportunities are. We want to build the conditions in Southampton and in the wider region to make sure that creativity thrives, to make sure that we maximise our tourism potential, to look at live events, big scale landmark commissions, which are very much part of our bid, to really put Southampton and the region on the map and to really tell the story of the diversity of our city, to have an inclusive approach which really gives everybody the opportunity to take part and to see the possibilities that the creative industries offer.
Claire?
A badge.
A badge. a badge in a bag on the way out. Yes, unless you've got one already. Just one between two. Right. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our final workshop of the day. Hurrah! We've had a fantastic day today. It's been full of content, very rich and deep with cultural conversations from a number of guest speakers and from the BID team themselves. We move on to our third and final workshop as we explore strengths across the Solent. This workshop is led by the very wonderful Carolyn Abel, who is Head of Culture and Tourism for Southampton City Council. Carolyn will also be joined by also the very wonderful Dalia Jamil from Art Asia, Professor Joanna Sofa from the University of Southampton, Sally Igra from the New Forest District Council, Paulina Petrowski from Southampton City Council, and Mark Rands from Barclays Eagle Labs. Ladies and gentlemen, Carolyn.
Thank you very much, AJ. And as I would like to say, we save the best to the last, don't we, darling? So, an esteemed company today, so I'm really delighted that you could join us, and those that are still with us today, online and in person, really, really appreciate it. We've heard a lot about the sort of challenges and the opportunities within the Solent region this morning and this afternoon. But I think it's also understanding what some of the strengths are and therefore what we can build upon and go forth from here. And that's really important. And that's about individuals. I think we've seen a lot from individuals that are shown enormous determination, personality and drive to make things happen. And I see that in this table as well and in this room and online. But that's a really important characteristic when you think about what makes success in a place and in an organisation. It also comes down to people that drive that through. So I think what we'd also like to do is just think about some of those factors of success. And I'm sure there'll be sort of considerations around the barriers that people have experienced. Some of the common and maybe some different ones that we might hear today. So if I may, I will go to Dalia Jamil first to talk about 40 years of Art Asia, which is a phenomenal achievement. So Dalia, if you could take us away, please.
Thank you, Carolyn, and thank you for having me this afternoon. Yes, we have saved the best till the last. We're actually going to be talking about creativity. I represent Art Asia, which is an organisation that was born in the city of Southampton, very proud of it, and we celebrated our 40th anniversary with a huge concert with the world's greatest maestro, Zakir Hussain, absolutely icing on the cake. And we were able to do this through collaboration with the City of Culture, through Mass Theatre as well. And I think that is perhaps speaks volumes about what the future holds for us with this City of Culture bid. It's about bringing organisation and people together who may have been ships in passing in the past, but the whole bid process actually allowed us to get together. I'm not here to speak about the bid, I'm here to speak about Art Asia, and certainly neither Carolyn nor Claire has paid me to say that either. They have given me budget, by the way. So Art Asia's journey began about 40 years ago, and again it was through the absolute dedicated work of volunteers who were determined. The person that started the Art Asia and his group of friends, in fact, they used to run around schools with the harmonium. I don't know if you know what a harmonium is. It's like a portable piano, Indian version or Asian version, from school to school, teaching children during the brief half-an-hour lunch break. And that was it. So that was the start of Art Asia. And the strength there, which has still continued and continues, hopefully, and will continue, is the passion of absolute people and volunteers within the community. Whatever they could do, they did. And I think the success for any organisation, any person, is about that passion. You think about what is it that you want to do? What is it that you're passionate about? It's not about somebody ticking boxes. It's not about doing something from the curriculum. It's about you being passionate. And I think in the 80s, the other thing that was very obviously very strong was the fact that you didn't have a lot, you didn't know about Asian culture, for example. We were still in the kind of, a stranger to be good friends with, but perhaps not understanding. And things have moved on tremendously. We talk about inclusion, we talk about diversity, we talk about how actually it's not about us and them anymore. It is about us. Us who live in Southampton, us who will avail of all the opportunities in Southampton, be it through schools, universities, colleges, theatres, whatsoever. And that is a key factor, that it is us. It's not about, they're diverse or they're a different organisation to us. It's not that. We're all in it together, whether we like it or not. And that's being part of a large family or a large community of Southampton, that we are all very passionate about to make Southampton visible. I was struck by the speaker who said that I've been here for such a long time and yet Southampton is not figured as such. And in a sense, he's quite right. Somehow or other along the line, Southampton, which has wonderful, absolutely wonderful cultural activities, whether it's in a bar, at the university, on the street, we've not been able to actually promote that, to say this is a destination. We have these wonderful theatres, we have these wonderful opportunities. Come and see, come and live, come and do, all that sort of thing. My daughter lives in London and she will trudge her way here to Southampton 3 times a year at least to see shows at Mayflower Theatre, because they're of performance, a high quality West End performance, but delivered within such a lovely, lovely space as well. Much better than, tripping down to London or on the Underground or whatever. So I think those are the kind of selling points that Southampton in future we'll have to concentrate on. Well, back to the MELAG, or back to Art Asia rather. We're a combined arts organisation and we are very well known for our Southampton Mela Festival. I don't like bandying statistics, but it is actually useful. About 30 to 32,000 people attend the half-a-day event, which is held at Hoglands Park. And we've always been, at the board level, we're unsure whether to call it Art Asia Mela or a Southampton Mela. And I remember the debates and we said, no, this belongs to the city, this belongs to us, this is about Southampton. It's not a special kind of ethnic or whatever Mela. It will have the essence of it, but it is the Southampton Mela and people need to take kind of responsibility for that. And we've been very lucky through grants we are an MPO, so the Arts Council has funded us to deliver the Mela and been supported by the City Council. When I say the Mela, and I just say it's a day-long festival, it isn't really, because what we do is throughout the whole year, we work with schools, working with young people, we work with community groups, we work with women's group, and we work with students. Not so successfully in the past, but hopefully that will get better, in developing the content for the Mela. So it's not like an organisation that is jettisoned into the city, delivers an event and trots off again. We actually spend a lot of time throughout the year in schools, in colleges, with partner organisations who've got the skills as well to deliver that wonderful day of festivities. And for those of you who don't know what a Mela is, I hope you do, but in case you don't, it is a festival. In Southampton, we have four stages actually. We have a main stage where most of our international artists are showcased. We have a world stage where fusion music and young producers can actually promote, and young artists as well, their own content, if you like. And we have the most popular is the community stage, where all the communities in Southampton, and I have to say we try to sort of rotate because there are so many communities that at least 10 or 12 community groups will do the performances, the children will perform, and there's spaces for children, the school children to perform. We've got partnership with the Southampton Music Hub, which has been absolutely brilliant actually, bringing in children into the festival. It does two things. The children can embrace that platform, but also if you bring in children, you actually bring in families as well. And when families are in a space which normally they would not choose to be in because they don't see the festival as part of, they recognise, then you get these wonderful kind of following of audience. And over the last 20 years, I have to say, the Mela Festival, whether we advertise it or not, there is a following which just comes across. And it's not just Southampton. In the past, we've had busloads of people from London, from Reading, from the South Coast as well, because the Southampton Mela Festival, and I think Southampton can be proud of that, is the only kind of Mela held in the southern region. Ajay can perhaps correct me but that, as far as I understand, that is it. So why is, because we do a lot of things, and this is one of my passion, is that in the morning people spoke about that art and creativity. The minute you talk about creativity and art, the mind sort of zooms into that kind of, yes, singing, dancing, piano, or visual art, something like that. But creativity can take many shapes and forms. And we've heard this morning that creativity is actually lacking in schools because it's not part of their curriculum. And our success has been that all the schools that we worked with, there's always been this one person. You need to hit the right person, not necessarily the head teacher, but somebody who's certainly interested in what you're doing, and then the rest just falls into place. And that is essential. For me, working for Art Asia, it is essential because we work in the most deprived neighbourhoods, we work with ethnic minority children, we work with refugee and asylum seeking children who have all the horrors of all the things that they have brought here. And giving them that space, whether within the school or outside in the community groups, it is absolutely amazing to see what can happen and the transformation. We did a partnership project with the John Hansard Gallery, and one of our local schools, Mount Pleasant Junior School, they brought, I think, about 15 to 20 children to do some batik art, visual arts. I walked into that room and there was pin drop silence because those children, and they were, I think, 9, something like that, very young, they were so concentrated on what they were doing. Not a sound, no nothing. You know, it was their kind of absolute visual focus. But not only that, that was probably the first time they had done something that was very different. And after that incident, a few of the parents came to me in the following weeks and they said they had such a wonderful time, they had this opportunity, it was in a different space, that's important. It wasn't in a learning space, it was in a different space. And I think that's very important, to take people out from safe spaces, if you like, into something that they would soon become accustomed to. And that again has been one of our missions, that we actually work with children and families and women, take them out to spaces that they wouldn't see, but actually let them discover themselves. And it's been quite a healing process as well. I'm very proud of the fact that we work with a lot of community groups, and that's been, again, extraordinary. And I think what the Arts Council are now saying about community partnerships and things like that, all of us, most of the people that I know around this room, we were doing that without someone telling us. Because at the end of the day, if you're talking about art and culture, it has to be reachable. It's not for people at the top who have had the privilege of going to good schools and universities and what have you, but it's about people who haven't had those opportunities, who haven't done these things before. And for them, it is an absolute awakening. And I think that's the most critical thinking about when we talk about creativity or arts and culture. It's about the awakening in you. It's not about you being a brilliant singer or you being a brilliant dancer. It's about that experience that sort of changes your lifestyle. And I do think, I firmly believe that it's got to start at the bottom. You've got to create that imagination, that all that sort of thoughts right when they're children. I think Shalina this morning said, what about the parents of migrants who say that you have to be a doctor, engineer and what have you? Absolutely right, because people have come to make a better life for themselves. That's why they've moved through all sorts of reasons, migration. But what it does also mean is that you've got to give children those kind of choices. Parents must see that these are good choices, that's what you do. I'm from Bangladesh, and in my heritage, you grew up alongside your education and your religion. You had to have singing, dancing, poetry, everything, festivals. It was part of it. It wasn't an add-on. And I think here, especially in the West, it is very add-on. And I don't know I don't know enough about the history of arts and culture here, but it seems to me that's what differentiates, or somebody tried to differentiate between the classes. You are here and you are there, and this is what's for us. But when I grew up, and where I grew up, and within this South Asian culture, arts is part of you. So you had to recite poetry, you sang, you danced. My dancing tutor said, you're never going to be a dancer, so cut that out, So that was the end of my career on that. But that's so much part of it and so much ingrained that I could recite poetry now, which, I'm sure others couldn't like that. So it's very important that when we are thinking about the creative industry, and we've had lots of speakers who've been really inspiring with facts and figures, that we just don't think it at that level. You've got to think of the pipeline. You really have to think, how are they going to, at each stage, how are they going to reach that? One of the things we know for certain is that there is a lack of diversity in the arts and culture. That is, there are not many women, there are not many black people, there are not many disabled people, and how do you try and redress that? That is a huge question that, we don't have answers for, but the way to redress is that to give opportunities and platform. And again, speakers spoke about those opportunities and platform. At the Mela Festival, that's what we like to do. We like to encourage young producers, make something, do something, create something. But at the same time, as employers, and we are that, we have to the fear of disaster, I think. We've got to let it go. Close your eyes and say, yes, it might be good, it might be a thing. It's the risk-taking factor that is very important. But at the moment, from where I sit as a decision maker, there are not opportunities, there's too many bureaucracies, and there's not the way, how can you become that? And also, there isn't the financial incentive either to be an artist. This morning I was talking to Ajay about this wonderful, brilliant young man who's a dancer. And I said, is he around? And he said, well, actually, he's working for the NHS full time. Well, good luck. But we have, in the arts sector, and especially a male dancer, it's quite, it is quite sad for me to see that. So it's all about sustainability. It's about taking whoever you are, the actor, the singer, the dancer, whatever, from the school, from cradle to grave, literally, that is very important. And Art Asia can't provide that. So what we're trying to do is collaborate with people, signpost them, and say, go towards that place, do that. And also, visibility is very important. Not marginalization when someone wants to take a tick box, but visibility about the quality and the opportunity. Opportunities are still lacking. It's no good, me sitting here and saying there are lots of opportunities. There isn't that opportunity. It's quite a hard world out there. However, on a more kind of positive note, Carolyn, sorry, I'm probably hogging the whole thing, is that the whole COVID thing threw us. No outdoor festival, no classes, no workshops, no anything. And then we discovered the digital platform. And that was a huge learning experience for us. And the digital platform has absolutely transformed Art Asia. We've got people from all over the world now wanting to join our classes, and you think, really? How did that happen? So in a way, as an organization, we're having to rethink, revamp, how our delivery and content as well. But it has been an opportunity, real good opportunity, and all the things that go with the filmmaking and everything. That's been absolutely amazing, actually. I could go on and sit here and not let others speak, so I'm going to stop here. Yeah.
Thank you, Dahlia. That's really helpful. I think what, you know, in terms of Art Asia in 40 years, it's understanding what the strengths of what Art Asia has done, and that's about adaptation, pivot, but also being authentic to the place that you work and the communities that you work with, and also challenging. I think that's really important in terms of a place. I know. So thank you, Dahlia. So let's just take a time walk back a bit as well. So Jo is Professor of Archaeology at University of Southampton. So I just want you to sort of explore the sort of theme around heritage and the strengths across the region in that context as well. So thank you, Jo.
Yeah, thank you, Carolyn. Shall I just move this? I'll just move that to there, yeah. So as Carolyn said, I'm Professor of Archaeology at the University of Southampton, and I'm also the co-director of the Southampton Institute for Arts and Humanities. So my view is very much, if you like, an academic, and what I want to talk about today is, in a sense, quite evidence-driven. But I hope that it won't be academic in the sense of being removed, that notion of the ivory tower, which couldn't be more untrue in a way in terms of where I'm sitting and what I'd like to sort of bring to this conversation. So I want to speak to the idea of strengths across the Solent from the perspective of heritage as a pivot and catalyst for creativity, growth and regeneration. Now there are two ways in which you could look at this, I think. One is a sort of obvious way, which is leveraging heritage through tourism, bringing visitors to our region. And of course, SO25 has an important role in that. But on the other hand, there's also increasing evidence that heritage offers important social benefits that underpin well-being. And if you'll forgive me for a slight diversion there, well-being is one of the present government's 12 missions of the Levelling Up agenda. And there's increasing recognition within central government that heritage, and I quote from Rishi Sunak, can strengthen the local economy and build civic identity, and that heritage is part of the infrastructure of everyday life. Now, irrespective of one's political position, these things are, in fact, incredibly clearly signposted within the literature, within research. So if we take that as a starting point, heritage is an important way, potentially, of making the Solent region a better place in which to live, to do business, and to attract new talent. So if we're interested in growth and sustainability, then we do need to take heritage seriously. And of course, the Solent region is incredibly rich in heritage. But what do I mean by heritage? Now you can tell I'm an academic. So heritage is not just the large built assets of our fabulous medieval walls, or Osborne House in the Isle of Wight, beautiful as it is, or Portsmouth Historic Dockyard. It includes the natural heritage of the New Forest, our city centre parks. It is about who we are and where we come from. It's about places, collections, objects, traditions, and memories. It doesn't have to be old, doesn't have to be a listed building, and that kind of what we might call authorised heritage. Fundamentally, heritage is a concept that enables us to capture the richness of life and the values we want to give to the connection between past and present, and it is what we make of it that counts. It can be the value that you attach to your school, to your pub, to your place of worship, to your playground, to a photo, to an object, or even something that your grandmother gave you. It can be your high street. It can be literally heritage on your doorstep. Some aspects of heritage are pleasurable, like an enjoyable space, enjoying an aesthetic of place. Some are emotionally complex, like Monument to the Titanic, which I passed on my way here. the role of Southampton as a place in departing for war, or as an entry port for people making a different, better life for themselves. So heritage is the everyday as well as the exceptional. It relates to people, and it should be inclusive rather than elitist, because each one of us has a history. So heritage, I'm trying to get over to you, is not just buildings. It's not just what, you know, goes into a kind of list. It's who we are, and what we make of it is what counts. So what does heritage do? Well, let's go back to that evidence base. There is increasing evidence that heritage improves well-being in at least 3 key ways. First of all, heritage is important for placemaking and the creation of community in terms of both a sense of place, that's a notion of, if you like, rootedness and social identity, and place attachment, which are the psychological effects of the qualities of place. Second, heritage engagement improves subjective well-being in a wide variety of ways. So it increases happiness, it reduces people's anxiety, and a connection to the past also contributes to deep well-being effects through creating a sense of security, reflecting on who we are, and creating our place in the world. So I did a piece of work around the ways in which people were using heritage during the pandemic, and it was very clear that that relationship to past was giving people a sense of being able to cope with the pandemic because they could see themselves in relation to a larger long-term history in which people had survived and they had coped and they had come out the other side. And the third thing is that heritage moves the imagination and it stimulates creativity, and it's through that that it also creates well-being. So we've got these 3 things where we know heritage works to do things for us in terms of our well-being. But how can we make that work for us in SO25, in the City of Culture? So let's go back, let's take each of these 3 in turn. First, the sense of place. So we know that heritage is important to this sense of place and to community and to placemaking. In the particular case of Southampton, while it has a very rich heritage, I think there's a sense that it struggles with its sense of identity. There's a gap between this richness of heritage and the recognition of heritage. And it is that recognition of heritage that assists people with well-being to a large extent, perhaps. So why is this? Why is there this gap? So I think there are 2 potential reasons that I might put out there. First, of course, World War II bombing destroyed many of the things that are obviously old in the centre of town in terms of those public spaces. So much of Southampton, parts of Southampton, are in fact new or remade places. It's this combination of the new and the old, and where do we sit in that feels a little bit uncertain. The second is the lack of recognition of what heritage is or could be, because there's a perception that heritage is this big fancy building, or that it is a thing, it is a view, it is something that has to be on a list and protected. And that's not the case at all. That's why I went to all that trouble about telling you what heritage might be. So how can we work with this? Well, we can't change the fact that lots of Southampton was bombed and that West Quay is there and other things, and nor should we, because the world changes and we have to reflect change. We shouldn't have a city which stays static. But what we can do something about is creating dialogue with people around what heritage is to them, about the spaces and the places that matter. And a colleague of mine, Nikki Marsh, is working on a project looking at civic pride and coming up with ideas around that. That might be useful for us here too. So we can develop a sense of heritage as a city and as a region, and through this a sense of identity that is linked to our place. So what about point number 2? Point number 2 was that heritage engagement creates well-being. So City of Culture gives us an amazing opportunity to engage with heritage, to create this ground-up sense of what heritage might be. Not creating a list of buildings, but an understanding of what and why places are important to people. So again, this could be anything. It could be your workplace, your school, your pub, your nan's kitchen. It's the places where our histories, both personal and community, are created. We know that social connections are one of the strongest predictors of well-being throughout the life course. And it's through that experience of relating to each other through heritage engagement that we can create social spaces in which to create connections. So heritage is more than just a thing or a place, it's a social space. And that, I think, is really, really important. And that is why heritage engagement can be so powerful as a means of creating well-being. And then to my third point, heritage moving the imagination. So heritage stimulates imagination and that creates well-being. And this insight, in fact, gives us a methodology by which we can create heritage engagement and further the well-being effects of heritage. Creative practice brings people in contact with heritage. It creates new forms of heritage potentially. It creates different kinds of creative outcomes. And so City of Culture is the means by which we can stimulate, we can provoke, we can engage and create a greater sense of well-being through that relationship. And again, in my role as co-director of the Southampton Institute of Arts and Humanities, we're experimenting with different forms of engagement. That can be anything from creative writing through to different forms of arts practice, and thinking about ways of engaging that bridge natural and cultural heritage. So what I've tried to do then is create an underpinning for why heritage might be important and what it can do for us, how we can actually use it in a really concrete way. Because I think understanding these fundamental underpinnings gives us the potential to really make the most of SO25 as a mechanism to enable long-term sustainable growth. Okay.
Thank you, Jo. I think it's, if you think back to the film that we saw, Jo probably won't have seen it, where the sense of place, the heritage were part of that story in the film, and the poetry that came through. So that's the stimulus and the response, and it was a fantastic film as well. So moving on, I'd like to come to Sally now from New Forest to talk about film New Forest, because I think that's another perspective where that connects in terms of a place, heritage, the natural landscape and the opportunities that surround that. Thank you, Sally.
Thank you. I'm Sally Igra. I'm the Economic Development Team Leader at New Forest District Council. We run a number of projects to support the local economy, one of which is Film New Forest. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of background to Film New Forest. It was launched by the District Council in 2016, and it provides support and advice to TV and film productions looking to use New Forest locations. We're supported in this by a close working relationship with Creative UK, rather than Creative England there, Creative UK's Filming in England team, and we're also part of a network of other film offices which are largely supported through local authorities. The launch of Film New Forest was supported by a promotional film called Through the Wardrobe, with an introduction and narration by film critic and writer Mark Commode, who also happens to be a New Forest resident. This showcases the huge variety of locations available in the New Forest, and in fact they're all really close together, and they're only 90 minutes from the UK's main film studios. We also have great infrastructure to support those filming productions in terms of accommodation and other venues. The film describes New Forest's locations far more eloquently than I can, so I'd encourage you after this event to view it at filmnewforest.com. It's only 4 minutes long. So why did the council set up Film New Forest? As you've heard throughout today, the film and TV sector is a major contributor to the UK creative industries economy. the core UK film industry, taken on its own, was estimated to contribute over 4.6 billion to UK GDP and support over 117,000 jobs. The New Forest, because of its proximity to London and its huge range of different filming locations, has always received inquiries about filming productions, but the council identified the opportunity to focus this engagement through a dedicated film office, and as such launched Film New Forest. Its primary objective is to create film and television related spend in the local economy, and this is through inward investment from production spend in the local area, for example through use of local businesses and supply chains. Also local employment of film and TV crew, many freelancers and many productions use local crew. And there's also an element of boosting visitor spend through screen tourism, so people going out to visit the locations they've seen on TV. So our role is fundamentally to attract appropriate filming, and the use of the word appropriate is key, particularly in a protected landscape like the New Forest. The filming to safeguard and promote the special qualities of the area. We act as a first point of contact. I often use the matchmaking analogy for production companies looking to film in the district, not only to find locations, but also to help them to access partners who can help with filming permissions and that kind of thing. We also manage the New Forest Locations database, which is an online resource for production companies looking for New Forest locations. Key to this work is close liaison with local owners, so residents, businesses and landowners, to ensure a wide range of locations are available. Everything from a basement in an 18th century cottage to a sweeping panoramic view of the New Forest. We also manage our New Forest crew and services database to provide a resource of local crew and services to promote productions. We also provide training opportunities for local film crew to enable them to meet the needs of the film and TV productions. And we also have a role to increase understanding amongst local residents and businesses of the value and contribution of film and TV to the local economy. So what have our achievements been since we started? So we work closely with Creative UK's Filming England team, as I mentioned, and we've been successful in securing a wide range of appropriate productions, including film, documentaries and commercials. This is included, and as someone mentioned earlier, Solo, a Star Wars story, was filmed at the former Forley Power Station for 25 days, and this was estimated to have brought £1 million into the local economy. ITV's Unforgotten was filmed in and around Lymington for 4 days, and this was estimated to have brought £64,000 into the local economy. And more recently, a BBC documentary, The New Forest, brought an estimated £245,000 to the local economy, and that's without the added benefit of screen tourism, people visiting the locations that appeared in the documentary. So one aspect of our future work, one of the things that Creative UK have identified is an increase in demand for UK location doubles. So we're looking at expanding our locations database, and examples of recent New Forest location doubles that were facilitated by our team were Rhinefield House Hotel, that was a double for Balmoral, and Bewley River, and I'm always slightly surprised by this, but it doubled as Miami River. So next time you watch a TV production or a film and you think, hey, that looks familiar, it's probably because it is. We're also looking at how we can further support local crew and service providers, again, to ensure that they have the skills that are needed by film productions coming to the forest. So as mentioned earlier, please visit filmnewforest.com, watch our fantastic film about what the New Forest can offer as a filming location. And again, you might want to play I Spy because you will have seen them in various films and TV productions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. I thought you were going to say the Mississippi. I think it's really interesting because we've already heard this morning about the opportunities around film and location and place and the identity aspects of it. So that was really helpful and good examples that I think we could build upon. So I know in Southampton we'd like to talk to you a bit more about that. So that'd be brilliant. And if I can move on now to Paulina and Mark, so they're going to do a double act, particularly around sort of gaming, and for me that's it's quite an interesting connection with the panel, because I see gaming as also being able to respond to the heritage and be inspiring stories, and how the work of Dahlia might inform some of that as well. So I think it's really interesting. So I'll pass it over to you, Mark.
Can I start? So, hi, I'm Paulina. I work for economic development at Southampton City Council. One of the main important role of our team is working with businesses and investors, and also working with key sectors in Southampton, but as well as emerging sectors in Southampton. And one of those key emerging sectors in Southampton is game and virtual reality. And I think I'm going to tell a little bit about the strength of this market, not just in Southampton, but in Solent, in the whole south, east, and why is it so important. So we've got 2 universities in Southampton, and all of those 2 universities produce fantastic talent, and they provide game-related courses. We've got colleges, Totton College, and as an example, Southampton City College provide talent in games as well. And all those talents we have in Southampton are moving from Southampton and working in other cities and within the game industries. And I cannot stress more how game industry is important, not just in Southampton, but globally. In 2020, the industry grew by 23%, mainly due to COVID. But at the moment, globally, the games industry is worth about, if I can just look, $175 billion globally. Okay, and by 2024, it will be worth $218 billion. The biggest market at the moment for the games is Asia Pacific countries. The second one is North America, and the third is Europe. And the UK is the 6th largest market for games. So you would think, okay, but what about Southampton? As I said, we've got a huge talent. And do you know, just quickly questions, how many people just in the UK play games? About 33 million people on their smartphones. This is a huge market. We produce so many talents that it's basically disappearing, not just from Southampton, but going to those hubs in Guildford, in Brighton, mainly in London. And as we know, people want to move back to their homes, to Southampton, but we need to make sure that we, as in Southampton, got a market for those businesses, for those big production studios to come to Southampton, come to Winchester, for example, not necessarily to Southampton, but just around, so those people can stay in Southampton and bring income and revenues to our city. I'll pass it quickly to Mark, and I will add some bits and pieces as well.
Thanks, Paulina. Hi, my name's Mark. I am part of the Barclays Eagle Labs team in Southampton. We work in partnership with Southampton City Council. Now, our kind of key element of what we do is as a business incubator space, but my speciality is within the games and esports industry. We get quite a lot of funny looks as to why we have a biased location and a speciality location in Southampton. Let's be honest, it's not what Southampton is known for. The reason, as Paulina mentioned, we've got 2 fantastic universities that both do brilliant courses. Just down the road, we've got Portsmouth, we've got Bournemouth. The whole Solent is fantastic for its creativity. Now, I had in my head an idea of what I was going to say. As you can see, I'm not quite as prepared as the ladies on the panel with me. I was going to freehand it a little bit, but some of the things that they've been saying has really resonated. When we've talked about culture, we've talked about heritage. These are all things that play into the games industry. The games industry isn't just your PlayStations, just your Xboxes, your various different consoles. It's not just your Candy Crushes and various different games that are on your phone. There's so many practical elements to this. I was on an event not long ago with the Royal Shakespeare Company that was able to use technology from the games industry to make an interactive showing of the Taming of the Shrew. There's business, there's educational purposes to it. There's well-being purposes to it. I was talking to a business a couple of days ago that has created a VR situation for children with learning difficulties that can help them learn in a calm and relaxed environment away from the hecticness of a mainstream classroom. There's so much that goes into it, and I say we've got so much talent in Southampton and in the local area that talent drain out to the Londons, the Brightons, the Guildfords it's depressing to see sometimes. You know, one of Southampton's biggest strengths in our transport link and all of the areas we have is also one of our biggest weaknesses, and I'm sure that's not just the games industry, and it goes across the board, but it is something that is challenging. However, COVID has created a real opportunity for us as a city. People are getting used to the idea that you don't have to travel to London, you don't have to travel to hubs in order to be successful. You can be successful while working remotely. And this is a great opportunity for us because we can really showcase the talent that's here. And you know, we're doing what we can to do that. We're soon to host Southampton Games Day down at St Mary's Stadium, which is a great opportunity to bring the universities and the industry together to showcase the different levels of work. And again, you know, we're looking at the casual gamer, we're looking at professional gaming, we're looking at gamification, all things that can come into this. And really, as I say, there's no reason why Southampton can't make our name again in this industry. As I say, there's many reports that say the Southampton and the Solent is the best area to study games and games development outside of London. That's something that we should be proud of. Now what we need to do, however, is keep those people here, keep the businesses here, and keep working from there. And I'll call it a day at that bit as a brief overview.
Thank you. Paulina, did you have something else to add? Yeah.
And I just want to say that game graduates, they have transferable skills. This is the STEM skills that employers can use for software engineering, cybersecurity. Those skills are very high in demand, and as Jodie was saying, graduates can have can go on apprenticeships. Other students from the colleges can go on apprenticeships and practice games development and productions. And other STEM subjects. This is really important for the industry because there is a demand, and because the industry is growing so fast, there will be jobs. There will be hundreds of jobs.
Definitely, and just to add to what Pauline says, you know, there's a change in culture now where, let's be honest, I'm sure people in here might have even said things like this, where you can't make a career in games. You can't become a YouTuber and make money out of that. We're in a world now where you can. Is the long and short of it. There are so many careers in it. There's sound production, there's video production, there's lighting that goes into all of these things. It goes across all of the arts, from script writing to audio, again, to, you know, there's roles within diversity in games is obviously such a big thing now, bringing different cultures to the forefront. Some of the biggest games recently have been ones that have really pushed the boundaries of what we know. You know, I won't plug any specific games, but we've all heard about those specifically in the paper where we've really pushed the boundaries of what people can do. And it's the industry that enables people to experience other cultures, other situations in a safe environment.
Thank you. That was, I think that was what's really interesting, and in a sense across the day and also just on this panel is about the interdependencies. It's the cross-fertilisation. So we need the Matts and the Dans of the world in terms of the artists and the creatives that will feed into storytelling and making about the city, the heritage of the people, but then we've got this new technology and the opportunities that come out of it. And I think that's really important, and that's a real strength for the whole of the Solent and how we learn from each other in that context. So I think it was really, really quite powerful. So I'm just going to open it first to any questions. So go on, Alison.
Thank you. I've got one online from Adele. She says, how can the skills be retained in the area when it's a global market?
The thing is about games, it's you need to act local and think global. As I said, the market will not going to change in terms of where the games are. It's going to be Asian Pacific countries that dominate the game industry on smartphones, that mean China and South Korea. So in my view is that you don't have to be in China to design games, to design fantastic games, but what you need to know is to understand the local market that you want to sell your games to. So if you are designing and developing games for educational sectors, because colleges and schools using games to teach children through experience, you need to focus on that market. But if you want to focus on developing just games like Candy Crush, for example, you may be a next developer of Candy Crush, then you need to understand your market and end users before you go into big companies like Microsoft or Ubisoft or EA and sell your product and show your product. Because interviews for game developers with those big firms, it does not look like the interviews for normal general jobs. You need to show your portfolio, you need to show what you have designed so far.
Just to kind of support what Paulina said, there is an element with the games industry that it's always been relatively global, that they have a model, especially across the AAA companies and the larger companies, where they call it chasing the sun, where they will have a company right around the world doing different parts of the game so that they're making use of all 24 hours. I'm sure they would love to make use of more hours in a day than are possible if they could to get the profits up, but they really do try to encourage that. And what we have to do in Southampton is create that environment where people feel empowered to stay here, that you don't have to be, like many other industries, you don't have to be sat in an office in London, in Guildford, to be successful. And it's creating the opportunities and the examples where we can showcase that. And in the different ways, it's not focusing on one small area of the industry. As I said, it covers many, many different parts. It's getting an understanding of how broad the games industry actually is.
Thank you. Sally, I don't know if you mentioned about training as part of the work you do. Is there anything you want to add to that?
I think it's really that now, as I mentioned, a lot of film production companies use local freelance crew. So it's not just a matter of you having to migrate out of an area to be able to access work in film and TV, that they are to some extent coming to you now. If you've got the skills and can diversify what you can do, and you are meeting the needs of those film crews, there is no reason that you can't stay in your area to offer those skills to incoming investment. But it is really a question of making sure you're offering what they need rather than what you want to offer.
Yeah.
I think that's key.
Thank you. Any other questions on the floor or online? Claire?
I've got one for Sally. From the work that you've done with Creative UK, what's your top learning from that? We know in Southampton that it's an underdeveloped area for us, so what tips would you give?
I think and certainly when you watch the video, you'll see that Hayley Armstrong, I think it's Hayley, don't want to misquote her, but says that we have a can-do attitude. So I think that's really important, that when you have film productions coming, they've sometimes got a very clear view. They want to film in this location, and sometimes for whatever reason that isn't possible. And it's then making sure that actually that isn't maybe going to work, but have you thought about this, and this? So it's having that local knowledge, and we're really lucky. We've got skills within the team, a lot of in-depth local knowledge that helps to sometimes come up with those slightly obscure locations that actually is really what that production company wants, and it means then they're not going somewhere else to find that. So I think it's that being flexible and really knowing your local area. That's my top tip anyhow. That's only one, well, that's two, isn't it?
We're booking a call. Thank you. I guess just one sort of final point to touch on, just thinking about heritage and the opportunities. Because I think sometimes it can be seen as just a backdrop, but actually there's more to that, because actually there's the creative act of the architecture that built some of those buildings that still exist today, but also the craft skills that come with that, and that's a creative process too. But there are challenges within the heritage sector around that. I don't know if you've got any thoughts about how we can seek to, one, address that, and two, integrate it in terms of the wider connections across this creative sector.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, and I think that those kinds of skills are in short supply across the country. But there are moves within the sector to develop those, and there are quite substantial moves because it has been recognised as an area of need. And again, going back to the potential of our region, I think there's enormous potential to get in on that sort of traditional skills agenda, but also to use those skills in new ways. So one of the things that I do is another hat that I wear is I run something called Archaeology for the Creative Industries, where we've in the past we've worked with the Crafts Council and other organisations, a whole wide range of organisations, from composers and dance choreographers through to artists and craftspeople on the other side. And it's about using heritage as a way of inspiring and developing new forms of creative practice. And that doesn't mean necessarily always taking a traditional skills path. It maybe means taking ideas or thoughts or inspiration and moving it into other directions. And that's been really, really interesting to see how that goes, because it's a totally different way of thinking about heritage than popping heritage into a museum cabinet. It's about actually letting heritage go. Which is sometimes like counterintuitive for people who work in the heritage sector. But that idea of letting it go is actually very, very liberating, and it is what creates those new products, services, experiences, ideas. And I think that there's a lot of interesting avenues that we could pursue along that line, precisely because our heritage is so diverse. But what I would say about that is there's some learning that's come out of our experience, which is that you can't just put creatives into a kind of residency. You can't just plonk them there and expect them to come up with something. That the creative experience, creative juice, works when there is a relationship between people. And so in order to make that happen, you have to have people engaging both from the knowledge of the heritage and from the creative practitioner side, and sometimes that requires intermediaries, because they do sometimes speak different languages and operate on different time scales, and that needs to be thought about and brought together. But when it works, it's fantastic.
Thank you, Jo. Can I just give my last question to Dahlia? So 40 years on, what's your top tip for success?
Ooh.
Just one.
Just one.
Yeah.
I think it's the passion of the people who are engaged, whether they be consumers on the board or volunteers, whatever. It's been the passion that's absolutely driven everything. Can I just add one thing, and this is just following on from the conversations this morning, that as an arts organisation, and I think there are hundreds like us as well, over the years we've been very bad at business development model. It's always been the heart and the mind wins over. Well, the heart wins over, and then when you can't pay the bill, the mind sort of said, oh my God, yeah? And I think certainly within the last 10 years, the image is changing. And I would say this, I hate saying this, but you have to really have, you have to have the passion, but all the sort of a business strategic model as well to be successful. And I think Art Asia is at that stage, but I can see lots of organisations that I work with, it's still the passion. It's about the art, it's not really about the money, you know. So that's what probably I would say.
Thank you, Dahlia. So if we could just all give a round of applause to Dahlia, Jo, Sally, Mark and Paulina. Thank you.
Well, there we are. Thank you so much, Carolyn, and thank you so much to our speakers. That was really, really inspiring. It's just been incredible to hear about all of the amazing strengths that the Solent region has already. And this, coupled with the opportunities presented by our other speakers earlier in the day, really does paint a picture of a world full of opportunities across the Solent region, and paving the way for many exciting things to unfold. Just a few takeaways from what we've just heard. Call me old-fashioned. 40 years of passion. That's not bad, is it? I mean, 40 years of passion. Just hold that thought for a minute. You know, businesses, you know, now, I mean, I'm hearing many creative businesses that are running on fumes, but perhaps those fumes are passion fumes. You know, there's something interesting about continuing for so long. Heritage is who we are, past and present. Heritage is what we make it. Pubs, playgrounds, workshops, places of worship. Even something your grandmother gave you. You know, that personal touch that maybe the rest of the world hasn't seen. You know, it belongs to you. Maybe it's her voice. Maybe it's just her memory. Maybe it's an object. Heritage is everywhere, and it's what you make of it. Heritage moves the imagination. We talked about world-class films, the locations, the wider tech economy of the region. We talked about technology benefiting people with learning difficulties. I mean, we've seen that really fast track over the last 2 years, the power of technology. Games graduates and transferable skills. Traditional skills we've just heard about, and the traditional skills agenda, which Joanna, you just talked so clearly about, which strikes me again, coming back to Dahlia, so it's really apt that you'd finished on that point. A company that's run on passion for 40 years, they've been doing that for 40 years, you know, these traditional skills. But perhaps, as Dahlia has described it, it's the packaging of it. And perhaps now is the time to partner, to co-create, and to co-design. And on YouTube, there's been some questions about an online, is there an opportunity to collaborate, to bring investment for cultural organisations? So that conversation is taking place online, and I'm sure our LEP partners will kind of harness some of that and make sure that that information is spread out far and wide. Well, that just takes us to the final part of the afternoon. It's been a real pleasure. Thank you again to all of our inspiring and passionate speakers. It's been great to hear so many different perspectives through the lens of the creative industries. And although I'm sure that you will agree, there is a common thread running through all of the discussion today, and that's opportunity. Opportunity for growth, opportunity for young people, opportunity for greater investment, opportunity to profile the Solent region as a hub for creatives and opportunities to not only put Southampton, but the wider region on the map through becoming UK City of Culture 2025, and using this accolade as an opportunity for change. Thank you, Claire and Gemma, for inviting me to host today, and thank you, Solent University, for the facilities. And just finally, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome back Carolyn Abel for our final few words. Carolyn.
Thanks, AJ. This is the graveyard slot, sorry. I'll try not to keep you too long. As Head of Culture and Tourism at Southampton City Council, it's an absolute privilege to, if you like, bring this fantastic day to a close. But actually, clearly this is not the end, it's not even the beginning, because we're building on something that's been happening for a long time, and it's great, you know, the opportunity word is used, and it's really important. And what I see and have seen over the last 4 years that I've been here, but other people have been in the city for much longer, is the spirit of the place across the whole region is really, really powerful. And that's something that we can build upon. And struck by those personal stories, AJ started it with his personal story, and that's continued throughout. I won't tell you mine, we haven't got long enough. But what it does tell is a very human experience. This is about people. This is people make this work. It isn't anything else. It's not structures or anything. People make this work. And our purpose today was to bring and champion the Solent region around the creative industry and showcase some of those strengths across the sector, but also the opportunity to sort of continue, restart and imagine a world of possibilities and to develop and grow our potential. But this is all in the context of what's happening at a national and even international level, and that might be around the needs of our place, particularly around levelling up, but considering Brexit, Arts Council priority places, diversity and inclusion, and the future of work. It is changing rapidly, and we need to be cognizant of that and enable that as well. So we do wait nervously. Claire talked about fingernails. This is nail varnish, by the way. But it is nerve-wracking. But we're very excited, and principally because it has been a journey of really profound collaboration in a way that's been unprecedented to date. And that's across our communities, our businesses, academic and public sectors. We all know that a culture of an organisation is the paramount to its success. In the same way, the culture of a place is also indicator of success and opportunity. And we've got that in buckets and spades. Well, buckets, spades, forests, ports, across the whole Solent region. That's right here. And it's the strength of that experience, that passion, that commitment, desire to make it so. It's absolutely palpable. You can feel it in the room, and hopefully you can feel it online as well. So we've heard from panel discussions about the challenges around talent pipelines and the enabling that needs to happen to sort of take the opportunities, the challenges facing artists and small organisations, but also the opportunities around innovation, creativity, built on a heritage that has existed in this context. And the resilience. There is a huge amount of resilience, and as we talked, I think it was AJ said, maybe it's the fumes of passion that keep us going, and that's really important to remember. Because I know there is the phrase, culture's good for you. Sometimes it's not good for those that are working in it, and you just need to remember that. It's not always easy. There's this fluffy notion of what we do, but it's darn hard work, and we do it because we care, and we care about our communities to make that happen. So there are other things that we haven't really touched on, but I think the part of the enabling factors is also about livability and affordability for people working in the sector. So we need to consider that in the wider sort of think about the local plan and places that we make, transport, but also digital connectivity, and also touching on around jobs and the perceptions about low paid and undervalued, and education for parents and those people that tell you which jobs to do. Mine told me to be a chiropodist. I went the other way. Anyway, that's because I wasn't a great achiever at school. But anyway, it is really about understanding about raising the aspirations among people of all ages and all abilities, that working in this sector can be a really positive career change, and it's not the preserve of the few or the well-connected. And it's really important to put that in the context of the child is yet to be born, and I think about our child-friendly agendas in Southampton. It really considers children, families, and the wider communities that surround that. And it is about recognising the value of heritage and supporting the creative industry as a partnership, and not just a pretty backdrop. It's much more than that. So we have the opportunities to recognise the cumulative benefits that the creative industry can bring to the wider economy, from destination creation and the visitor economy, added value for retail, hospitality and leisure, the new skills and innovation that can be fostered through the creative curriculum at all levels, and the opportunities for pre-employment experiences through placements and apprenticeships are just some of those examples. But it is also about taking risks and being willing to fail and allowing that to happen. That is really important. So our focus needs to be on working together to create and build upon on what we have across the Solent region and enable this industry to thrive as part of integrated economic and social strategy, including learning from good practice within and without the region, building capacity and strategic capabilities to become even better, and chasing new initiatives. So, for example, in Central Library, one of my team managed to get some sponsorship as part of the British Library IP and Business Centre, and that will be opening in June. And that's a great opportunity. That's about supporting startups and creatives. So this is about being canny, also about those strategic agendas and being adaptable and taking advantage of those for our areas. And we have 4 priority places in the area, and there are great opportunities there. So together, this presents huge opportunities for us. A region that is close to London, but it's not London. We have our own unique identities, and we have our own distinctive opportunities. It's a place where there's burgeoning relationships across academic, business, cultural and community partners. And we absolutely can be that region that welcomes, supports, learns and grows together and make a difference to people's lives and to our places. So just referring back to those that might not have been here, I think I'm going to be an RC leader now. I think that was great. That was a great tip from Caroline this morning. My family know who I am, but I don't do it in my professional world, but maybe I should just let that bleed out some way. So really, I just want to conclude and give thanks. This is a conversation that needs to continue and that will continue. I know you all do, and we will pull that together. And obviously, City of Culture is the central part of this for our whole region. So I'd like to thank all our speakers and panellists for the rich and varied conversations, for taking the time to think about what you could contribute to these sessions and responding to some provocative questions. That is so much appreciated. I'd also like to thank the Solent Let for your contribution and helping and making this happen. That's been brilliant. Really, really look forward to working with you in the future on this. It's a great opportunity for partnering. Obviously, we need to thank City of Culture team across the board. Amazing work to get us this far in 2 years. It's been a hard slog, and we've had a pandemic, and we've got other things going on now. But that's where passion and commitment comes on. And of course, Solent University for hosting this event. Really, really appreciate the nourishment, as AJ said. But I'd also like to thank AJ. He's done a terrific job as an event host from beginning to start with humour, insight, and really appreciate that, AJ, so thank you. And then finally, to thank all the audience, the people in the room and the people online. Thank you so much for taking part and being part of this. So enjoy the rest of your day, and we look forward to coming back together again soon. So thank you.
Southampton, city-made fragment by river and wall of yesterday's brick, mishmash side by side, eager to thrive, not sit. A nation's front door, anchor of merchant, stranger to friend.
High tide, carry route, Solent scent.
Western horizon, seen from masts. Wetland bird, vast sky.
Kickflips on concrete, catching air, flying high.
Heels strut on stage, all walks, march, pride.
Bells of St. Mary's croon in chime, over chit-chat in corner shops and shadows of high-rise. Iron bird spits fire from jazz-streaked walks, streets talk of saints with red, white stripes marching. Pavements sing, spin, ball, bowling, calls in parks in Southampton. Flower and tree-lined common, park runs.
Shark strike, open playing field, city for everyone.
Plectrum verse of Derby Road, bow of races.
Sounds of South Asian summers, throughout times and spaces.
Scribbles, insights and verses made vocal.
Global scent savoured of dishes made local.
Art beneath arches, in shops now galleries filled of creativity. Dances on stage, dances on street, sway of arm, pivot of feet.
Records revolving, percussion patterns from DJ holding crowd.
join as armed, broadcasting.
Worlds come together, we're talking, so listen. Let culture scale walls, let it be for all. Let Southampton grow, let's make it so.
Hi everyone, I am proud to be an ambassador for Southampton in the bid to become UK City of Culture in 2025. I am passionate about our city. It's a city that has nurtured me as a kid and has supported me as an adult. The inspiration from my first album, Born to Do It, all came from experiences growing up in this special city. Especially the time spent in Ocean Village with my friends, hanging out at the marina, and those fun walks through Hoggins Park to St Mary Street to buy musical equipment. The city is bursting with culture. Much of it self-made by the people of Southampton and will always be home in my heart. We have our fair share of challenges, especially now, but we who have been born and brought up here, and those of us who've come from all parts of the world to make Southampton home, know how brilliant this city is at supporting each other and raising one another up during difficult times. A place where ships sail, where great universities attract the best minds, where sportsmen and women excel, where world-class art galleries are open to all, and of course where you find the new generation of music makers already emerging. I'm so proud of that talent and the open-hearted generosity of the people of Southampton. The expression cosmopolitan fits us like a glove, and now we have the opportunity to be part of the story of our future city and tell it to the world. Never has it been more important than now, as we face so much uncertainty as a city and as a country. We need bravery and imagination to create a new story for ourselves. Our future is not yet written, so I say to everyone in Southampton, join in, and I say to everyone else, join us, choose Southampton.
I'm Ellie Kinsley and my specialism is ceramics. So my specialism with ceramics, because it is such a huge subject, is specifically throwing. So the little ghost moment on the pottery wheel, that's me, I love that. I do mainly home decor, so yeah, plant pots and mugs and bowls and things like that, but I do try and do a bit of everything. My garage is now my studio. Yeah, it's a double thing now. Nobody else can park their cars in the garage, it's just my studio now. Here there is a bigger push for the arts in general, and there's definitely, even the gallery to come and get inspiration from, there's more than a lot of places. I grew up in Southampton at Guildhall, like I was there every week for a different gig or concert or whatever. There's always something going on, and quite often I'll just walk down a street and see a poster and be like, oh cool, I'll do that next week.
My name is Dominic Green, and in partnership with Artful Scribe I am currently Young Writer in Residence at Mayflower Studios. I have an avid interest in creative writing, and growing up in Southampton, I feel like my generation have been on the receiving end of so many initiatives in that field, through school or set up locally, that looking back I find invaluable. You know, author visits, summer reading challenges, writing groups and competitions. Being given that insight and encouragement from so early an age, primary school age, is doubtless what spurred me on to go after writing as a career in the way that I have done and am doing. I've just graduated from Central School of Speech and Drama, doing the second half of my degree remotely from home in Southampton, and I'm lucky enough to find myself already occupied in relevant work, such that I'm able to part from my retail job and get a start in what I want to be doing. At the same time, I'm very grateful to be receiving a talent development bursary from the City Council. The way that I understand the bid is that by winning, Southampton can sustain and even extend its outreach. And that's not just to do with writing or performing, which I've gotten to do a lot of. It's food and sports and culture in every sense. To be granted the chance to exercise a talent just by being born here, as opposed to born into anything that would secure that creative platform already, is a commendable way of doing things. And I would resist letting that fall to chance and becoming more exclusive and less attainable for the next generation of children on their way. If this is a way to do that, then it's a fantastic thing, and I sincerely hope that this city can win the bid.
My name is Gonçalo.
21 years old and I'm a filmmaker. It's kind of always been there. I think I got it a lot from my dad, because he was very into like wildlife photography and stuff like that. So I was always like wanting to grab his camera. And yeah, like when I was 11, I think that was when I did my first kind of like stop motion videos with like Play-Doh and stuff, and I just like fell in love with it ever since. Southampton is the first city in the UK that I've lived in. So there's nature, there's like city, there's the old town. Like personally, I think that it makes it a very good space for coming up with creativity and new ideas.
My name is Jasmine and my creative is dance, so I specialise in also teaching dance. I basically was a cheer coach, and especially in like the dance section, so I did hip hop dance with that. And I was also doing heels. I loved how dancing in heels made me feel, and I decided to be like, okay, well, I don't see that many people teaching it in Southampton. The girls loved it. It was full of like not just teaching like the actual act of dancing, but I was finessing their technique as well as like making them feel confident within themselves. Southampton gave me the opportunity to make it my niche. The uni built another building, like the sports complex, and they have a few dance studios that I was able to use for like my personal training. So we have that, and there's one other dance studio, and that's called Studio 17, and I can hire that out for like my classes. I want my classes to be so open that anyone can just come and have fun and like not feel intimidated or like this pressure to be amazing and finesse as a dancer. Like you can just kind of come and have fun, and I love that feeling to just make girls feel confident.
I think we can both agree what an amazing event it was on today. We had some great speakers. You must obviously be pleased with that.
I'm absolutely thrilled. It did everything that we'd hoped it would do. The speakers were fantastic. That spirit of collaboration that we've managed to engender over the region and within the City of Southampton through our City of Culture bid, we're absolutely thrilled. And yes, it's been a great day, very inspiring, and obviously lots more to do.
Well, from listening to you today, you're obviously quite passionate about the region and what it has to offer. What drives you to kind of oversee it and manage the bid as a whole?
Well, I think the bid process really plays to my experience, over 25 years working in cultural and the creative industries, and that international perspective, but also the local perspective, working with communities, the development of young people, development of artists, and really the development of how a place tells its story and how really it builds on its strengths and challenges its weaknesses. So it brings all that together. But for me, Southampton is where I bring my children shopping. They play sport in Southampton. So to be able to bring those skills to something on my own doorstep has been an absolute joy, and that's why I've got everything crossed that we're going to be successful in our UK City of Culture bid.
Best of luck to you. Great, you answered everything there.
Thank you so much. Thank you, brilliant. Thank you. Thank you very much, and thanks for supporting us today. It's been great working with you.
Okay, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
I'm Katie Baker and I'm a sculptor. I do a bit of freelancing with magazines, in talks with Merlin about some work. I moved to Southampton for university, and that's when I kind of found my love of sculpting, so it all kind of started here. I've always found it really easy to find other people to collaborate with in Southampton, like just through my university career and people I met through that. Like it was always easy to find other creatives who are maybe good at filming or good at being in front of the camera or like doing sound editing and stuff like that. So it's always just been a very like good place to meet other creatives like who are interested in just making work together and doing cool stuff.
My name is Max Lister, I am 19 and I am an artist. I like to paint, but I also like to make films and like experiment with what I can do, really. I learned how to use cameras and how to make films through the City Eye Summer Youth Project. It was quite a fun experience to have when I was quite young, which then set me on a trajectory of wanting to work with cameras and then getting me interested in kind of arts in a non-isolated, like collaborative way. I had an appreciation for the things that Southampton had, which is quite a broad and accepting range of arts. Southampton pushed me on that direction by giving me this opportunity to learn a technique and then use it in my own work.
Ajay, I've got to say, you can tell that we're both presenters. We're suited and booted for the event, aren't we? You've been the glue today, but tell me what an amazing event it was, and it really helped, obviously, in terms of creative industry and the region as a whole.
Yeah, fantastic suit, by the way, Gabby. Yeah, very good. 10 out of 10. So, I mean, look, I think with events like this that are so rich with content, it's all about the ingredients and the planning. And I think the planning behind it has been so meticulous. And you've got, we've had experts from different sectors, from across the creative industries, academia, the arts, etc. And I think also these conversations about marrying different sectors together, like technology and heritage, old sectors that have, stood the test of time. And, in many respects, what COVID has done is it's accelerated our relationship with technology without forgetting all of these very solid sectors that have existed for centuries. So it's been a pleasure. I mean, I've really enjoyed, picking out some takeaways from, and there's so much, how much do you pick out and how much do you share? But just enough just to kind of remind us that behind each of the people that have joined us today is this kind of passion, this depth of experience, and I think by co-designing, by cooperating, by co-creating, the best ideas come. And I think if anything over the last 2 years, what we've seen and what we will see going into this kind of mid-decade point in 2025 is much more of a thirst and understanding for working together.
Okay. What are you most looking forward to going forward then?
To winning.
Yeah, we don't do second place here, do we?
No, we don't. Everyone's, yes, we've all grown up kind of with that mantra of everyone's a winner. But I think it'll mean a lot. But I think also, it's really important, sort of humour aside, it's the taking part. To get this far, to be alongside some brilliant cities. We have in the United Kingdom, such brilliant creativity. And if we use that mantra that ideas are our currency, look what we've been sort of exporting to the rest of the world, And if we can just harness that for mid-decade, winning would be great, but taking part is even better.
Okay, well, it's all about the winning for me, but anyway, we'll take that as well. Thank you for everyone for tuning in today. Thanks to you, Ajay, as well, obviously for your work up there. But yeah, thank you everyone for getting involved. And if you would like to get involved further, we do have our social channels on Twitter, Instagram, and that would be Solent LEP. And you could hashtag us and get involved. But that's if you want a pathway into the creative industry, like us too. Thank you so much, and thanks for tuning in.
Southampton, city-made fragment by river and wall of yesterday's brick, mishmash side by side, eager to thrive, not sit. A nation's front door, anchor of merchant, stranger to friend.
High tide, carry roots, Solent scent.
Western horizon, seen from masts. Wetland bird, vast sky.
Kick flips on concrete, catching air, flying high.
Heels strut on stage, all walks march pride.
Bells of St. Mary's croon in chime, over chit-chat in corner shops and shadows of high-rise. Iron Bird spits fire from jazz-streaked walks, streets talk of saints with red, white stripes marching. Pavements sing, spin, ball, bowling, calls in parks in Southampton. Flower and tree-lined common, park runs.
Shark stripe, open playing field, city for everyone.
Plectrum verse of Derby Road, bow of races.
Sounds of South Asian summers throughout times and spaces.
Scribbles and sights and verses made vocal.
Global scent savoured of dishes made local.
Art beneath arches, in shops now galleries filled of creativity. Dances on stage, dances on street, sway of arm, pivot of feet.
Records revolving, percussion patterns from DJ holding crowd.
Join his arms, broadcasting.
World come together. We're talking, so listen. Let culture scale walls. Let it be for all. Let Southampton grow. Let's make it so.